Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Let's get her done. Nice shot by Xander. Saturate in to facilitate solely Salada, but that's not what Xander's looking at. The collab with the Outlaw found in one singular shot. But Salada, close corners, can trade it back. Xander on track for the ace! And he does it all on his damn own!
Sacred as the bubble comes down. You're looking to burst it metaphorically as the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. He was alive and well, blossoming when ADG needed him to the most. Derek is taking care of business. Your shift is almost over, Derek. But Sacred, you're fired. And you're all fired.
Everybody's just gonna go drop, yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with a flank, Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round and gets the defuse.
Getting into it, this is the final week here of VALORANT Challengers North America, and only 4 teams remain. It all comes down to this. A split of VALORANT has led up to this. One team will secure their spot in the grand finals today. Another will be eliminated. Welcome in, everybody. I'll be your host for today, Sierra, and joining me, we have Roy and we have Ash. Ash, where does the time go? We're just a couple days away from crowning our Stage 2 champion. That's crazy.
It really is insane, especially when you consider, I guess, how condensed this Challenger season is in general for that race to be able to, get those points when it comes down to, climbing up that leaderboard, trying to solidify those points so that they can play in the VCT Americas playoffs and then also into Stage 3, all being ahead of champions, right? It's kind of wild, Roy, the fact that everything is condensed in this way, especially with how the metas have been shifting so quickly, how quickly we've seen teams looking to adapt week from week, and also just new talent coming into the fray at all times and being this deep now into playoffs. It feels like every single team has leveled up.
Yeah, I think that for me is like the really interesting thing is how many different stories are emerging here in VCL. That we're seeing talent rise up, we're seeing teams get their stuff together, we're seeing veterans combined with Zoomers. It's just so much fun going on in VCL. Obviously, we're only in Stage 2, so there's still a bit ways to go, but things are shaping up. It's getting more and more interesting. But yeah, like Sierra was saying, it's going to be elimination for one team today, and obviously one of the teams will be moving on to grand finals. VCL taketh and VCL giveth. It's going to be a fun day. That is for sure.
I mean, taking a look at the bracket, this playoffs has been crazy from the get-go. We knew that it was going to be stacked with what we saw from our Swiss play, but this is shaken up in a really interesting way. Of course, it was a very early goodbye to our Stage 1 champions, with Core taking an early exit. And we've gotten to see teams really be able to pull their stuff together here, Ash, when it matters the most. It has been so much entertainment to watch from the beginning.
I feel like such a big storyline of Swiss stage into playoffs with how the meta shifted in the middle of the season was how these teams were going to handle a lot of those role changes that might have to come in, depending on what they wanted their approach to be to how the meta was developing. And some teams managed to get that edge up and others fell a little short, weren't quite able to find their groove in time. And again, that is what's so scary about having such a more condensed stage. Like the fact that you have to be able to make those changes, make those decisions in such a short amount of time, and then also yield results on top of that, not really having that same amount of time that you might have in previous years to get those opportunities to gel, work on those compositions a little bit more. Adaptability has really been the name of the game here for 2026.
We've gotten to see some teams really thrive with a couple of these changes, as well as eyeing up this revamped M80 that's in this upper final. So let's start gearing up for the first series of the day. Because first off, we got to figure out who's going to be in the grand finals. Let's start with the match between M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black. Two big orgs going into this, Roy, and this is such a highly anticipated matchup.
Oh, it's so anticipated. But honestly, if you told me that SRB and M80 would meet in the upper bracket of finals or even grand finals, I mean, I'd simply ask you, do you drink water? Because it seems so obvious in hindsight. Like, it's such a sane matchup to kick off the broadcast today. I mean that as respectfully as possible. I mean, normally it's like veterans versus Zoomers type storylines, right? Where the kind of the new wave of Valorant has been playing the game versus like the more veterans. Today it's veterans versus veterans with a little bit of sprinkles of Zoomerism built in. So I think this match is going to be fun on many levels, especially the action, especially the strategy and the IQ flex between both of these rosters. Color me interested, color me excited.
I mean, you're saying it to, like, yeah, you drink water. Of course, this is going to be a matchup we've seen. But of course, when we're looking at the rosters, starting with M80, it was an M80 that took changes going into stage 2. They've been experimenting a lot heading into the 2026 season. And I feel like, yeah, it's pretty obvious when you see the caliber of players that things are going to be working. It's just, Ash, when you have this condensed season, it was when we're going to really be able to see everything come together. But M80, they're just looking stronger and stronger. I'm so excited to see the form in which they approach today's matchup.
It's going to be really fun to watch this team. I feel like this is a squad that, in the previous stage, they ended up being in that 5th to 6th spot. Now, already looking to beat that kind of level where they're going to be hitting here, heading into stage 2. But the changes that you were talking about, right? Like, we have Caillou coming in as an IGL at the beginning of this stage here for M80, and he took his experience from tier 1, integrating it here with this M80 roster, and his going from that coaching slot back into, being that flex player goat, that initiator goat here for M80 as well. It's been really nice seeing this team look to gel with those adjustments that have come in. And on top of that, you just have like pure consistency out of these players as well. Like, you're looking at Bonnie, who's been so consistent. Alvin has always been that very vocal, very selfless kind of sentinel player here for this team too. And Spaz also having those pop-off moments.
I think it's safe to say that the growth for this roster has been undeniable. I mean, they're virtually on a flawless record. The only loss they've taken in this entire split has been actually to SRB, funnily enough. But overall, I mean, they have a lot of wins on their, in their resume, if you will. But it doesn't really feel like this roster is playing at well, at least it wasn't up until recently. They haven't really been playing at 100%. It feels like there was so much more potential to be reached from this roster, despite, having almost a flawless record. But I feel like with their recent performances and kind of how they've looked, and, with the changes that they've made recently and kind of the meta and them adjusting, it feels like M80 is almost hitting that prime, and it feels like they're really starting to get scary. And it, not only as a team, but even the individuals on this roster are really starting to level up.
I mean, you want to talk about individuals leveling up on this roster? We need to talk about Bonnie first, because Bonnie has just been undeniable when you're looking at this point of the competition. I mean, I'm waiting for maybe an average game or anything, but no, Ash, like, Bonnie has just been perfect. He's been electric. Like, what can't he do?
It's so crazy how he's leveled up here as well. I think especially when you're looking at those statistics that we had on hand for Bonnie, it doesn't even paint the full picture. That's his overall stats from stage 2. But when you think about his stage, overall stats from stage 2, including the Swiss stage, but when you think about him in playoffs, it feels like we saw Swiss stage Bonnie, and then I don't know what changed in his diet, what changed in his mental, like what's different about the approach here into playoffs, but he somehow leveled up after being already one of the best opening players within the Swiss stage. He's currently the best performing player within playoffs right now, and also the best neon I feel like that we have in this current stage of VCL. And it's incredible that he's doing it with that much consistency, being such a high impact player.
Yeah, and the consistency, again, is such the impressive part of it all, because it's been at such a high level he's been competing, but also just so consistent throughout. Like, how Bonnie hasn't been, like, stolen away, I don't know. It's just been incredible. But, of course, we have very formidable foes on the opposing end of things. Shopify Rebellion Black was, of course, one of the rosters that we're really paying attention to, because how couldn't you? Looking at this team, right, Roy? This talent, we've gotten so much of it. They're able to continue off what they built up in stage 1, and they've only been leveling up with smoke in the mix.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. The road for SRB has been super bumpy. They've taken several scratches to get here, but it feels like it really does feel like this roster has tuned into the frequency of this meta, and it feels like they have a really good grasp on the tempo, and I think the recent results are proof to that. I mean, even the rematches against FlyQuest and EG was just kind of the nail in the coffin, right, when it comes down to this sort of narrative, because it really did feel like this roster at one point was barely scratching the surface of their potential. But the recent results, the rematches against FlyQuest and EG, both of those were so convincing to me, and we saw so much of what they have been struggling against, which is like the Zoomer teams, a lot of these like X Factor rosters. It feels like when they're playing on that level, they were kind of struggling against it, but now it feels like almost a whole turn of events where they're tuned in. They understand how this meta is playing out. A lot of the gimmicks, a lot of the pacing and the tempo that they've been kind of struggling against, it feels like a lot of those errors have been patched.
I mean, you're talking about those bumps along the road, right, for the team. And Xander had opened up about that in his past interview, that, yeah, the team hasn't reached the potential. And, sometimes they have those bad games. Sometimes they have those bad days, even in scrims, right? But the potential of the roster is there. And when they're having one of those good days, this is more and more often, we're looking at the 75% here, that the roster is just undeniable. The ceiling is just so high. And with the caliber of talent on this team, I certainly believe so, especially to seen step-ups recently from one of our newer additions into Challengers NA. Exa has been so much fun to watch. This is somebody that we more so started talking about in the later stages of stage 1, but being able to see the step up here, Ash, going on forward, especially in these last couple of matches, has been so nice to see from this young player.
Yeah, I feel like when we were just talking about the side of M80, we talked about how Bonnie has been so consistent at such a high level, and Exa does that too, but in a completely different role, right? Being on that sentinel, being this lurking presence that's so good at catching those rotations off guard, being able to find the holes in this defense of the enemies when he is on like those lurk positions, and just in general, his ability to micro in these situations, to isolate those fights. He's such a consistent anchor player for this squad on SRB and a huge difference maker for them, Roy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, okay? I'm gonna say it. He's a superstar in the making. That's it.
Oh,
I said
sure.
it.
Yep.
I think this player is so good. It's really not even the mechanics. It's not even the eye test, which he passes with flying colors, by the way. It's the composure. It's the reads. It's the IQ at such a young age, and combine that with the fact that he has such a good system around him, a good coaching staff as well. It feels like he's really built for success, and his recent performances have been just so good. But the craziest part for me with this player is it feels like for him, when you see his reactions, it's just like it's another day in the office for him. Like he's not even fazed by the fact that he's one of the best players in the league. It's just crazy. It's
he's
crazy.
So humble.
And not only think it's humble, I think that's it. He's just here to do his job, bro. It's just 9 to 5 and to be one of the best players, dude. It's crazy.
I love how you're trying to be like, oh guys, I'm gonna say something crazy, and then it's just like the most like, yeah, that's so obvious. Like Exa is it's gonna take up all time. Like
I had you guys going for a second though.
What are we doing over here? Last but not least, before we start to narrow in on the match, we have to talk about two other players that have had these step up looking ahead at this playoff run and have our Phillips Norelco head to head. Spaz and Xander. I mean, some of the clutches that Spaz had in their last series was just incredible, to the point where he's having to tell the team, okay, breathe, guys, it's okay. But Xander as well has just been on one, Roy. Like, it has been really nice to see. And I mean, a really big key to this success for both teams.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think these two players, I'm going to start with Xander first, I think, because he's obviously a huge veteran in the scene. He has serious IQ when it comes to the game. He has a really good read. And I feel like in this matchup specifically, Xander's IQ and his kind of his pulse on the game, if you will, is going to matter so much in this matchup, because M80 plays a more tame version of Valorant. They're playing more to the macro conditions. They're playing more logically. And I feel like in this kind of environment, people like Xander strive a lot more. And don't get me wrong, Xander has been playing very well, and he's been able to slowly adjust to the Zoomer playstyle that we're experiencing in VCL. But I think in this specific matchup, it's gonna be a huge boon to SRB to have a player like Xander, and for M80 as well, for Spaz, who's been such a clutch player, bailing them out of so many situations, and having that kind of the rock to have in the end, and like in the post rounds, in the late rounds. Spaz has been that player from M80. He's been so consistent in those rounds as well, and both of these players are going to be such a factor in this series, in my opinion.
I love the fact that you bring up the clutch factor there for Spaz, because these two players are two of the top clutch players. The top clutch players, honestly, in playoffs right now, like both boasting over 40% win rates when it comes down to those clutches is insane.
Whoa,
like,
that's crazy.
It is crazy. And I think for Spaz, it's like 44 and I think 40 for Xander. But anyways, numbers specifics aside, these two players, I think, just reinforcing the point that Roy's trying to make for both of them, they're smokes players that are here to make plays. And I think that's what's so fun about that head-to-head is not even just, you know, the kind of like new gen in Spaz versus the IQ and veterancy within Xander, but also just the general approach that they have to their role. They're players that you can really rely on. When a round is going awry, they can absolutely flip it on its head, and that's going to be what's so fun to watch with these two interacting.
And it's an interaction we've gotten to see before with these two players, these two teams, mind you, as this is not going to be the first time that they have faced up against each other. But where this is going to be really interesting is this is going to be a really big indication of the growth, specifically on M80's side. As looking at the last time they matched up, it was an SRB to take that 2-0 victory, but it was still an M80 that, I mean, was fresh out of these changes, right? And it was an M80 that, Roy, when you look back, you had called out, like, that was kind of one of the only really stumbles they had. So now I'm curious with how close this is going to be going in today, because it's not the same M80, but it's also just not the same SRB.
Yeah, I think the air around both of these teams is just so different now. It's painfully obvious, honestly. It's very blatant. It kind of feels weird to even say out loud, but I think this loss for M80 was actually what they needed to kind of get everybody locked in and kind of realize, like, okay, yeah, we have the talent, we have the players, but we really need to, you know, start digging away at some of the, you know, the growing pains that we're going to be experiencing. And I think that it kind of humbled them, and it kind of put them in a really good spot, because after this loss, they went on a huge win streak. They've leveled up. They've looked better from match to match. Yes, some of their matches could be a little bit more convincing, and they've had to, you know, they've had to get bailed out from some of the individuals on the M80 side. But I think that just proves that there's so much individual talent on M80. And as with, you know, with kind of both of these rosters, these teams are hyper scalers. They're going to scale with time. They're going to go deep into the end game. And the, you know, the later we go into the stage 2 and the later we go into stage 3, these teams are going to continue leveling up. Now, for me, a win right here would really solidify where these teams are at. Obviously, we'll take the grand finals, but I think in terms of, you know, the street cred, in terms of, you know, the power rankings, this match right here will really solidify one of these teams, in my opinion, as the top team that we have in VCL NA.
And I mean, I'm just going to say it now. Whatever team doesn't win this out, I feel like we can maybe see a rematch yet again between these two teams sooner rather than later in the grand finals. I feel like both have been working so hard, have failed so much to get up into this point, which is going to make this all the more exciting as we start to get ready for our match. Let's talk about the map picks and bans, because again, with that being such a far back matchup between the last time we've seen these teams, I was anticipating switches going into this, and we do get to see that. We're going to see a different map pool. Ash, it's going to be a start out on Split, which is going to be really interesting because, I mean, M80 is just unknown here.
Yeah, there's a question mark, right? But when it comes down to Split, it's a really comfortable map here for SRB as well. I think, though, we do see, you know, the success that they've had. They're like 3-1, I believe, on this map. But the last match that they had up against FlyQuest, that was an overtime banger that they were able to take away 18-16. So it's not like they're crazy dominant. I'm really curious to see what kind of approach M80 are going to be taking to Split, though. They also have, you know, footage that they can go back on if they were looking to go and do that homework and leaning in, I think, into the rest of the maps here. I think if we go, Pearl is a pretty 50-50 to me for both sides. Lotus, that's where we get to go all 3 maps. We get a little bit of a callback to the first time that these two teams faced off. And SRB, they looked dominant on Lotus, but like you were saying, Sierra, M80, they had also made those improvements. It was a very different look from them. I want to get your take here, Roy.
Yeah, I think my take on this is, my first instinct is this kind of feels SRB sided. Now, this could be recency bias because they've had some really good results on these 2 maps, Split and Pearl specifically. We'll get into Lotus a little bit later, but I think for Split, this has been the map for SRB. They've looked so good. The last win against FlyQuest, you know, it was a 5-0 game, and it could have been a little cleaner, but I feel like we saw them grow and we saw them improve so much on that map, and the style that they're trying to, you know, their new identity with the Waylay and the Neon with the double duelist, it suits them really well on Split. And moving into Pearl, although it's not quite the double duelist map for SRB, they looked so good on that map, and Satellite looked so comfortable on the tail, and it feels like that map has just completely elevated for SRB. Now on the M80 side, we don't know what to expect from Split. Historically, Nismo and a lot of these players and Kaplan, they've been fans of Split. They're very comfortable on the map. I'm sure they're about to have a crazy cook on that map. I'm excited to see where they're leaning into the, in terms of the meta interpretation. But I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Pearl, actually. I feel like that's really going to be the map that kind of decides the series. It's such an important map. Both of these teams are very good on it, and they kind of, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up.
I mean, I'm just happy to hear you say, as we look into our predictions, that this is looking SRB sided, because spoiler alert, going into today, I had to pick them. I mean, I feel like as both teams have leveled up so much, but SRB, again, like, I don't know, there's just something about these players. There's just something about this team. And the fact, again, that I just don't think they're anywhere near the full potential, but then still looking this good, like, goddamn, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But you know what? I have picked SRB, but I'm not like, oh, SRB is definitely winning the series. And I don't think it's going to be a 2-map series either. I think we're going to go the distance. And honestly, I'm going to go ahead and just be a complete devil's advocate, as I usually do. I do also think that Bonnie has looked so good, and I feel like Bonnie's going to be heat checking SRB quite heavily. And if he's uncontained, it's going to be wild for him to just run rampant on SRB and kind of dismantle them, because historically they have struggled against the Zoomers and kind of the unexpected playstyle. And I mean, what better role to do it than on the Neon if you're Bonnie?
Yeah, and it kind of brings me back to like that underdog Burger Boys run from last year too, right? Like the energy that Bonnie's putting out into the server. That's why I had to pick into M80. I think for me, it was a really hard prediction between these two teams. Do not get me wrong. But with how much of a heater Bonnie has been on, paired with a Nismo who has been absolutely cracked when he's looking to support the team. He's like highest in assists per rounds right now at 0.71. Like if you're pairing that with a Bonnie who's just absolutely on a tear, it's a recipe for success from me. And I think especially leaning into, how SRB has that playstyle where they're trying to set smoke up with that operator as well. I feel like that Bonnie Nismo duo could be the answer here for M80 to deal with the best sniper right now in Challengers.
Okay.
I like it.
I'm believing it. I'm believing it. Let's start talking about the first series, though, because I feel like when we're looking at a map pool that's maybe a little bit more leaning SRB favor, it is because of this question mark that is Split, right? So then kind of going into it, we know what to expect coming out from SRB, but Roy, what do we think then for M80 is where we can maybe land on for today, especially knowing the comfortability that a couple of these players and coach have on this map?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, part of me wants to see a double duelist, but I don't even know who the double duelist would be. So I think they almost have to lean into some, I mean, it's going to have to be a double controller, maybe a deadlock, dare I say, potentially. But I don't know. It's hard to speculate. I don't know which way they're going to lean on this map. We have zero data to go off of it. I don't think it's going to be a double duelist composition, which really only leaves double initiators or some kind of Senti mixed in. And we've seen Nismo play Breach, and we've seen him also play Deadlock. So it's definitely in the cards. I just don't know which way they're going to be leaning. That being said, there is a ton of recent footage on SRB having played this map, right? So there's a lot of data points for M80 to go off of, and hopefully they're coming in here with a solid game plan, expecting this play as one of the early maps.
Hear me out. I don't think the double duelist is going to come out, but honestly, you have two good options on the side of M80 if you do want to run that. Like, you have Nismo Raze, and then you also have Alvin Boy Raze too. Like, you have options. It could be Nismo, it could be Alvin. Nismo's been the flex player, and Alvin has definitely, I think really dug into his specialty and niche here as a Sentinel. But those are two options for an out-of-pocket pick for M80 to try to pull some sort of ace out of their sleeve. Overall, though, I don't even know what the approach is going to be. I'm just excited to see this come through.
Oh, the Vice. Honestly, that's pretty tame. That's pretty tame pick. I mean, it kind of makes sense. There's a lot of discussions around how the Vice has been fitting into this meta. People feel like it's a nice solution to the Neon problem. Only problem with that is SRB has the double duelist. While Neon might struggle to get through, the Omen and the Waylay definitely will not. It will be a bypass almost whole time. So for Vice, there's a lot of pressure on the Vice when it comes down to the defensive side, but Alvin, it has been super creative so far. So for me, my eyes are going to be on the disruption coming out from SRB on this defensive side. It's going to be, you cannot let M80 run their game plan. They're a very drilled team. They're a very set piece kind of team. You don't want to get dismantled, and you don't want to lose too much space and being left blind. So interruptions, proactivity is the name of the game for SRB, and for M80, just allow your plans to unfold until the late rounds.
I love that you shout out how much of a set piece team they are, because I think heading into this composition that they have on Split, that's even more important when the only flash they're going to have is on that Vice from Alvin on the attacking side. And again, we know that Shopify Rebellion and Black love to run that sniper. They love to get smoke set up on those outlaw lines, on those operator lines, and it's going to be really key for Caillou and Nismo to work in tandem with Bonnie to try and deny that space early on from SRB's plan of attack there on defense.
I mean, going into this, a rematch between two Titans with so much growth throughout this stage, with a spot in the grand finals on the line. It's time to see, heading into the first map of the series of Split, who is going to come out on top. Let's get to it. It's going to be a good one. Have fun. It's going to be your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly. Take you through.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, 4 teams left, and SRB and M80 are gunning for the crown. And M80 have had a flawless run so far, but if there's one thing I know about SRB, Van Silly, is that they are fighters.
Definitely, because if you look at SRB, where, you know, Roy was mentioning roadblocks, they always were able to turn it around, and especially going into rematches and overcoming their adversities through that. And for M80, that's their test for today, because the only loss they've gotten this stage so far was actually against SRB. So as much, again, as Roy mentions that this is potentially SRB's advantage into the map vetoes, I think this might be an advantage for M80, because we haven't seen any Split yet. We talked about it on the desk. What can they pull out right now? The Vice maybe will be that type of composition to play against this SRB playstyle, and hopefully that's the solution to start a strong start in these upper finals for M80.
I mean, I like that the desk talked about just how stacked these two rosters are and have really just added even more firepower. There's so much to look at between Satellite and Bonnie, and just this meta and how quick it is. But I think these are two really structured teams that like to really maximize their opportunities, go for the best option, and take their time, even around a map like Split.
Agreed. But now M80 starts on the attack side as well, where, you know, when we talk about how the Vice is really good against the Neon and it's mostly on the defensive side, now the big test is here. How can they leverage Alvin and get a lot of map space for the team of M80? And you can already see him setting up here towards this B side, maybe trying to play a more aggressive line, has that wall set up as well too. And there you go, places up towards B main, which now allows M80 to activate towards middle and open up with the first blood.
What an opener, just right to the dome of nature. And SRB, I mean, they stood out. They were waiting for that encounter, and that was not the result they were hoping for. So minimizing now, you've removed the flashes from the SRB side, or at least one level of it. And now M80, well, they're now really just sitting there. And SRB are just going for shenanigans at this point.
It's just nice composure to see. Now it comes down to what information Spaz could get. Maybe he wants to go for that aggro to see if they could confirm a third body, so then they could just 4-1 versus whatever site they want to. So Spaz will go look for the information.
All right, Smoke needed to do something, or this pistol was just looking so over, and that is enough to spell the decision here of M80. Now to just trickle into the B site, waiting at the very back. Xander to be able to play with the rest of the team, still has the paranoia, but that bandit, that entry from Smoke is what was dangerous, and you need that kind of follow-up. Satellite made the space, but M80 were so quick to react. There's Smoke, the second kill, the only kills that SRB have, and M80, despite the split focus, still were able to unite for the pistol.
And you can see that nerf from the Omen blind, how valuable or unvaluable it is for SRB, but how it worked out well for the side of Nismo, because he gets hit by the paranoia, and as you have Satellite sliding across, he still has full coverage and range of where Satellite's sliding to, so he gets that pick. That forced now a lot of players to try to take him down on the left side. But I love this start. Look at how they get this first pick here from M80 and stay back towards Ramen. They understand here on a 4 versus 5 that people are going to start lurking and trying to find information, especially when they beat it off the wall. So now you're just holding, standing still, you punish more, and then you get a perfect pistol round here for M80. And now they're going to try to convert here for the second round. SRB, you can see it.
they're not going to buy anything.
But I do see a judge buy from Bonnie, and it's almost like this Viper's wall helps Bonnie encroach a little bit on that space, but it just can come down at any moment. So deep smoke now from M80's side, starting to take that space, use the haunt, look for info, Prowler into vents, and this is a lot of indications, a lot of red flags for Exa. But if there's one thing I know about him, he is a confident man. He will stand tall and will take kind of an aggressive angle. And look, he's just still gonna step forward, and right as the smoke comes up, his vision fades to black, and it's another first blood in favor of M80. And with the weapons that they have, you expect it to go this way. Now Xander has a lot on his plate, and a judge to the face is, I guess, one of them. Good damage, though. M80 should get the job done.
Yeah, with 2 players left alive, the best thing they could pick up right now is a Sheriff on top of Heaven, but I think it even fell towards Hell as Spaz died into that fight. But you saw how it worked out for M80 again. They played it very, very cautiously. They identified this aggressive wall from the Viper side that potentially there could be a stack or a walk down or some sort of crunch through that middle fight. So they just waited, used the right util, and then they went for the walk glitch, which is what Zix likes to mention. So they walk up, they wait for the contact, they catch one off guard, which is actually Exa walking down, punish him, and now you see how flawless it is here for the rest of the round in a 4 versus 2. Even the last 2 guys, as much as heavy firepower you have around Smoke and Satellite, they still just want to die to Spike because you have so many players already getting very close to the halfway mark. Even Nismo is 1 away from an ult, and it's almost counterintuitive when you think, oh, it's just an Omen ult. But an Omen ult on the attack side could be very, very detrimental against you, especially when they're playing a bonus round against a rifle. You could really open up the map on the attack side.
You really don't want to open M80 up to more ults, so I like that you're just going to go down to the spike there, and it's important for SRB to have all that time to think about how are we going to work around Bonnie's judge, because you know how quickly this team can close the gap. And like, look how Bonnie, you give him the high ground and he's just going to soar down on you. So this middle of the map could be quite a problem. I wonder if SRB or how they're going to want to reinforce that. And a 3rd round up by from Smoke is ambitious.
With a glass cannon too. The only thing right now though is that M80 has been showing the same thing every single round. Look at this walk up from the Vice. They're about to put the wall up for Alvin, and then they just 1-3-1. So right now you could keep playing that wall up and down, keep that op posted on the A side, and keep working on the middle. You're talking about how many more bodies can it bring in for SRB. They still kept these 2 players and now already isolated with the Prowler fighting Satellite.
Yeah, Satellite has to be so conservative not to be caught by any kind of seize or relay bolt. And Bonnie knows how close this player is, but that drop down can be a little sketchy at times. A judge should have good enough coverage, but I mean, you're happy with the coverage on the high ground. Stick to the objective, which is get middle, high ground, collapse onto B. And now Xander has to readjust. He'll wait for the paranoia. Now you see that Satellite trying to work his way back up the stairs, but M80 are not going for B this time.
We had some good micro at the start though for M80 to gain all of that space that they've had to take vents and also with the Prowler space. But now given all of that up and gambling the repush towards the A side, where they don't really know if Smoke has the op, they don't really know where he's posted, if it's on A or B side. So it could still be very dangerous for them as they come here towards this A site.
Okay, the ult already from Nismo, and there's the glass cannon up. Nice shot, nice flick. Smoke hasn't missed so far. A lot of the kills have come from him, and Nature will anchor towards the site. Flashes for himself, tries to escape. Caillou will still be resilient, and M80 crunching down on the last seconds to plant. Here's SRB's re-entry, not giving them a moment to sink or swim, and it's Alvin that secures the round.
That's crazy. It almost felt like the paranoia actually got good value into the elbow, but somehow Alvin Boy still gets 2 kills with a Guardian in the bonus round. And again, it started off very well on the anchoring 2 players of the A site for SRB. Smoke connecting with the first op shot makes it very difficult for M80 to enter towards that site, especially when you see the saturate that he throws. It slows down some players running across, easy kill there for Nature, but then it's the rest flooding in through. Then it becomes 1 player isolated on 3 players flooding in from the side of M80. So very strong. An eco round now for SRB. Bucky in the hands of Satellite, and they're trying to go for at least finally some sort of punishment. Their understanding so far for M80, there's a lot of 1-3-1s at the very beginning. So they are adding a little bit more early information, early pressure. Follow behind the dog. Try to find if there's only going to be that late lurk from Spaz once again. But as the dog sees nothing, they're actually fully giving it up, and instead of taking a space like M80 has done with the Prowlers in the previous round.
So far, M80 have just really hit the nail on the head of just what has been the weaker site. Yeah, you'll have some resistance from someone like Smoke or even Nature, but M80, they converted their bonus after bringing 4 weapons in. Prowler towards that middle. This has been a huge priority for M80. It just opens up the map so much, and Exa hasn't been able to secure a kill thus far holding this position. So I like that he's going to play more around his team on the drop down. You are giving up space, but Nature denies that same real estate over on the right side of the map. This is going to confirm that commitment of M80 towards the B side. Paranoid, I don't think, connects onto Exa, and Xander's going to threaten the high ground. M80 just scrambling to what to do next, and now there are no options.
And somehow you're able to get a flawless thrifty in that round. That is insane.
was right.
But I think it comes down to that. After they realize here that there's nobody really pushing and pressuring towards the A side, but there's always been like that same timer of where players are kind of activating. Spaz walking off slowly. Remember where he got punished in that pistol round when he died to the A ramp. So Nature does the same thing, waits around the angle, picks up a free gun, and then for the rest, they finally were able to contain, give up a little bit of real estate on that B heaven side, but still made sure that they had enough bodies for the actual execution of M80 trying to flood outside of the B heaven side. Great timing being found by Xander. Although again, remember, bonus round 1 by M80, they still have a lot of money to work with here, and you could always re-break the econ again.
Exa's gonna be pretty aggressive, maybe reorient towards Vent. He's trying to switch up and catch his timing here on Bonnie, and M80 floundering. Where is this Viper? 12 HP and a dream, and the dream is over. M80 have a response, and the goal continues to be the same here for M80. Now is it going to be a collapse towards B once you found Exa, or do they want to test Smoke, who has shown himself at A before? That's where also the Sky was, so it will be a Vent's push.
Yeah, this is perfect right now for M80 to pivot here towards this A side because of Exa dying up on middle. There's no way to pull the walls up and down anymore, so they could actually start encroaching into this split. It has to be the noise being portrayed by M80 first on A heaven side so that the lurk could actually be activated once again from Spaz on main.
Yeah, M80 are being ever so careful, trying to identify where Nature has been anchoring towards the site before, and even on the high ground, he's been found. A tough angle for M80 to fight through, and Alvin just carves his name into any body that stands in his path, and that means a plant. Big heroics again from the Sentinel. It's a swap of the agent, but the results stay the same for M80. Really getting back on their feet after getting thriftied as SRB. Smoke is now, this is the second op he's bought down to 0 credits, and he's been kind of really flying solo over on the B side with it.
Yeah. Seems as though we're a little bit not well in the communication department for SRB. I know that Xander is trying to go for that rotate towards that spawn side, but as he got stalled by the Razor Vines back towards that throw from the side of Alvin Boy, it feels like the players on site couldn't really communicate with each other to understand where that gap was on that window when M80 went for that 3-man push on the top of heaven. It really caught here. I think that was Nature on the top of the balcony off guard. It backstabbed him, and even the angle that's being watched by satellite, it already gives an early opening on M80 to start putting down those numbers over on the A side defense. So very hard for them to hold in the end. They tried to go for hero plays, but there's just too many bodies right now for M80, and they're actually a lot cleaner when it comes down to finding information and executing on the information that they find, especially around Caillou's prowlers and how they're activating on middle. It's very nice how they're actually always moving around that as well. But with this timeout, we'll have to see how it readjusts. I think so far with Smoke being able to keep the operator, it's actually a great start because you saw the real estate he was able to gain towards that B main. If Alvin was walking back into that B main side, he was dead. So they have to now try to leverage that one more time and add that aggression from Smoke as this Whaley offer.
I wonder if SRB are going to want to stack middle again. They did that on the pistol. It failed miserably. And I mean, it's a pistol, whatever, but to never try it again, to leave Exa constantly solo. I think Exa's switch up around his orb was really nice, and it got Bonnie, and that's such a huge spark plug for M80. But if you don't have Exa, I worry about how SRB are kind of closing up the gaps around the map. And maybe this is also a discussion on what does Smoke do with the op. You invested into it. M80 maybe don't know about it.
Exactly it. It's 2 avenues that you could choose right there. So, or you have Smoke take advantage of those extremities, because as you take over the extremity, that's real estate that you get. So it allows for you to play more passively on middle, where they always never really had the right amount of numbers at that spot to stall in those choke points, in those lanes. It allows for you to play a little bit of a better flood retake on different extremities while you keep M80 inside the sites. And you can see it right now, right? So they're still playing soft side on middle. They still have the op trying to find the value towards that B main. I'm pretty sure they heard the wall being thrown here for the side of Alvin towards that B main side. So I wouldn't be surprised here if you start seeing smoke trying to walk up in that area and take that space.
And as M80 were taking that space, I like that orb too from Exa. You just really are making M80 work for every inch of space. And they're just going to wait this out. And then as soon as Bonnie gets close, this judge is going to be powerful. Exa needs to be warmed up and ready to go if he even gets visited. Caillou also has another Prowler to keep pushing him back. You want to keep Exa humble. This is a guy that can heat up and take over the game, as the desk have highlighted before. This even gets Nature's attention towards the heaven side of A. So you give M80 that island, that middle of the map, and you hope to converge on them, as you've said. Now Bonnie getting speedy, getting loose, using now the wall to try and isolate the ankle, and it's still really a difficult exchange for M80. It cost him a lot. Nismo has to pull out a double kill from his hat, and you have still the main advantage for M80. Nature's going to retake that space, and this is an angle that maybe M80 are not expecting, but Nismo will recheck it, refight it, and there's more on his plate. Satellite will go and take a visit to the Omen, and what a teleport. But look, Satellite is unsure on his read, bit of hesitation, and poured 1v1 for the high ground, making a 4K for Nismo.
The old man still got it for Nismo. Great little trade-off that they were doing there for M80 on the exec. And again, I feel what was missing in that mid-rounding for SRB is that you're still having too thin of numbers into those back lines. You know, you want to play soft side on middle, you still need some ways to play crossfire and trades. You have two guys that rotated and stack up on the A heaven side, and one guy anchoring up on the A. That doesn't give a chance here for Exa to play the best defense on that B heaven side. So when it comes down to the exec, everybody's scrambling to rotate across and never in the right positions to trade right away. And again, Prowler executing it from the get-go. It allows for them to get so quick for M80 in terms of the split and executions.
Risky move from Xander. At least you know that there's an outlaw watching B. With that wall up too, this kind of tells you that Alvin is leaving and is just going to be back to square one. And look at this aggression from SRB, following through, showing up, now showing himself out. Spaz, I mean, beautiful stun, and now Smoke will be still standing. Seekers now for SRB, just to, I guess, guide them through towards B. This is pretty much an open sight for M80, but wait, Xander gets the spike down. That will delay things. The Seekers are also on top of the spike, forcing a Nismo teleport, and it's a messy round from M80. And Nismo, from a 4K to now the lone wolf of this offense, is going to fake the plant. Oh, there's flashes coming out of heaven. He knows there's a threat in garage, couldn't lock in time, and SRB shake things up.
That was a big round by Xander. Dropping that spike area was everything there for SRB, because it almost looks like you're ulting for the side of SRB, and they should have all that information, right? But no, the information advantage was actually coming in for M80 because, M80 because of that. Because look at that push from spawn. They already understood there's one guy there. They know the Seekers are coming in from the A side, so Xander is solo on B side. So they decide to run him down, but he's able to use great util, escape, and even get a kill on top of it. And even TP to get the flood, or should I say the backstab towards the end. So a great little nifty move here by the controller of the side of SRB to kind of keep them in the game so far. And finally, we're trying to patch things rather a little bit more quickly for SRB. They're just going for a pit on middle so they could focus a little bit more on getting the max value out of the operator in towards the extremities, which is currently being posted on the A side.
This Viper's pit too is really nice from SRB. It's very standard, but with how much M80 have prioritized this side of the map, you feel like, okay, they'll probably abandon this area so Exa can take a peek, and it's Judge v Judge, Bonnie versus Exa. As soon as Bonnie steps in, you're not expecting a Viper to be this far towards the edge. You would think he'd want to play safe, but Exa, he is the danger. Now the communication goes in. M80 is stepping into the arena any second now. This is gonna be really bloody. And M80 at least are gonna do it as a stack. Oh, the second X's and O's, and it's all M80 falling to one Viper.
They did not expect for him to play so far up inside that pit. Alvin solo, well, was solo actually towards that B side, but he kind of just leaves Caillou alone that has no choice but to save the weapon. Again, they were trying to maximize where that Viper could be by leveraging the Nightfall. But you just saw that little hand pop into the smoke. And then it just allowed here Exa to get readied up and just pop everybody down with the judge. Just jumping around too. So simple to use that gun and dart to middle, especially inside the pit when people are decaying down. I thought the reason why I said I didn't like it in the first place was actually on the positioning from Exa. Because of how valuable the Prowlers have been on the side of M80 when they're going for the mid-round scaling around Caillou, it's always found and struck gold. This time around, though, they went for the Nightfall instead. And look at this. The hand peeks out first, and then he gets himself ready for all of these kills. The Nightfall doesn't even have a chance to react in the first place. It almost feels wasted now for the side of M80. So great job by SRB so far to turn it around from these plays.
Yeah, just a heads up play that Exa pretty much did it on his own because Satellite was there for a second and then gone. Typical Neon. Thorns all up in garage. There's still that kind of lurk encounter between Alvin and Xander, which still hasn't been decided. Both are playing incredibly safe. And Alvin doesn't need to push the envelope, just needs to camp his wall, I guess. SRB aren't going to iterate too much on how they're holding this middle side. M80 will frolic along towards the vent side, and Nature needs to pay attention. Hearing that rope, Alvin going to see his wall triggered, so his attention will be held, while Bonnie looks to make a splash at A Heaven. But as these smokes in B Heaven are disappearing, M80 may want to keep trying to exploit Exa. M80 have been more successful than not. It's just a little tricky when Bonnie brings up those walls and a beautiful sees right into Exa. And Nismo will be the first to pierce through, and M80 look down upon B.
Almost feels unlucky right now for both of these Vipers that are just getting caught off their timings they're trying to get here on Exa and Spaz on both sides of the coin. But so far, SRB are still in a decent position on our defensive side of Xander McDouge again. About to walk in. Oh my God, he's crazy.
Oh, Xander, okay. Hey, that gets the job done. Finally, that op that Smoke's been investing is only good for one, and now you give it to Alvin. And this is even a bigger boon for M80, who could use everything they can get. Maybe not for the moment, maybe as the round ends. Here comes SRB, though. Nature still has a flash convergent, or sorry, a steel garden, I should say, from Alvin. SRB will have to space out for now. These are precious seconds away, and seconds that M80 could have taken to take any corner. This is important clearing that SRB need to do. Such an annoying choke point to try and get through. Left and right, you got to cross together. No flash from Nature, and I guess he doesn't need it. Satellite just jumps into the fray, and M80 are really choking this. They had the man advantage, and Satellite lets it rain.
How did that happen in the end? Oh, dude, the retake was beautiful for SRB, but terrible positioning for M80 for the post plant. The guy that's B main, yes, you're watching the flank, you're trying to help out a little bit if you can, play the contact on Heaven. But once you start scaling from the side, who's playing double box, and nobody could trade from that side? Who could trade off Alvin if Alvin dies towards that pillar? You almost kind of just all try to stay hidden instead of trying to react off the first contact. And you gave three individual 2 versus 1s for SRB to now string in a third in a row. And yeah, I do the same here for Kaplan to call out that timeout because that should have been a round 1 here for M80, especially with the first blood that they've gotten. I got to underline the fact, though, that so far in terms of the first steps on the defense for SRB is kind of nice, though. What they're actually starting to leverage a little bit more is Xander to support Smoke on that B side. So you could actually break that wall from Alvin. So that also creates some sort of sense of urgency on our side of M80 of like, oh crap, are they fighting us towards B main? We have to start fighting up towards Heaven's side. So you see how it presses them to push up and still get an open onto Exa. But then you still don't have good enough map control to really take a full exec into the B site. So you kind of slow yourself down in that tempo. So they now have to add that extra layer to be like, okay, well, if now the wall gets broken up, do we want to protect that space and refight for that space here for M80 so that you don't really give too much real estate for SRB on the defense?
If there's one thing about SRB is that they always improve. They don't constantly make the same mistakes. So although M80 looked like they had basically cracked the egg that was B, Now that's been reinforced by SRB, who have repositioned, as you pointed out, but there are strengths towards A. And M80 have had mid control pretty easily, but it's maybe Spaz that needs to step up on the Slurk to weaken up that side of the map. Now reinforcing that middle. Smoke shows up when Exa needed him, and that's the op threat that looms. How about a shotgun? But Spaz is the one that has to finish that off. Bonnie taking him forward at 16 HP. You don't have a Sky, but you do have a convergent pass from the other side. Smoke just bringing this down to Molasses and the paranoia from Xander too. M80 are frozen in place, but it's time to kick back. The icicle's gone, and M80 drop down to get the objective done. Here's the fortress being lifted here with the Viper's Pit. Flash now just used to create stress, but SRB are not in a fighting position yet.
Now they are, especially with that backstab there with Alvin falling down too. All the other players are pinned inside that pit.
Oh, dancing against a lot of targets. Satellite tried to isolate. It's a good effort. You got M80 to leave their nest, but SRB are not getting the punishes that they would hope. Now Nature has to face the music and couldn't find the right weapon or the right timing. M80 seal the deal here.
Yeah, very nice for both teams from that timeout. I think the first off is positioning from, or the reposition, sorry, of Smoke going on the top of middle. We talked about the extra conditioning every single round of a 1-3-1 for M80 on their attack side. They just posted up there, he gets the first blood. But for the side of M80, they actually tempoed a lot more quickly. Convergence path actually slowed them down, which didn't really give them enough util to really get into the site. But thankfully, they went with the protocols. Pendulum swing, ping pong off each other towards the hell side, punish the defenders towards spawn to be able to put that pit down and secure that round. Very, very nice Valorant round from both of these teams. There's nothing I could really pinpoint that was bad out of that here for either side. But for this round, though, it looks to be a different tempo. A 5-man hit for the B site. It's about to happen.
I've been waiting to see kind of a different approach here at B, and this could be it, but this is tough. Xander, he stands tall. He's been identified. Exa with the cutoffs and the snake bite just for that extra obstacle that M80 have to jump through. And man, Spaz passes with flying colors. Caillou steps up, and Smoke refracts out after the pick, but the op is going to be a factor and a problem for M80. You just maybe don't want to peek it, and Smoke was not tunneled in on the right ankle. Alvin surprised him. To down that up is massive for M80.
Twice the Alvin boy is able to do that. A battle of a rifle against the op, and he just breaks the ankles of Smoke twice. Just evaporates him, and he leaving Nature on a 2 versus 1 or 1 versus 2. Good news though, Spike is still down, and he knows that it's down towards B main. So you're forcing players to be out in the open and try to pick it up. So hopefully he can isolate 2 fights.
Oh, this orb though is gonna force him forward. Then they don't even fully know that he's there. Flash out, drop, and what a reaction from Spaz! To not stress, to not be overwhelmed, not panic, and he manages that. So not a crazy lead from M80. But still one that they're on a good track for in this half.
Agreed. It was a great start for M80 in the first place. When it was at, what, a 5-1 scoreline until SRB strung 3 rounds in a row, which forced that timeout to happen. And finally, the timeout from Kaplan allowed for them to regain the confidence back here for this first half. And look at how it panned out here. It was definitely that exact history that we just saw here from this timeline. Now, the economy is broken for SRB. Another 5-man hit for M80, and they have actually caught them off guard for SRB.
Back to back, just death falls from M80. Since that timeout, they've just gotten so much more confident. Nismo continues to be the tip of the spear, and Bonnie next to take that space. Does not care what you throw at him.
Nope, because he's got a judge.
Move. And
there you go.
He's got plot armor. Satellite, big ol' hug, and now sees the grave. Bonnie wants to set up. Wow.
It's okay, he's got info. He's got info on both players. He's got info on both players.
The only thing that could kill Bonnie is a reload. Last round of the half. A slip-up does not mean anything. Not when Nismo can be as consistent as he has been. 8-4 half for M80.
That's the reason why that happened, right? Just run out of bullets, give those kills for Nismo, keep him at the top at 16 and 6 here, so he could actually be on that trick aim list of players to look out for tier 2 to make it a tier 1 into 2027 with the new circuit. So Nismo's still trying to find his opportunity to play at the highest level now, but he's always been at least at the top of the scene in tier 2 in whatever he's played in so far in his Valorant career. Now to think back here on the second half is what they preface at the desk here, what Alvin Boy brings out with his Vice. I think right now what makes it strong, and Brock already demonstrated this on this A site for Energy on how the Vice sets things up. It forces now the defenders or even the attackers to take a lot more A heaven side control with their execs, which is why you already seen this fifth round. There's 4 players really stacked up on this side first to try to stop that from happening.
And SRB, when the last time they went to this map, FlyQuest quarterfinal, 8-4 half on their offense. This is their stronger side. This is where they can shine. SRB have already been gifted heaven. Spaz, I mean, when the lights come on, it's a little bright, but hey, it's a 1-to-1 exchange. And we're still dead even. SRB, though, they'll have time on their side. M80, they're not going to let them get too cozy, and it's an absolute bloodbath, and the only thing is separating them is an Omen smoke. And it's still not enough safety for SRB to plant. So Alvin smells blood in the water. He's already been spotted on the drop down as a flash 2 set up, but SRB are leaving the scene of the crime.
Trump player super high low too on the rafters, but I think after a couple of seconds, they should start rotating out here. If not, SRB has an opportunity to get some good hiding positions in a post plant. There's a great start for them to try to fight in the beginning for M80 to flood back with that one way on new box so they could all focus on fighting towards that back of the site. But the trades look pretty good for SRB in this bloodbath here that we just saw the engagement previously. Plant goes for a heaven.
Nature's trying to get the cutoff there. He has timing, but picked wrong. And now you kind of leave Xander. At least he's trying to be safe. And now there's pressure. This is the indication for Nature. But what awareness from Alvin to turn around at that moment, not knowing where Nature was. And power of friendship compels you. M80 with now both pistols under the belt.
And that's why they had to move quickly on that 2 versus 2 for both Caillou and Alvin. Because if they wait even longer for the spike plant to happen, that was a plant for heaven. That was them to sneak through. That was zero information of where the players could be at in the post plant scenario for M80 as they tried to retake that site. But now as they hear the first one planting, they could already start clearing as a group and then try to work in tandem, and they isolate those fights. So very, very nicely done in the end. I like here that somehow Spaz solo on the B site, hiding inside a B site, a B heaven smoke that was thrown in the attack site, still managed to get 1 kill before he falls down. He did his job for that previous round.
Well, when you win both pistols, you're supposed to win the map, right? We'll see if SRB can flip that narrative and smoke and satellite, guns blazing. Now you made them mad. And this could be thrifty with the way that this is going, just taking the upgrades, robbing M80 try, just off of speed and violence. Spaz, at least we'll make this difficult. Here is Alvin, off to the rescue, forces smoke on the back foot for the first time. M80 starting to even things up. They are good at working at deficits. Now Nature gonna go and check out screens. How close are they? They haven't made it to the first corner. So now Nature has a solid angle to watch and has support from the front. Now the walls come up. M80 get them nervous. And it's time to lock in if you're M80, and it's just too little too late. It's an SRB thrifty again.
Yeah, not happening this time where you're bumping into each other trying to flood outside from the spawn. And you see how it resets when they almost had the opportunity to take down smoke. Maybe in a 2 versus 2 would have been okay. Maybe still doable here for M80. But after the Bulldog upgrade, the Spectre upgrade, and in a 3 versus 2, I was like, okay, this is going to be SRB winning this this eco here from just the absolute fast speed push that they had on the A ramp. And that's exactly what I was talking about. You're able to stall so well with a Vice on the A side. You're forcing players to move up towards heaven, yet you're still playing a forward line in that corner instead of trying to stall them with util and try to fight back with util before. Kind of catches you off guard. SRB has a fighting chance.
Caillou's position wasn't revealed off that dog too, so if SRB were to lock in, that could have been an ugly surprise. But SRB were happy with what they got on that ramp fight last time, so why not revisit, repeat the results, smoke off back of heaven. But You just never know when Bonnie's going to emerge. He's kind of crazy like that as a Neon. He can go for those solo plays. So it keeps SRB on the edge of their seats. And there's M80 with the cutoffs and the backstabs. SRB hold the high ground and try to salvage the situation. And it's Xander to the rescue with a 3K.
They're so lucky here that Caillou was whiffing a little bit on the first player. I think it was a Neon satellite into that A site. If not, he would have probably caught like 2 other players. He ran out of bullets, had to pick up another weapon, couldn't pull it out on time, and then gets punished right over here. It was against smoke. There you go. Took a while, and look here, only 2 bullets left, misses it, and then bam. Xander is able to save that round right after with a trip kill, with everybody else kind of just isolated over out in the open. But that was just an eco round that you saw there for M80. They did some pretty decent damage out of that one as well, so rifle's still pretty good. Body's going to stay with the judge in this round and solo hold it on the A side. And I like the position because right now it just counters up a fast flood on the top. This time it's this though being tested on B side. What a haunt. What a haunt.
And Vice too, like Alvin and Caillou did such a good job there, but Smoke has always been a problem. He's able to even things up and he'll go on his own adventures. And this is where these duelists on the SRB side really can pop off. Spaz, oh, he tried to re-swing and Nature stays steady.
We try to disrespect Nature as well. And Nature can definitely fight back. Okay.
Exit a little disrespected there. And Alvin, I don't know what's with him in the A site, but that's just his stage to shine on. So many multi-kills have come out of that Sentinel at that moment. Keeps things even, but now the spike is ticking down and Smoke feels like he's put the nail in the coffin at that point. Nismo would have to get onto it now. And Smoke is just running around and Nismo is not even gonna get the defuse halfway. And it ends in SRB's favor by like 10 HP for Smoke.
Yeah, that was unfortunately a bad play for, I think that was Alvin inside that smoke. Yes, he was able to trade perfectly into the elbow side, but not sticking it halfway. You saw that they were waiting for comms, and Nismo to say, let me try to smoke for you to like at least clap onto the spike, get it halfway. But when you're not putting it at halfway and you're getting spammed on top of that, it makes it so impossible here for Nismo to get really anything done here on that side. At that point, you're forcing out the players at least for a guaranteed trade, most likely at this point, if you're able to get it at half. And maybe give a better chance here for Nismo in that 1v1 in the end against Smoke. But you have a refract. He was down to 10 HP, but there was time not on the side of M80.
2 judges bought into this round from M80. Nightfall 2, a lot of resistance that can be put up, especially at close range. Kind of already blasting that one away. Nismo wants to be in a position to leave the site if things go awry as well. A lot of pressure in mid, and I think Spaz is happy just playing off in a corner with the judge.
Yeah, it almost kind of looks here from the position from M80 that they're just quite comfortable at giving up middle the way that they are because of the weapons that you're currently carrying with Spaz and Bonnie. Just holding a tight angle as the last line of defense.
Okay, just one judge against a million seekers who wins, and the whole army has to be sent towards Spaz. The Nightfall from the defense to try and bail out their controller. It's kind of tough, but Nismo's doing a fantastic job. Caillou also subtracts so much from SRB. The arsenal is now being eliminated. It's 1v2. Exa against Alvin. It's just such a fabulous anchor in M80. Get to double digits.
Yeah, now Alvin gets redemption on top of that too after that 2 versus 2, but overall has been playing quite well when it comes down to how quick he is on trying to find the fights and making sure that he finds his timing and gaining space here for the side of M80. But I was scratching my head a little bit there because yes, even though Spaz gets killed over here, look at this Nightfall. It hits 4 players and you instantly activate the overdrive and try to run out while you're being deafened, low HP, decayed. You just got melted when you're running outside of the smoke on B Heaven. So 2 scenarios here, one on each side for the last 2 rounds that kind of just evens up the board for this upcoming round in round number 18. Advantage though still for M80 because they're playing judges.
SRB are really good at playing a fast tempo, but when they need to shift, kind of downshift the gears, they don't always pick the best moments to do so. Hey, this is the moment where SRB can kind of fake that tempo, and that's where they can play with that speed with Satellite. creating threat in mid gets all of M80 to feel like they have to invest and centralize their focus while SRB can dump more towards the right side.
Like I said, Judges playing on those quarters is just so easy for you to hold. Almost get false hope here. They're able to get good attack space for the side of SRB. They're realizing right now that they could maybe try to play a little bit more distant and taking the 7 control for SRB.
You heard that teleport too from the defense, so SRB are just trying to be as stacked together as they can at a member disadvantage. Seeing if they catch the rotates coming from the opposite side of the field. Conversion path, Smoke feels like he has to put the weight on his shoulders to make a play, and the paranoia might have hit him, so it slows things down a bit for SRB. And they're really scouring through the site. Who is still anchoring? Bonnie and Alvin. They just win their duels, and SRB are split apart, and M80 are taking over the map.
Yeah, nice heads up play too on identifying where the Omen's currently lurking across as well for the side of Bonnie. Taking him down with a Judge, getting great value on how he's able to hold space not only on vents but back screens, so that SRB cannot go for any pinch from the split into the A site. Now another timeout coming through, but this was the question that was coming out before here for SRB versus M80. The last time these two teams faced off against each other, I think it was a 2-0 that we had for SRB over M80, that we're still trying to find their footing, right? That was the second week where you just had Caillou and also Kaplan joining the team in the second stage. For the side of SRB, they just picked up Smoke to add more firepower, and it definitely looks like they found their peaks at the right moment going to the end of the season here for the playoffs. But now going head to head, M80 is looking to get the revenge matchup, and they're doing quite well so far with Nismo at the helm, currently 21-10 in the frag department.
Yeah, pretty crazy, because you wouldn't say Split is at the top of M80's pool. It's been maybe floated before, never picked, and have not seen since the old roster. And for M80 to just put the work in across the board to be as strong as they are, even into a second half where SRB were starting to heat up. They had that second round thrifty. They were going on a win streak. M80 didn't even need a timeout to crack the code. And now they're within 2 rounds to take the first map. And it's also a moment where M80 haven't dropped a game, but will they drop this heaven control? You see that Spaz does not want that smoke. Refract out, Smoke gets the information. You want that Bucky to be up close, and Spaz has good spacing here to try and avoid what seems to be a bad result. That gives SRB the open road, the red carpet down towards the site. A lot of obstacles and hoops for SRB to jump through, and you want to get as close as you can with Buckies and Stingers. This is so awkward for SRB. They're chasing down kills. They're chasing down prey that don't want to be anywhere near them. And Spaz finally emerges the perfect time alongside Bonnie. Reinforcements, a buddy system from M80. A high ground that watches over. They converge on the Exa. Now the angle's looking secure for M80, but you actually still have to defuse the spike. You have information, Alvin. Be careful how he crosses this road. And the Bucky second shot is only just a small dent into the armor as M80 match point.
And that was just beautiful if you look at the first few seconds, though, of the round of how M80 is able to stall the pressure coming out of the double duelist. Not only did they have like snake bites they could throw, but they have the razor vines placed at the right spots. This time positioning Alvin on that B side. So razor vine slows down the Neon running up with the Bucky. Even Smoke moving up with the Bucky and the Refract is not able to get any value with the double dash. And now all that util is kind of just wasted away for the side of SRB with no space. Well, yes, space taken, but no kills on top of that with the Bucky. It makes it harder for you to hold out the site. When it comes down to the post plant, as M80 are just scaling off each other very well for these fights, and they're looking to end it right now with the first blood once again from Nismo.
And Nismo's just been on it today. So glad this guy's back to being a player, but now he's back to spawn. Smoke is one thing, is he always gets his revenge. I really like this position too from Bonnie with a Judge. You're almost guaranteed some kind of bloodshed, but SRB haven't really, dine and dash through this main area. They've really liked that ramp control and getting around the defenses, but SRB don't even want to go for that option after that exchange.
I think Caillou should be prowling. There you go. After prowling on the top of that, they have great information right now for M80, and they're even converging on the space that was supposed to be gaps in the first place. Look at them playing aggro on the top of B Heaven this time around with both Alvin Boy and Spaz, sorry.
Oh, and Xander's gonna try and find another angle. It's a distraction, it's a flood, and M80, they just get clapped. It's a 2v4 to try and get the win here. And SRB are really just what seems to be extending the inevitable, but wait, Caillou, he's a superstar. The Viper's Pit solidifies SRB within the site. Here comes Bonnie. He's trying to shake things up. Nature real nervous, and he just gets pinched. Wait, no. At least Caillou trades, but he has to continue to forge ahead. Now the only player left for M80 into a pit all by himself and just jumps right into Santa's lap. So M80 extend their lives.
Breaking his legs on top of that, so couldn't even find any momentum after landing, and then just becomes an easy kill. But dude, well, that was a nice little round by Nature to be able to isolate and even win the fight against Bonnie in the first place when he's being pinched from the front and the back. Almost winning this one against IU as well. Looks very good. And as much as I was saying, yes, they gained so much great space on the top of B Heaven. Alvin Boy and Spash should be looking very good to hold the B Heaven side. Caster cursed them. They both died instantly. And they couldn't really hold out on that SRB push on the top of B Heaven. And it's SRB's turn now. They're just going to try to continue going for, not continue both though, but it's their turn to go for a 5-man hit.
Oh, Caillou, he is not done yet. He will go out kicking and screaming. Huge rounds for him, back to back. I gotta stop talking. It's just every time there's heroics, there's always an answer. It's a team effort for SRB. Immediate pressure into screens and, of course, a smoke into heaven. So, dot the I's, cross the T's. You have a window of safety. SRB now have a Viper's Pit in front of them. The Seekers just to keep M80 humble within that Viper's Pit, but the smoke from heaven has dissipated. 2 Seekers have flown up here, so M80 know, or SRB know there's trouble. We'll have 2 members watching it. Xander will reestablish. M80 could leverage this Viper's Pit. It's actually expired, and Spaz just stepped out of it, and currents come down, and so do the rest of SRB. Huge moment for M80 to take split and to go to series point.
And we haven't seen M80 at all within the second stage. The first stage, you were playing with Yoru and a Whaley, and this time you come out with a Vice composition, and you come out strong. You come out swinging. You have Nismo, dropping numbers, and M80 getting 1 map closer to reaching the grand finals of this stage 2.
And to do it kind of this cleanly on not a map that at least officially we've seen that much of from M80. So impressive. And just sometimes there's some overcooking that can happen, but I didn't really feel that. I feel like M80 really got back on their feet when SRB kind of threw a wrench into their plans. M80 were able to restabilize and have a really convincing second half, and that was it. Even M80's map pick. We have Pearl coming up next, and M80, could they go to the grand final without dropping a single game? I mean, it feels like it's written in the stars, but first
Possible.
we have to visit the desk to see what answers they have. We'll see after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired. You're all fired.
M80's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight on Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knight straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Spot in the grand finals on the line and heading into split. This is not something we've seen coming out from M80 at all this stage, but getting into it, they look strong, they look confident, and they look to get one step closer to securing that spot in the finals with a 13-8 victory. I mean, Roy, getting into the map picks and bans, you said that this kind of looked a little bit SRB leaning, but that energy that M80 came out with, they wanted to prove you wrong.
No, listen, as soon as I saw that pistol round from M80 in the first round of this, the opening round of this game, I knew M80 won this. Okay, they got the first pick. They went back to market with the triple high-low hold in market, waiting for the walk down. I knew it was wrapped up. That's it. I was already sold. Everything else was confluence, honestly. But kind of getting more into it, I think that M80 came in. It's safe to say they're locked in. The mechanically, in terms of the macro, they were really on top of it, and it kind of just felt like SRB was allowing them to do their whole game plan. Like the whole game plan from start to finish felt uncontested for M80, and it kind of just felt like they were comfortable the entire time.
Yeah, I think that when we're thinking about, I think especially that first half being 8-4 for M80, we were talking about it in the green room, right? It was just that constant abuse of B through mid from this team. You had, you know, constantly having Alvin in that late presence over towards B main, or if they were having a bit of a heavier presence, I think that they were just doing such a good job of pushing smoke off of those angles, and that was something that we had talked about being a big win condition for them, right? Because a lot of SRB's game plan does revolve around that sniper being potent, especially on the defense. Of course on attack too, you know, Smoke goes crazy with it on the attack. But when he's constantly being, you know, denied that space or not having anyone give him those answers that he was looking for, I think that the M80 did a really good job of just dissecting those holes, understanding their win cons when it came down to that. And then overall, it was just really nice adjustments from them. I think, Roy, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this series is going to turn out with how comfortable they looked, especially showing this map in an official for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing a little bit of light from SRB towards the very end, but kind of going back to that first half, it really did feel like M80 was so much more comfortable on this map in that first half. It felt like SRB was a little bit timid. They weren't really doing the things that normally work for them, which is like the map control, the suffocation on the defense, right? We came into this map, we were highlighting how important it was to not allow M80 to run their game plans, to make sure that SRB is doing the things that have worked for them in the past. And it kind of felt like none of that was really going on. And I think that is going to be a little bit of a worrisome thing, but I think the second half for SRB looked a lot better, and it kind of inspired a little bit more confidence. But for the M80 side, it really did feel like everyone was just so heated up. Like Nismo was popping off, everyone was kind of popping off, the calling was really on point. And it wasn't even just that, it's also the intuition, which really kind of gave way, in my opinion, to really solidify M80's confidence into this first map.
Yeah, for sure. We saw those glimmers of brilliance that you're talking about there, Roy, but it did feel like M80 were just a step ahead in a lot of those moments. Even taking a look at, 8 out of 9 post plants being successful there for
That's
M80,
great.
a lot of that had to come down with the fact that they were just so good at getting 1 to 2 picks at the beginning of the round. For SRB, it became a lot harder to go for those retakes, to try and break back in after that spike got initiated, because it felt like they were constantly down when it came down to the numbers who were actually going back into those fights. Now, taking a look at this scoreboard here, you shouted it out already, Roy, but Nismo had an insane matchup. It felt like, yeah, we saw Bonnie. He didn't have like the same highlight game, despite how much we talked about him at the beginning of the day, but he was doing his job. He was creating that space, and it felt like Nismo and Caillou especially were so good about following up about that space that Bonnie was creating, ensuring that they were getting those trades and really opening up the rounds there for M80.
I mean, Nismo was just on one for this series. There's not even the room for Bonnie to get those kills, because Nismo's going to take them all for himself here, Roy. I mean, we've sang Nismo's praises before when he stepped into coaching for the first part of this, like, stage 1. Kind of seems like a surprise, but yeah, I'm glad he's gone back to play, and I'm sure the team is too.
And I think the Nismo haters are also so quiet right now. They're definitely not typing in Twitch chat, because everyone's like, oh, the Nismo Omen is not as good as the Nismo KO. Why doesn't Nismo play KO on every map? Well, he looked good, and he looked good, not just good. He was fragging out, he was entering, he was 5 on the first kills. He was, when it came down to the anchor, he was such a critical piece for this roster. Look at this split clip right here as well. The intuition that I was talking about, spamming Xander through the smoke, like the controller intuition that we see from these high-level controllers was fully in effect for Nismo. He was popping off. He's a vocal player. He's an energy leader. I mean, I give the guy his flowers, dude. What more can this guy do? Literally, pay him more. Whatever they're paying him, they need to double it.
And if the Omen isn't as good as the KO, and that's already what he's doing on the Omen, SRB fans might have a rough one as we look into the second map of the series, because of course now M80, they stole away SRB's map. And looking at Pearl, it has been a second since we've seen M80 here, but Ash, I'm anticipating the Nismo KO. He looked great on it that month ago that we saw them here. And for M80, this is a comfortable map. This is a lot more of that even playing field, but still, M80 have to feel good going into this.
They do definitely have to feel good going into this, but you also take a look at the players on the side of SRB, and knowing that roster, they're brushing Split off, right? I know they were very confident. Roy was talking about it going into this matchup, but overall, even though Split doesn't necessarily go their way, this is a team that's going to be able to shake that off and kind of reset going into Pearl, because you're talking about how good M80 looked on this map. That was up against an EG a while back, 13-9, right? More recent data for SRB, it was a 13-4 stomp from them, and their defense looked absolutely immaculate, which is where they're going to be starting off. And I think that's a really strong side to start on there, Roy, here for SRB to get that confidence back into this series.
Oh, absolutely. And this is not even the first time we've seen SRB have slow start this series. Like, it's not an uncommon thing. This happens quite often, actually. And I think they tend to heat up in the second map. That's also a big part of the reasons why I said Pearl was going to be such an important map for these two rosters, because I completely agree with Ash. I think the 2 times that we've seen M80 play this, the first time, it was like, okay, they look a little rough skis against the FlyQuest. It was a 13-11 loss on that map to FlyQuest. But not even 2 weeks later, 16 days later, they're instantly night and day difference in the way they're playing the map. It really felt like they had clarity on how to approach it. Everyone felt comfortable. Satellite on the tail looked really good, especially with the map control. And of course, M80 is no stranger to this map. Literally every iteration of every Nismo roster has been a good Pearl roster. It makes sense. Nismo has a lot of say with the KO util on this map. There's a lot of ways to re-clear stuff and accomplish things on the map. And when it comes down to having the perfect util and being able to support Bonnie, Nismo is going to be right there. And on top of that, he's feeling good mechanically. I mean, it's a dangerous prospect for SRB, but I think overall this is about to be a crazy map.
It really, really will be. And I think, too, with M80, SRB having shown their Pearl a little bit more recent, and for the fact that M80 has been a bit, I think it's going to be quite interesting as well. Because, what? going on?
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just see.
Look away for
I just
1
see
minute.
Satellite is just pacing. Just
Why not? Get ready for the match. Get it out of your system. That's what we're talking about. But bringing it to Pearl, I mean, M80, again, we haven't seen them here in a second, even if they have looked good. Last time they played this veto, are we kind of thinking, Ash, that we'll see a little bit more of that? Or like M80 switching it up?
I love that you bring up the veto because that's the point that I actually wanted to talk about here. For the side of SRB, as good as they've looked on Pro within recent history, they haven't played up against a veto composition this split yet. And I'm interested to see what the game plan is going to be because, you know, you do have double drone, right? With the Tejo Sova that SRB like to run. You have great initiator utility to clear out any sight lines, whatever it may be. But the veto util, being able to destroy that utility, the placement that Alvin is going to have with that ball, having like being more creative with it, I think that's also going to be a big point of contention to see how much value that veto util will be to try and take that initiator util out of the equation here for Shopify. Curious to see how that method is going to look like. I think we kind of do expect, again, those slow defaulty kind of plays to seek that information out heading into a Pearl.
My main issue though with the kind of the veto specifically is I just feel like he's so awkward to get value from on the attack side. Like you really have to be a master of the craft. I know Alvin's mechanically sharp. He has a lot more of that mechanical pressure when it comes down to the lurks, but it can feel very hard to get value against the composition that SRB is running. So my eyes are going to be on how they're going to problem solve what is ultimately the last time we saw SRB play this map was a lot of A main control, getting a lot of sight lines, being extremely proactive in regards to the map control, pushing down long, B, just punishing a lot of the map space. M80, again, is not a team that you want to run their full script. They're very clear, they're very on the same page, and they're very aggressive once their system's kicking in. But so the name of the game, once again, for SRB onto this map is that proactivity, it's disruption. You don't want M80 to feel comfortable.
And I mean, within this series, M80 are already looking comfortable and confident, having taken a strong victory on that first map of split. It's time to see, with Pearl up next on the list, if they can close it out here on their own map tick and go into the grand finals, or if it's going to be an SRB to take it into a decider. It's time to find out and head to Pearl with your casters. Back over to Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. Yep, you are stepping into the Lion's Den. This is the M80 map pick, and they are cooking with the veto. Always excited to see one of the newer agents, and especially in the hands of Alvin. He's been such a fantastic sentinel.
Yeah, exactly. And they went with this, I think, compositional change recently as well for the side of M80 to pull out this veto. And also choosing this map where there's been some decent results out of Shopify Rebellion Black in the past. I feel they're just fully trying to ante on the double initiator play for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black by both Vito's trophy system and also KO's knife. So we'll have to see how you're going to try to react and get space here or information for Smoke to get the best value as possible here on the dashes. If not, I think you're going to expect here Shopify Rebellion Black to play a fairly slow game 2 to avoid the utility from both M80.
It's gonna be such a good map for someone like Smoke too, who, like, what was it, the third round, bro, bought an op down at like last Canada op 0 credits, and I think I'd bought like 3 ops at least in the first half. Like, this guy is an opper through and through, and I could definitely see him return to that. It's especially important on such the long lanes on the perimeter of this map, especially the left side. So I think this could be a huge map for Smoke to pop off.
Agreed, especially now that they have a chance to start on the defensive side on SRB. You could just start posting up here with the operator as soon as possible and try to find that fast info with the double initiator. So we'll have to see how these rounds will unravel if SRB is able to convert with a nice little pistol in the first place. And you already see that I'm pushing 4 players up on the top and middle. Everything's being watched here by a chokehold left behind by Alvin, which now gives a chance here for M80 to just prod for some info.
Now the jig is up, and Bonnie, he is the guy you can send, and he will come back so much. And at M80, first blood, a little bit injured. Bonnie could use a band-aid, but no dramas. I'm just watching the side except Nismo. He didn't even gets a tag on Xander, who's 13 HP, man. Nismo is having a day, and you need him to shine in the upper final, but there's the shakeup, but there's a firing squad from M80. Everywhere they go together. Oh, micro check. Oh my God, no, I witnessed that. We were here. We were here to see that. I don't even want to cast this round anymore. Nature 1v4, and M80 takes the pistol.
That's just some good old Neon stuff. If it's body just jumping around and nobody's really going to try to take him down, he's creating space for the players to close that gap and get that kill, right? But he's like, oh, you know what? Let me just try a one single shot and see. If worst comes to worst, I get instantly traded. And that's the power of having a Neon in your current composition right now, in your current team, in your current meta in 2026. You could still now play solo duelist with the Neon and still get so much space for the rest of the team to follow up behind. Because not only can you just be a human drone, you're like basically a sky dog on crack, just jumping around finding all the info, and then at the same time you're also closing the gap because the rest of the team could meet up with you with the information you get. So it's just too broken, man, too broken.
M80 trying to break down B. Now Exa has to be tested. He was really exploited there on split, has had to step up, and now he'll have his best buddy Smoke. You have a lot of firepower. I don't think M80 want that smoke, and they want the spike plant. They're gonna leave too. Just a lot of space now as M80. It's gonna be a big bloodbath. Here comes SRB, and man, is where the Guardians, the Bulldogs, everything that M80 have in their arsenal are gonna shine at a distance. It's just a clock in, clock out type of anti-eco.
Yeah, they were hoping that the walkout was gonna be a surprise here on M80, that they could maybe catch one player off guard. You already had like what, 2 or 3 players already ready with what, there you go, Bonnie at the point, spawn the first player, seeing the players on the top of heaven.
Drone.
Exactly. We got our whole new little owl drone here on Pearl, and it allows for us to just see some good setups here from M80 to trade off each other quite well. So bonus round, 5 players leading towards this B side, and probably have Caillou that might lead the charge with a drone. It looks like he's even going to try to drone it early. No, just a default drone spot.
All right, M80 gonna have to take a step back, and that could have been Smoke trying to execute on that, and he's been forced out. M80 just another front to back approach, but Null Command is going to remove those tools from SRB. What kind of resistance can they put up with just bullets and hesitation? Will cost this defense dearly. At least Bonnie is traded. Will not be able to get away with the murder this time. Not scot-free. Does SRB sit on the other side of a pretty deadly encounter? And this is a retake they really have to perfect. And now there's no more excuses. Well, besides the Null Command. They have guns, though, this time. That's what I mean. And you have even numbers. Like this I was gonna say crossfire, but M80 are smoked off, so Alvin is left by his lonesome. M80, this is a little dangerous. Smoked off from the spike now. Are they gonna want to pressure it? Kind of not even shooting it right away. Caillou at a distance, man, he looks good, and M80 convert the bonus.
And that was beautiful too from M80 on the 2 versus 3. There's a lot of players that are actually really good for M80 in the first place. To scale out towards the pillar with a recon and flash instead of giving your hand away of the drone of the obvious, okay, we're gonna try to move and gain some space on that info and just take control of the pillar. Just that small flash recon allows for you to scale up, force the defenders away, and even use a drone deeper from the corner into the B site that allows even an opener to happen there for M80 side. And you saw there on that 2 versus 3, they sucked and shocked a little bit earlier than expected because they were just trying to do some early damage before. And now they forced SRB to flood out. And that's another bonus round converted for M80, just like they did on the first half of split.
This is the exact same start that M80 had on split, but this is that SRB thrifty that can really throw you for a loop, but a lot larger of a map and kind of tough to pull off some cheesy stuff. And SRB gonna get some info. The drone can't fly fast enough. Poor Caillou, but M80 feels like the sky's the limit on what they want to do. This kind of weaponry advantage.
Yeah, to realize too, the forward position was only the Astra, so Smoke shouldn't be there. They could get orb controls, map control. They couldn't play insert if they want to, but instead they actually decide to pull all of that out. It still creates like a question mark for the side of SRB. They're like, okay, well, we know there was at least 2 players on this A side, so we might just have to keep these players anchored up on the A site. That's why the call is for Caillou to say, look, those guys are probably going to stay posted up there. let's just try to fight and brute force away towards this B site where we potentially have a 4 versus 3 maximum here on B. And it's better they know it's 4 versus 1.
Ooh, Exa can't escape here. This is still a good power position. He's been revealed, and surely this gives confidence for someone to chase that down, but Pawnee is an outlaw, so not the best thing to do. He's just gonna have to hard scope, and I guess Spaz just takes care of the problem. Who are you gonna call? The Ghostbusters. And it's Spaz to take care of the defense. They've been exterminated, and that's just gotta be what happens. That's part of the plan, the greater plan when you have a bunch of sheriffs. The SRB thrifty, not gonna happen, but is it a flawless for M80? Xander just has to watch this all happen. Not a flawless, but feeling pretty flawless.
Yeah. No, it still looks like a pretty good round here for M80, and I just love seeing this map right now and how things are scaling for Nismo and Bonnie. They talked about it. I mean, Ash mentioned at the desk too, them in tandem, you could really activate Bonnie in the first place with Nismo's utility. But now Nismo not only helps with utility, but also could frag out at the same time. So you kind of have like an X-Set little upgrade. Remember back in the days of like the Nismo and Zekin, when Zekin was playing Neon back for X-Set days, and you just kept pop flashing in the back of hallways. They're still doing very similar things this time around their execs, and this time though it's the veterancy of Nismo that adds firepower and wisdom to these trap plays.
You need satellites, wisdom, and preferably a pretty good shot too. Just something to help out Exa here. And I mean, Exa is just such an S tier player that you can leave solo, and he's more often than not a liability, but everybody could use a helping hand.
Yeah.
Something to throw at M80.
And sorry, I brain farted too. I was talking about Nismo being an old guy as helping out Zekin, but I was actually also thinking about Def playing a KO on this map. He was the one that was helping Zekin back then too. It was also known to head back in a coaching position in CS days now.
Yeah. Well, I've been stoked for the smoke op, but 44 HP, he's been legged a little bit. So we'll maybe go and help out over at A. While Zinder, he's been kind of the jiggle and check it out and then leave kind of guy. But he may be sticking around longer, putting all the stars down. Oh, wow. Yeah. Just immediately spotted, spam down. Caillou, next level awareness. And M80 have really caged in this site. The salvos to create some issues. The shotgun misses. M80 don't. And everything that M80 want, they get.
Yeah, and that's op down too. That's gonna have to hurt and sting here for Shopify Rebellion Black. Because now they dodged the op util. They even threw their own util, which didn't really allow SRB to really set up for a great position to fight in that area. I mean, the util continues to be very good. And that continues on to the value that what Kaplan used to bring back in the days too, and what made Sentinels very strong in the first place when he first joined the team. I think you just have to coin how good he's been for Ghost Gaming, for Sentinels on the protocols of flood retakes, util when it comes down to really turning every single stone into every corner that somebody could be hiding on in an anchored spot on a defensive positions. An overtake here for now M80. So the prep has been there. They've been working hard, and it's paying off.
Yeah, it's about that time. Break that glass, emergency, call it for SRB. When you have your star players without kills, it's a little tough. M80, 100% on the post plants. B and A, very successful. As soon as they plant at A, you don't even have a second to have a thought on the retake before M80 are extending towards the defender's spot. And then you're kind of trying to iterate on the B approach. Sometimes satellite is there. You go for an aggressive pillar play. Didn't work out. X is trying to play safe, and then he's overwhelmed by utils. So SRB are not in a good spot whatsoever, with just 6 kills in 5 rounds.
That's right.
Total.
If you're actually looking at this Phoenix shot, that's basically how they feel it right now for SRB. It's like, what can we really do right now? Nothing's working on our defensive positions. But hopefully, I think it's due to the fact of you see Smoke's position with the op 2 has been fairly passive in multiple of these occasions. So back A side, not going for like forward mid position for picks or anything like that as well, where you kind of see M80 moving quite slowly on the extremities, very similar to what we're seeing on what we've seen on Split when they start things off. Like they have their own 1-3-1s. This time around, they're doing, I think, just like they did towards that pistol route. They're trying to maybe sell a fake of a drone towards this B side, walk contact towards A, see what happens, see where the stack can be for SRB. And they're reading it correctly here on the A side control orb attempt.
Bonnie said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. All the pins are lined up. This guy's a professional bowler. He just strikes them all down. The Odin, oh my God. How dare you grab M80's orb like that? What a rundown. Jesus.
Yeah. Flash is continuing to be crazy good here for Nismo. And then salvos. I mean, salvos are supposed to save the person stuck here in the back of the A site, but that just didn't really work out in their favor towards the end. So SRB, as much as they're trying to do good stalls to help out, I mean, it's still an anti-eco, right? Or an eco that are playing on their side, so nothing that you can really have coming out towards the end. Satellite here just trying to use all the util for himself. But yeah, it's tough for them to play defense right now. Oh, wait, any action.
Wow. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Satellite head broken in half. Some resistance on the other side of that cosmic divide, but it's really saving SRB from the carnage that M80 are trying to put on yet again. As M80 go towards the defender's spawn. Now SRB, they have M80 closed into a very small area, and M80 do not want to be stuck, so they are splitting apart, 2 in main, the rest pressuring forward. The drone from nature doesn't get to see much. Oh, the Hunter is Fury off the tag. Smoke has an angle, and there's a chance for SRB to fight in. Still needing a lot more magic to be done, and quickly, Smoke, this stack can kill. You just can't stack like this. Nismo's playing with his food. And here comes Smoke, who has to slow walk with the op, looking for the third kill. Nature confirms it, but unfortunately no time for SRB, despite all the efforts. It's a clutch for M80.
Wow, I didn't even know Spaz was still alive towards the end. Through all the action, he's just chilling towards main, being the final security line, being like, okay, I got this, guys. I'll just use a grab well as the time dwindles down on the clock here for SRB. So I like it. It took a lot for the defensive side, though, to really take control of that back hit, as you can see right here. But it took a Hunter's Fury on top of the op to really allow for an opening to happen for SRB to fight back in the back of the spawn. So they need a little bit more than that, especially now that... Oh, that scared me. At least, especially now that we don't have a Hunter's Fury to work with right now on the defense anymore. They got to really work more proactively for SRB.
Okay, information. Smoke sees the full stack of M80 in mid. SRB are just so scared. They don't want to hold an angle because everybody is just frolicking away, skipping towards them, and SRB have fear in their eyes. They want to try and bail each other out, at least trade, do any kind of damage with the sheriffs. SRB are so good with the thrifties on split, but man, It's hunting season for Bonnie. He is heating up to a whole new level. This is just the beginning of the end of SRB.
This is probably we're at a turning point right now, Lemon Q, where I could just say, how do you stop these guys? Just shoot them back, right? Because M80 is just executing the same way pretty much with Barney at the point. And so far, again, with the util that supports him, he's always getting good openings and somehow rushing down with an outlaw and getting picks like this. This is insane to see out of M80 so far. So right now, it's how do you stop that? I think that's the only question that I have so far here for SRB. I think we've underlined what they needed to do, what they should do now with the 4 positions with the op. Yet Smoke is still playing it a little bit more passively here with the off angle, looking at the top. You can see that gets wasted. It's not somebody that's shooting at the drones, so now that's the position given away. Now he might even nullify the value that you have for the operator for this round here for Smoke, unless he repositions well.
He's trying to be as careful as he can, and man, Bonnie's so good with these walls to just force SRB to reposition. Exa saves Smoke, who's running away with the up. Hunter's Fury. Exa loses that game. M80 even things up. The Odin, good pressure. Alvin gets away with his life, and that's pretty massive. He'll get to hold that corner. Oh my God, Armageddon, everything is raining down. SRB are desperate. Smoke is going for the heroics, and he does start to shake things up. But M80, they always have a response. They pick up the phone, but it's chaos in the midst of all the smokes. 1v1 to decide, and Caillou converts the third. Flawless so far from M80.
And it just tried to flush everybody out behind the Armageddon for SRB. Satellite drops it, and M80 reacts instantly by just having players split out from the top of the pillar side. So even if you see all that util being placed down by Alvin Boy and he gets knocked out by the combo util of both smoke and satellite, there's still instant trades coming out here from the side of M80. This is a revitalized M80 that we're currently seeing so far. And when they talked about it here at the desk one more time, the win con currently being Bonnie is, if Bonnie's having a good day, M80 looks pretty much unstoppable. And that's what we're seeing so far from at least Bonnie on the attack side here on Pearl. He's put his numbers up on Split as well, but it was really Nismo, the story of around Nismo of how much he carried with the Omen. But this time it's the Star Duelist is really not only gaining space, but also whenever he just wants to pull out the gun and shoot, he's actually landing all of his shots.
And it's just tough to see, especially someone like Satellite in this position who is just such a star for SRB and so known for his neon and maybe playable on a map. I mean, obviously playable on this map, but he also has been trying to put the hours on Tejo. But the one assist, you can see that this is such an uncomfortable map for SRB. And they haven't cracked the code. And this is going to be the most important timeout. They're out of timeouts now for SRB.
Now Kaplan scares me.
And yeah, and if you don't if you don't win these next 3 rounds, SRB are going to the lower bracket. Like
yeah,
it just feels over.
This is a speed run for M80 so far here in the second map. And for sure, I think that right now it's not only being uncomfortable for SRB in this double controller, or sorry, double initiator, but it's kind of like M80 are just showing one hand because they don't really need to work the map because they're just winning every single duel when they're brute forcing their way in with the neon at the point. So you're really not allowing SRB to play that, oh, let's find the mid-round information, finally to do so with this crab here that they spot the neon. But outside of that is now you're gonna have to save util to fight on site instead of just trying to delay here for a spike climb. And hopefully they read correctly.
Bonnie just slow walks up with an outlaw, gets a pig, they leave, put it in the papers. Bonnie is the GOAT. Like I mean, you got spotted close too with, like you said, the crab from Satellite, and it didn't really inspire a peek from SRB because Smoke maybe could have swung. Oh, he has a Bucky, never mind. But maybe, you know, there could have been a reaction. But M80 just are so good at playing the distance game.
Yeah, exactly. They're expecting these type of plays here for M80. You understand the state of the round, the state of these rounds. When you see the buy and the economy is not the best here for SRB, you know they're playing bugs somewhere. So that's why they're trying to slow down the tempo. They're trying to figure out what this stack could be. And Nismo is just trying to sell this fake towards this A side first. If he wins this fight though against Xander, that's a huge start.
15 seconds. Nismo is causing havoc elsewhere. We tune into this channel with M80 causing destruction on the site, looking to make it a perfect 13-0 at this point. This is what's in the cards. Post timeout, SRB will, this is maybe more of a plan on what to do on their buy-up coming up, but this is just so ugly.
Yeah, and that's where you could really see you're not you can't do no wrong right now for M80, because if I have to critique something for M80 on that previous round was how late they were trying to sell that fake towards that A side. Not only did they lose, I think it was Alvin lurking towards Art, but Nismo's throwing all of his util towards that A site with 15 seconds left. That does not sell anything at all. If it comes down to it and SRB actually landed their shots with Buckies, that would have been a different story at the end of the day, or if they had better guns, it should have been SRB's round. But again, you're just winning all these duels, you're winning all these fights, so that's why you see another round coming in for M80. It's just Micro's really good here too as well for the attack.
Ooh, okay. This is not good news for SRB.
Nope.
And you want to look away, kids. This is not good. F80. They just run it down, maybe. Just backstab. Satellite.
Nope.
Lose his friend. And I mean, M80's utility also gives him such an advantage in these fights. The flashes have been on point. Nismo is on point.
Yeah, Alvin Boy just ran down street and just ran over 2 players on street. Then Nismo just goes for a drive-by low HP and doesn't even care that he has teammates behind him that's so far away. They don't want to go for trades. So they're just like, oh, let's just try to int. And even if they try to int, they're still winning these fights. That's why I'm saying, like, it's so hard to bounce back in these scenarios if you don't really find I mean, even if you're trying with the best of solutions to try to patch what's happening so far for SRB, if you're not winning these type of duels, it's going to be impossible for you. So hopefully, like, they're not being flustered of the results so far, and they can just bounce back right now as they have the weapons.
Whatever happens here, you have to bounce back tomorrow regardless. Like, there is just no breaks when it comes to playoffs. How you are on the day. We've been talking about SRB leveling up, and the First Bloods continue to go in M80's favor. You can run, but you can't hide. The finger guns are out. Nature puts a stop to that. There's a lot more on the menu, and Nature is about to become a meal. Alvin is already on his tail as soon as Nature spots it. He just spotted his demise. 4 versus 2. M80, match point. Unless Smoke decides he wants to try and basically ace this. Here's the lockdown. M80 will have to take a detour. As Alvin is sticking around, is he trying to bait? Oh, he teleports out, little close. 0 people detained. And Exa 1v4 to stop the match point. And he's just gonna keep the gun, maybe? I don't even know if he can get out.
Yeah. I mean, it's last round too. Keep gun or not, you're donezo. You have to just try to win this one here for the side of SRB. And look at Spaz, he's even run away. They're just toying with him. They want to give the ACS to Nismo.
Bro's checking his phone. He's checking his phone.
They just wanted to give the ACS to Nismo. That's hilarious.
Match point.
Guys, I swear this was supposed to be a close series, and it really was. Like, I've seen SRB come back from some pretty crazy deficits. I've seen SRB fight through the longest overtimes. I've seen SRB shoot back. And today Pearl is not that map where they do that on.
Nope. And that's a bounce back, right? And what we were mentioning before, this is supposed to be a strong map for SRB. That's where you're letting it float as well. M80 picks right into it. I think they kind of understand how they could play against the double initiator and what the win con that they currently have for SRB is, which is smoke with the op. And man, they got 0 value out of the operator or out of any snipes or smoke. And with that being gone, it's M80 just looking to pretty much seal the deal here in their defensive side, especially now that you have this util from the veto to counter all the initiator util.
And we just saw the magic of M80 on a map that we've just almost never seen from them, on a map that they are pretty unpracticed on officially. And now this is peak M80 on a map that they were prepared for. And it's giving 13-0, but let's give SRB a chance now on the pistol.
Gotta go.
Let's wait until everything ends. And Exa traded. Good start as M80 are around the corner. Already had to use the knife. They can take some space safely. Nismo has the flash, but SRB are trying to get ahead of the game here. 3 versus 2 on the top site. Smoke penetrates through Spaz. You have Alvin just trying to be as careful as he can, converging and syncing with the rest of M80. Wow. And despite the first blood going in SRB's favor, it's the beginning of the end, and the finish line encroaches. M80 celebrate, and the parade goes on. They'll get on their feet because they're marching to the grand final.
An easy march at it, running over their opponents of SRB with a 13-0 scoreline. It's going to sting towards the end, I'm pretty sure, for players like Nismo that has to defeat their ex-teammates and Xander with a 13-0 scoreline when they both played under the M80 banner and almost even ascended in the past years playing together as well. It's just unfortunate, but they have a chance to bounce back for SRB. They move into the lower finals. There's still a chance. And one thing that's good, that's what we talked about here before going to this game here, Lemon QE, is that SRB, when it comes down to learning from their mistakes and coming back with a vengeance, they're definitely able to do that in that camp. So I'm not going to discount yet SRB. I still think that this is probably the second best team that we currently have right now, if not the best team that we currently have in Challengers. And that's unfortunately a slip up that is going to sting, though, losing 13-0.
There's some serious talent in the lower bracket, too. I mean, there's still Division 1 that took out ADG and Evil Geniuses. At least I had Evil Geniuses go a little bit further in playoffs. And I would hate to see SRB bow out in this way, especially because the talent is there. But you look at M80 and especially their back room of how they've really maximized the potential of the talent that they already had to drill every single map with such amazing protocols and near flawless play. At 13-0, it really is perfection. We can just call it a spade. And M80, grand finalist, they guarantee themselves top 2. SRB drop down to face the winner of Division 1 FlyQuest, which, by the way, that's coming up next. But before that, we have an interview with M80. I'm sure they have a lot to say, and so will our desk. We'll see you after.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knife straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, we just witnessed our first 13-0 here in Stage 2, and it's in the upper finals to send M80 into the grand finals, 13-0 on Pearl over SRB. I don't even know the words, guy. Roy, what the hell just happened? Like, we cannot be 13-0ing teams at this point.
13-0 in a game that has M80 and SRB in the upper bracket finals is not in my bingo card personally. I don't know about you guys. That's we have not seen a 13-0 at all. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Someone correct the record if it's wrong.
I went through it. We haven't seen one. Stage 2.
You're telling me the first 13-0 is an SRB versus M80 game? Like, what just happened? I mean, M80 was locked in, dude. They're here. Their eyes are on the prize. They're coming in secretly grinding away, perfecting the craft. I mean, everything looked good. I can't even lie. The duelist, the entry, the strats, the mechanics, the flow, the clutches, it's just all there in M80 all day.
Yeah, it was one of those games where just everything is going right for the direction that they're trying to play here for M80. And for the side of SRB, they weren't able to get anything going, no answers. And so much of that also had to do, you know, with the amount of space that Bonnie was able to take. You weren't even really able to play any of like that stall mechanic that you normally would want to see from a Tejo composition here, starting out on defense on Pearl, trying to deny that spike being planted, because they just never let you get comfortable enough to even set up for those kinds of moments. And I think it came down to, you know, the wombo combo that we talked about right at the beginning of the day. That Bonnie Nismo combo, especially when Nismo is, I mean, he's great on the Omen, especially with the Paranoia trying to set Bonnie up. But on the KO, it's like a completely different story. Those flashes were absolutely deadly there. And SRB just couldn't find any answers.
Yeah, it felt like every piece that was holding up the setups for SRB was just getting demolished by Bonnie and Nismo. It really felt like. It felt like at no point SRB was winning the important parts of the round. The openers were pretty much going in M80's favor. If they tried to take a map control, they were getting punished severely. I mean, look at the first kill. This is 11-2, guys. Like, what are we even saying here? Like, this is a malfunction on every level. You lost the first bloods, you lost the clutches, you lost the post plants. None of the retakes went SRB's way. You lost bonuses, you lost every single pistol. I mean, it's yeah. M80 was locked in. They could have literally closed their eyes, spun a wheel, chosen a strat, and probably still won. So yeah, it's cooked.
And M80's social media manager gonna have a heyday with this. There's so many memes that can be made with this scoreline right now, especially again for this spot in the grand finals. That was just, I'm still just shocked at all of it. But I mean, SRB, they had highlighted last time that sometimes they have those bad days, and to have one of those bad days when M80 Hash on every cylinder is just doing everything right. I mean, sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah, sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. And it's also, you think about, you know, Split. We gave Bonnie his flowers for the fact that he was, you know, the one making that space. And it was Nismo and Caillou who were so good at that follow-up to actually get those initial frags and open up those rounds. But Bonnie coming alive into Pearl as well after having a bit of a quieter performance despite still having done his job on Split. They then but feel unstoppable when you have your support popping off alongside that, Roy. It's so hard to find some sort of answer.
Oh, it's so hard. And M80 has found like a nice middle ground in this meta, right? Where they're allowing space for Bonnie to shine. They're allowing him to kind of do what he does best, which is, you know, capitalize on the neon. And it feels like everyone on this team is kind of in a similar position, right? Like the roles are so good, and they found the spot in the current meta where they're, you know, yes, their structure is a little bit more rigid than other teams, but it's fluid, it's active, it's allowing people to shine. Everyone's starting to feel comfortable. Everyone's on the same frequency, it feels like. And just there's a huge turnaround from M80. A win this dominant, I mean, a win in general here was a statement in itself to claim that, you know, the power ranking spot, because it was so unclear to us who the top team was in this split. But I feel like a win here plus how dominant this looked, I mean, it's unquestionable. M80 looks like the best team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, we had teed this up to be a really close upper finals, that these are the top two teams and this big showdown. And for M80 to win in such a statement is just incredible. And we need to hear from the team. We have our Philips Norelco interview ready, and we have Spaz here to figure out how that was even possible. That was just, what just happened?
Kind of a stomping, no?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, that one felt really good. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that is the first 13-0 that we've seen within stage 2 of Challengers for playoffs and for the regular Swiss stage. That was not something that we had expected at all. I would love to know, like, your expectations going into this. And did you guys think it was going to be a 3-map? Did you guys think it would be that dominant?
I'm not gonna lie. Practice this week was going very well. I don't think there was a chance there was going to be a third map. I'm honestly not that surprised that I was 13-0. We were cleaning them up.
Wow, not even surprised. That is just incredible. And I mean, you're saying all the practice is going so well. You're not surprised about the dominance. What does that speak to the confidence going now forward? Because you're now in the grand finals. You're one best of 5 away from becoming our stage 3 champ.
Yeah, definitely very confident. I mean, in the group stage, they're the only team that beat us, so it definitely helps to boost our confidence and how we are going to win this next BO5.
And I mean, at this point, with such a dominant showing up against SRB, do you think that there is a team that can really be testing you guys right now? Or is it just clear that going on board, M80 is just the best team that we have here in Challengers?
I don't want to be too cocky, so I'm not going to say no one can contest us. But I haven't really played FlyQuest or Division 1, so if they're to make it to the grand finals while we're waiting, I really don't know what the result will be. I'm confident in our play.
As you should be. I mean, what has been the secret then for M80? Because going into this stage, I mean, we got to see some changes, right? But you guys are playing on such a cohesive level. Like, what has been the secret? Has it just been that hard work and that practice? Is there a special formula behind the scenes?
I don't want to say too much behind the scenes, but I would say when we do have a problem that shows up in our matches, whether it's good or bad, we're pretty good at fixing it straight away, and that's something I haven't had on a team for a while. I think our coaching staff is amazing at like recognizing when we do make these mistakes and finding the solutions to them. And I'm very proud of my team as well. Like everyone I play with, Alvin, Caillou, Nismo, Bonnie, like we're all dialed in to finding out how to make ourselves better each and every day.
I love to hear that. Last but not least, had to do a little bit of a double take when you entered the interview. I'm talking about the jersey. That's a Shopify jersey. What's going on?
I plead the fifth. I just wanted to show off my new drip.
all right. I'll leave you be as fast. Congrats again on this victory. Best of luck in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I mean, to see a team with such dominance at this point in Challengers, it was just absolutely incredible. Congratulations, Emmy, for their spot in the grand finals. Of course, there is still a lower bracket to get through and two teams fighting it out to find themselves in the lower finals. It's going to be Division 1 and FlyQuest Academy after the short break. Stay tuned.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're ready. We have more Valorant in store for you. Dang, because that first match happened way too fast. Up next here in lower round 3, we have Division 1 going up against FlyQuest for a spot here in the lower finals. Roy, going into it, two teams got similar stories. This is going to be a really fun show-off, though, to see who can make it on forward and who's going to be eliminated.
Listen, I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel like my Valorant itch has been scratched with that last match we just watched. But I'm confident that this series right here between Division 1 and FlyQuest will be a bit more of a back-and-forth battle. Both of these teams, such different storylines coming into this one. Division 1, the underdogs, a team that has had no fans, no supporters, not even discussed, overlooked by the staff, overlooked by us on the desk, versus FlyQuest, the team that we made the mistake of last split, now coming into the series, going into head-to-head in this lower bracket elimination match. Both teams with such similar styles, aggressive, confident, high firepower, high mechanical skill ceiling. I mean, this is about to be extremely fun.
Oh, it really, really will be. And let's talk about that team that was overlooked and talk about Division 1. This team that came from Premier that, I mean, from the get-go, I mean, they have been overlooked, right? They took a couple of stumbles early on. It's a team that had very little practice going into it. That makes sense. But then, Ash, from there, they have just been getting stronger and stronger until they've become undeniable and here within the top 4 of challengers.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They just scooted in to playoffs here for stage 2. I think they were ranked 8th within the Swiss stage, but it felt like ever since now heading into playoffs, there's just been that level up from them. Like, we've definitely always seen moments of brilliance from this team. I think Dynamic has consistently been such a standout player here for Division 1, but it feels like heading into playoffs in particular, everyone has been stepping up to the plate in a different kind of level. And it's also the fact that, you know, this is a team that came in through Premier, like Roy was talking about. They needed a little bit more of that time to gel. They were recently formed, taking that opportunity to really kind of get used to each other's playstyles, figure out their identity as a team. And I think that now the double duelist that they like to run is such a big part, and the flexibility on top of that from all of these players is such a big part of what makes Division 1 Division 1.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying their losses early on were strategic because they wanted more reps headed into playoffs. I mean, honestly, I like it. I dig it. I kind of completely agree, though. I think this team has gotten so much better with every single match, and I feel like it's really, for me, it's the identity that you were mentioning. It's really the fact that they've really honed in on what their style is. They've gotten it down. It's become so much better in terms of macro. What we saw from them in their last match completely convinced me that this team isn't just all mechanics. It's not all aim. There's actually quite a lot of brains behind what they do. There's so many of these, you know, this kind of like the uniqueness of the movement around the maps and how they approach things and the read on the tempos and the setups. It just feels so good for this roster. A lot of these players are extremely flexible. They're one map, they're controllers. The next map, they're the duelists, and then they're back on the Senti. It's crazy, but it's going to be so fun to watch them here. And I think the series is going to be an absolute banger.
It really will be, especially too, being able to become more familiar with these players, being able to figure out what they contribute to the team, and seeing them step up into these matches into their own has been really fun to watch. And going into the series, wanted to talk a little bit more about Boomy and where we've gotten to see him shine. Because Boomy, we had highlighted last match going into it that, you know, he was someone that can make the space on the Waylay, sometimes wouldn't get all of the kills. Say that for Dynamic, say that for Calamity, somebody else. But within that last series, Roy, we got to see him contribute so much more to getting so many kills, and that boomer bust mentality. Yeah. I mean, crazy.
He's been booming. Yeah, he's been booming. And I think the crazy thing is, I feel like his stats are so misleading here. Like, yeah, he only has 132 ADR, but if you take away the Swiss stage, which, I mean, we called it, right? It's been growing pains. This player has been lights out. He's actually one of the highest stat players in playoffs at the moment. He's one of the top performing duelists. The only person above him in the duelist role right now is Bonnie, who, I mean, bro, we just saw what Bonnie did. Let's be real here, okay? He's an absolute beast. So I think the fact that Boomy's right behind him, and he's such a unique player, it feels like he's using every mechanic that Valorant has to offer to his advantage, and he's so good with it, and he's so versatile, whether he's opping on the Waylay or the Neon. It feels like he never skips a beat.
I love how you kind of pointed out how unique his play style is, because I think when you're thinking about Boomy, he's a great Waylay player, like you were saying, but not just that, he has the lowest first death per round of all of the Waylays in playoffs at 0.07. Like that, I don't think you guys grasp like how low that is. That just means that at any point when he is going for those first engagements, he's never dying first. But even in those moments, it's not like he does have, you know, a crazy FK PR. I think this is one of those teams where it is a little bit more measured. Again, a lot of that reliance on the supporting players of the team to be able to actually go for those trades, assist in, but it does say so much for the space that he is able to create, and the fact that he is doing so with that in a very measured sense, where you're not taking, you know, those crazy risks, and he's able to survive into that late round.
And for Division 1, it's this team of mechanically skilled players coming out of seemingly nowhere that run it down with a confidence unheard of here. Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, right, because that was literally FlyQuest when we look back at stage 1. FlyQuest, back when they were sleepers, it was that team of players that we didn't know that were so mechanically gifted and had this confidence about them. And we've gotten to see where they've grown so far. They did such a great job within that stage 1 Ash to be able to put themselves on the map. They got 4th there, and now they're signed by FlyQuest. They're trying to make that run back, and they've just grown so much through it all.
They really have. Also looking to, you know, again, like you were saying, prove themselves even further, get a better result than they did in the last stage. And I think throwing back to yesterday's interview with Duck as well, it's always that reminder for FlyQuest. I think the mindset that they've had shifting from stage 1 into stage 2, and not to say that they didn't think this way previously, but Duck was talking about how they just put so much emphasis in learning as much as possible from every single loss that they experience. And I think that the way that they're mentally like approaching the game in that kind of sense says so much about like the growth of these young players and the mindset that Duck and Who are bringing to this team on FlyQuest, and how they want to work cohesively together to make those necessary improvements to make sure that they're continuing to scale up and grow as a unit every single matchup.
Yeah, I'm definitely not buying the propaganda that Who and some of the players on FlyQuest like to say. We're like, oh, we like to pick whatever, haha, he. I'm not buying that propaganda, okay? I think this team is extremely measured. It feels like they have a very clear idea of how they want to play things. And yeah, maybe some people want to swap the roles or swap the duelists. I still think there's a method to the madness. I think the results have been too consistent for it to be random. And this is a mistake that we all made last year as well with Ranker/Envy, where we talked, you know, we're like, oh, are they just getting lucky? But like at some point, once you've gotten so many good matches and good wins under your belt, it's really not luck anymore. It's a method. It's a process to it. These players are so sharp. You have to fight back mechanically. You have to fight back against their very simplistic style, which works very well for them. And they're very versatile with the way they play it as well.
I mean, maybe it's not a haha, hee, we'll pick whoever sort of vibe. But I mean, it is a team that's flexible and can go into those comfort picks, which makes it exciting because you never know quite what they're going to be pulling out. And a lot of that movement we get to see with the duelists as well. So for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, wanted to highlight on those duelists, particularly coming out from FlyQuest ahead of this series, because I mean, this is the identity of the team, right? Is this aggression that we get to see coming from them. So talking about Salada and Tanza, Salada was previously controller, now is just picking up, well, whatever duelist. He was on an ISO last time, for goodness sakes. And then Tanza, I feel like we've talked so much about Salada, and for Leo going into that controller role, I mean, Roy, we haven't really talked about him, but he has been putting up so many numbers and not really getting accredited by us.
Yeah, Tanza has been so underrated on this roster, and I think it's because he's been mostly overshadowed by Salada's performance last split, and Leo as well, who stepped into a completely different role. It kind of makes sense that we haven't really talked that much about him, but from, you know, talking to some of the people that have played with Tanza before, it feels like his value on a roster is so underrated. He's a vocal, he has ideas of what to do. He's also really young, all things considered. So he's opinionated, he's flexible, and he's able to op, he's able to entry, he's able to fill up a lot of the gaps that, you know, FlyQuest has in their roster. If Salada's not feeling the op or he's not getting a lot of value from it, feels like Tanza's the one that's kind of picking up the slack in that regard. But even turning, you know, to the other side of this coin, you look at Salada, a player that was, the controller last split, who was one of the highest stat players in the league, takes on this completely different role, which suits him very well. He took a little bit of growing pains, and he wasn't as comfortable as, you know, the controller at first, but it feels like he's settling in and he's getting more and more comfortable in these roles. He's really starting to play the Zoomer-esque Valorant style, where the waylay dismisses and the buckies and the shotgun, and he's making it look so good. And as soon as he picks up that rifle, that's really when you see how sharp he is mechanically.
I mean, this is a team across the board that just has some insane mechanical players. So going into the series, seeing that match on the opposing end with where this team was just 5 months ago, I think is going to be really incredible. I think this highlights the growth from FlyQuest quite nice. And of course, the growth we've gotten to see from Division 1, even just within this stage of Valorant, because these two teams way earlier on did get this opportunity to play. But where this is going to be quite interesting is this was still a Division 1 fresh out of their premier qualification, where the team was still kind of restructuring here, Roy. So that was a very different time for Division 1.
Oh man, yes, FlyQuest won this match very convincingly. Okay, it's a 13-7 on the first map. The second map was a bit more of a battle, but this time it really does feel like the air around Division 1 is so different, and it's undeniable to say that they've leveled up. You can see it by the way they play. You can see how flexible they are. You can see them really hone in on the meta and their identity, and it feels like they've gotten so much more reps as a team, and their confidence is blatantly showing through their gameplay.
And the fact that we get both teams that are just so confident throughout means that this series is going to be so much more fun. But something that's going to be quite interesting between these two teams as well, before we dive into the series at hand, Ash, is being able to see what they've shown us in terms of their map pools and kind of couple overlaps, which should make this even more complex.
I think it's pretty interesting, right? Because both these teams share a permaban with Infractor, so that'll make whoever ends up banning first, you got those mind games, right, heading into the veto. But you're talking about that map pool, how there is that overlap. We do see on the side of Division 1, there's 3 maps that they're really strong on. And then for the side of FlyQuest, I feel like we've seen just more consistency across all of the maps in the pool in opposition. The one thing I do want to give Division 1 though is do not take that 1-5 result on Haven to heart too much, because a lot of those losses were really close matchups. So I just don't feel like that win-loss scoreline tells the entire story for Division 1 and how they approach that map. I think it's just been, a couple rounds here and there that didn't necessarily go in their favor, but it's not like Haven is, one of their worst maps like it might seem on the graphic right now. But I think the fact that they do feel mostly just extremely comfortable on 3 maps is a little bit of a concern for me, because it's a bit limiting for them in a sense, right? FlyQuest, if they handle this veto really well, there's that opportunity, to try and take away that breeze, try and take away that bind, and make it so that the map pool favors them a lot more earlier into the series in this best of 3.
I feel like then we're just putting so much pressure here for the side of Division 1 on how this map pick and ban is going to go. So let's then do that and start figuring out what we can see for this series again. Because again, whatever team wins this is going into the lower finals, and loser is eliminated for a spot here in Challengers. So highlighting that map pool and that information, quite interesting, because starting off Division 1, we just got to see the record there over on Breeze, and Roy, they get to kick off the series on that map.
Yeah, Division 1 has looked quite nice on that map. It makes sense why they'd want to go there. But for me, the concerning part is you don't really know what to expect from FlyQuest, who, correct me if I'm wrong, but they haven't shown this map at all yet. So it's a huge unknown quantity. We saw what unknown quantities did last series as well with M80 pulling out the split. It's making me nervous. I don't know how you guys feel about Breeze, but in terms of Division 1 focused, narratives, I think overall they've looked good on that map. It makes sense to why they pick it. They're comfortable with the double duelist. It's an easy double duelist map. You also get the double controllers out as well, so there's a lot of flexibility with how they want to approach it. Not too surprised to see Breeze as the first map.
Yeah, especially because, for FlyQuest, the Lotus ban isn't so much about, their Lotus, but more about how good Lotus has been for the side of Division 1. I feel like aside, from that bind, Lotus is definitely the best map that we've seen from them. They have very dominant showings on that map, but that also kind of tells the story of, okay, FlyQuest, they also must feel, a lot more confident in their Breeze in comparison. And guys, hear me out. The fact that the Breeze is coming out too is kind of crazy, because not only have we not seen it, Roy, the last time we saw it back when there were sleepers during stage 1, that's when they were running that cracked out triple duelist composition with the Neon, Reyna, Jet, Harbor, and Sova. So you genuinely don't have any sort of idea of what kind of direction they could be going in. Who knows? Maybe they'll run something like that back too, because it didn't look too bad, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think they've reeled it back a little bit since then. They're a little bit more sane nowadays. They're kind of keeping it, they're keeping it chill. But I'm eyeing out the bind. If we get there, I think that bind is going to be so crazy, because both teams have looked so good on that map. And if somehow we get there, we potentially could be seeing one of the best high action maps we've seen ever in VCL. So I'm excited for that.
For real this time, not like we said the upper finals would be. For real, if we make it into Bind, right? That would be the question though, is we got to get to Bind, and that's where we can see our predictions for today, how we thought this was going to be going. Going into it, FlyQuest, if Division 1 is just FlyQuest 5 months later, then FlyQuest has 5 months more experience under their belt. That's just simple math here, Roy.
Okay, you know what? I like it. And I think both of these teams are equipped to deal with each other's playstyles, right? Because they're very familiar with the high tempo gameplay. They're very familiar with the Neon and the Waylay shtick. Yeah, I think for me, the reason why I'm going with D1 is maybe it's a bit of recency bias. You guys are welcome to call me out on it, but I'm liking how Division 1 has been shaping up to be. I loved what I saw from them in the last match. And I think FlyQuest is showing a little bit of holes in their macro that Division 1 seems to have patched out of theirs. So I'm leading Division 1 here.
I think that's super valid. I was saying this in the group chat at the top of the day when we had to send our predictions in. I was low-key crashing out about this one. It was so hard to choose between Division 1 and FlyQuest for the exact reason that Roy was just talking about too. The fact that their playstyles are so similar, which is going to make it a banger match to watch, but it makes it also so difficult to really estimate who's going to win out in that head-to-head. I think for Division 1, we've definitely seen them grow. It does feel like this is a playoffs team. One of those teams that just like, once you get into playoffs, they just get to another level. But I think I had to lean into FlyQuest with this, Sierra, because of the maturity and the growth that they've shown from stage 1 into stage 2. Just like Roy was saying earlier, they've gotten a little bit more sane with some of those picks. They're having a little bit more fun when they started out as sleepers. But now I think this team has really been exploring the depth and the ceiling that they can reach. And for that reason, I had to put my money on them making it into the lower finals today.
It'll be so interesting, honestly, because when I first predicted into the series, I was instantly like, well, yeah, it's gonna be FlyQuest, like, come on. And then I just keep thinking back to the Division 1 series up against EGN, how clean they looked, like incredibly so from the get-go. And then it's like, oh wow, this is gonna be a close one. I think it will be well matched. I think it'll come down to as simply as who just hits their shots better on the day. You called it out. They're so equipped to deal with the other play styles because that is how they play, right? So if we're gonna get scrappy, we're gonna get fighting, Ash, then surely it's just, well, who's on a little bit more of a heater today?
Yeah, whoever starts out like with their foot on the pedal first, honestly. But for Breeze, I think, again, I'm just so curious, Roy, as to what kind of composition FlyQuest is going to be putting out there. I feel like there are so many directions they can take it in. I think Division 1, I'm not really expecting any changes from the Neon Jet comp with the Astra from them. I think it's very comfortable for them for the most part. And talking about FlyQuest, okay, we're not running back the triple duelist, but Solana on the Reyna will be coming back through here. It's one of those picks where you're either gonna live by it or die by it, because if Solana is having a good first game, it's gonna be so difficult to deal with him with that Reyna utility, the ability to dismiss, reposition, and the fact that he's just gonna be, on this agent that is built to frag. But at the same time, if it doesn't work out well, it's also very punishable, and the Reyna kit doesn't offer nearly as much.
Listen, I'm just going to be honest. I'm a Reyna hater. I'm a Reyna denier, okay? I don't care for all the Reyna mains out there. You guys can hate on me, but I think that it's very restrictive with what you can do. And if you're not hitting your absolute shots, which, to be fair, Solana has looked very hot recently, mechanically speaking. So I think he could shine in this role. But overall, Division 1 has a little bit more to work with. The speed, the tempo, it's all there. But again, the name of the game against FlyQuest is do not allow them to overrun you. You need information, and you need to be in the right places at the right time if you're Division 1. So a lot of pressure on this first half.
I'm the antithesis to Roy. Solana Reyna is the truth.
I mean, it is a lot of eggs in the Solana basket. I'm a Reyna enjoyer, but if he is not popping off, this could be a rough one. A lot of attention on this duelist heading into the series. It's time to see in this lower round 3 who can take the first mark over on Breeze. Let's get to it. It's gonna be scrappy, guys. I hope you're ready. Let's get to it with Vans and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, both teams started at the bottom and now they're here. Who will continue their generational run through the lower bracket? The Kingslayers of Division 1 or a hungry FlyQuest who desperately want their rematch against SRB? This is going to be a banger.
How does it go again? Started from the bottom, now we hit.
I know. I knew I was going to get the drink out of you. I knew it.
Of course you would. But yeah, FlyQuest definitely going with I like to say like a quasi triple duelist because they have Leo on his Omen too. So we're going to add a little bit more space, a little bit more dive that you already had from Division 1 with Boomy and Dynamic. You could do equally the same here with FlyQuest with Leo supporting Tanza. And adding a flash in there, it's always going to help out for sure. So I do agree with what Sierra was mentioning. It is going to get brawly very sure because the last 2 games that were won here on D1's map pick, it was 14-12 and 13-11. They did not walk out like an easy walk in the park right now for Division 1 and the victories of this map. We'll probably see very similar pastures in this matchup here.
Yeah, not a walk, it's a strut. Early damage, FlyQuest. Wait a minute, it all comes tumbling down. The door just shuts in their face. And Foreign, this is a very familiar sight for him. A beautiful double kill, and FlyQuest just have their ankles shattered on what seemed to be such a good start.
Yeah, and instantly canceling Soren's on middle too. Very difficult for the last two players to stay alive, as you could see him instantly dropped. Duck and Leo falling down, and D1 opening up quickly. And I'm actually, I wouldn't necessarily say surprised. It's a nice 3K that we saw here from Foreign's opening on the pistol. But I think always the big win cons that I've always seen here for a team like the Division 1 has been Dynamic and Calamity, depending on the maps and depending what agents that they switch across to. But now that you have some great anchoring that has already been shown by someone like Foreign on this Viper to slow down and stall that hit from FlyQuest on that B site, it looks to be a promising start right now for D1 on the defense.
Dynamic, the sniper of this team with a Marshall. We'll be looking at greener pastures somewhere else. FlyQuest are not going to waste time. They're just going to barge through all the smoke to fire at the flames, but they are set ablaze thanks to Boomy's Judge. And man, you really can just run the Neon Judge anywhere, even in Duck's face, and even with an ace. Man, Division 1, they clapped.
It shows a little bit of hesitancy from FlyQuest too. They already had control of ladder, but they decided to slow down a little bit when they came face to face with the Bulldog that was up on that ledge of the B site. That allowed Boomy to just take his time on the left side of the Viper Orb and really get the double concuss, move in, sweep in for all those skills that you just are about to see in this highlight reel. So all that being stalled up, great little hold in the end. I think it was the Viper too that was playing with the Bulldog. If not, yeah, Foreign was playing that spot on that ladder side. So Fly couldn't really get in. That's 2 rounds now. They can't even get in to go for a plant, yet they're still investing for full armor, afraid of Dynamic upgrading into a Marshall. Sorry, into an Outlaw, but he keeps his Marshall this round.
Maybe just trying to find a way to weaken the site. I still gotta just brute force it in. If it ain't broke, just... Well, if it is broke, just keep doing it, I guess. Maybe it'll fix itself with better guns. Well, FlyQuest's already feeling more threatening when you get a spike down. It's a good start, but man, you have a 5-man retake on your plate, especially with all the guns being brought into this bonus. Division 1, watch from the outside looking in. The sniper is trying to find a steady angle. Dynamic panics. Leo and Taza unleash, and it's a Leo 3K to give FlyQuest a flawless to deny the bonus.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually when you're just mentioning Lemon Kiwi. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yet they still played a passive B site and wanted to play a retake when you still had the Judge and a Marshall from the previous rounds. Maybe they were anticipating for FlyQuest in the last 2 rounds that they went for in pistol round and eco round. They were just trying to continue to push towards that B site, and as they got stalled both times, they were expecting maybe a change of tempo, change of pace, a default towards mid. Yet FlyQuest for the 3rd round in a row, went for a pop into the B site, and it worked out. Now it's the op though for Dynamic, and that is going to be a pain point to deal against as FlyQuest are trying an A site hit.
This Aldrone just did not get deep enough into the site. You lack the info, but Dynamic hits the shot, and Salada punishes. FlyQuest are so quick to take space, so you have to be on the edge of your seat if you're Division 1. Counter Aldrone does not see what's on the other side of these pyramids, so Division 1 just poke and prod on the other side of smokes and cover, and now you give Salada, who stole the up from, I think it was Dynamic. Finally, FlyQuest get the objective, but who really cares? It's a 3v1. That's all for just good measure. Foreign 1v3 just wants to make this expensive. I think this is a really clutch player, but this is a tough post play. Ooh, that op shot just whistles by, and just like that, FlyQuest high.
An easy take too, and you have to pay attention, Chad, if you're watching these games and you're stuck playing Viper in your ranked games and you don't really play Viper in the first place. That single default wall that you have on Breeze is just so easy to throw, and leaving that gap as well. Look at Salada moving forward. You have to make sure that you don't glue it towards that crab pyramid as you just saw, just to allow a scaling to happen from the middle crevice all the way on the back. That Salada was able to get that backstab kill onto Dynamic, who opened up with the first blood in the first place. If the wall was placed differently, where you can scale through and pincer into the right side of that pyramid, could have been a defensive round.
Ooh, chance for Dynamic, and he got tagged up, 37 HP, but you do want to kind of shake things up with FlyQuest, and this is the kind of Hail Mary play that someone like Dynamic will do. This is where kind of that chamber play style comes in. You just want that push and pull, really force as much out of FlyQuest, and look, they just haven't moved, all because of Dynamic here.
Yeah, it did get a wall bang though onto Dynamic too, so that forces him to fall back a bit. Now you can just wall contact in. Ponza is going to be the one at the point. Doesn't have dash, but still has the angle.
Okay, nice shot from Tanza. That op is going to be such a huge boon for FlyQuest, and keep relying on this really aggressive arena jet sort of play from FlyQuest. They could easily forge through on the other side of these pyramids, or just play the distance game, wrap it around. Same situation, same result for someone like Salada in Division 1. Not able to really scratch the surface or do too much damage at all. But man, they made FlyQuest really work for it.
Yeah, definitely. Although this still ends up being a pretty good anti-eco for the side of FlyQuest. Maybe just a couple of armors being purchased, but overall they're doing quite good on the wall contact play that they're doing. And Dynamic's going to try his hand another time here. Once again, op in the hand. But it'll be difficult. You saw him on the eco is trying to walk out, trying to go for a peek, especially in the one-way smokes, but it's very difficult to do right now, especially knowing that Tanza has his own op. So you can't really challenge as aggressively into that four lane as you want to, unless you get around where Mikey has the Hunter Sphere to support with. If not, it should be a fairly passive off angle that still allows for you to get a first shot opportunity. Although it's being droned out, though, it might be forced to fall back early.
And Foreign and Boomy Boomy and Foreign are just gonna have to operate without information, because now that there's an op in the picture, you don't really want to discover that the hard way.
Yeah.
So you have to go into the unknown, as Frozen likes to say. So
Okay,
no
mind.
longer unknown. The information is out. And Foreign is going to try and cut things off. It's nice to not sit into that op LOS. And up and above and beyond, who do you look at? So many targets. And Foreign lost in the sauce, but Mikey will try and salvage the situation. Does fall back behind the wall. He still lives. He even gets a second kill. Leo has to take matters into his own hands with a shorty. And FlyQuest are stable.
I got the spike.
Looks like the op's going to look to get saved here towards this A side for Dynamic. So a plant comes through, maximizing the... Actually, I was going to say maximizing the orb. Why are you not giving it to Sorix here? You already have the Blaze Storm for Tanza, but a little bit of a detail that's missed for the side of FlyQuest, but definitely converting into a round in the end for the attack. I think what's missing, or what I felt was a little bit off for Division 1 in that on this current round, was they had a good read of where FlyQuest was trying to pivot towards to. Because when you already drone into the first place and then you force your Astra to come out with Calamity breaking the drone, FlyQuest pivots already into the B site, expecting that the op is already going to be posted towards A. So as you pivot towards B, I don't think it's a good idea for a person to start jump spotting towards that back of that B line, expecting again that the op is still in the hands of FlyQuest on the attack. You kind of just gave your life away, and that allowed your FlyQuest to get on the green light and just go into the site and get that plant down.
The Disc already highlighted this, but Breeze is one of Division 1's best map picks statistically, like 90% win rate. Like even if it's an OT win against ADG in that previous match, it's still a win. And I think you go to Breeze, I know you go to Breeze, if you are confident in your op matchup. And I think really saving in this op is a future investment. It's something that Dynamic really needs, because you can't have a one-sided op. You're just going to have FlyQuest be able to run any sight line without you being able to peek, and then you're just lacking so much presence if you're facing a one-sided op.
And I agree, which is why Boomy shouldn't be peeking out with a rifle. Give that responsibility to Dynamic and try to fight. So can't give your life away that way, especially if you're playing an open map like Breeze and you're playing rifles. You got to play those corners and let them come into your crosshair. Because look at how FlyQuest is playing. They're all wall contacting every single time outside of the Arena flashes.
Okay, how free is Solada though? Because it feels like every time he crosses this pyramid threshold, he gets a kill, he falls back, and it's so hard to punish Arena. It's really a feast or famine agent. But the difference of this Viper's Wall 2 from Foreign, switching up his setup from B to A, trying to really stop these duelists from taking spaces quickly, is definitely already changing the approach of FlyQuest. Now Foreign gonna try a up close and personal approach. Holy, the Colette's with a sheriff of all things. It's the op that has to stop it all. Now this is throwing a wrench into the FlyQuest plans.
Crazy shots coming out from Foreign. Now back to the walk contact. There you go. Op versus op. Advantage for Dynamic, and then also advantage for D1.
30 seconds left.
Sheriff Colette is crazy. Like, so much value. 3 kills off of just a corner camp there from Foreign. Calamity will be part of that, and this is a close one now. This was a 4-round win streak that just got broken off of a pretty low buy, and a Sheriff doing most of the work, as I keep talking about. So Division 1, you just can't underestimate what they can do.
And it's Foreign again. Finds his own timing through his own defensive wall too. This is probably the lack of util coming out here from the composition for FlyQuest. What, you're already using a drone or a dart towards the back of the site. You don't really have anything else to re-clear behind this wall. So as you lose your timing, you can't really let yourself expose when these walls are about to come down. You have to expect here somebody's out in the open or an off angle with an op, or just how Foreign just played in that previous round. So Foreign, 3K in the pistol round, 3K in their thrifty. Now this puts them back in the game. They have a very strong buy. Double ops set up as well on the defense, and they're both posted on B side and mid. That was interesting.
Someone has to watch mid, and that's why a Dynamic gets called over with the op. It's a good sight line, and Foreign holds it down at A. Macro race is on. Boomy with first blood. It's 2 ops against none now. FlyQuest. Now they're not even safe. Flying from above. Dynamic kind of whiffs, and Solana stays steady. Barely at 8 HP though. FlyQuest still do not feel safe now that they've been discovered. There's quite a bit of resistance, and the fear of these ops. At least you take down one, I guess, but
it's the lurk
the
here.
other one. Oh yeah, Leo could be cooking towards the defender's spawn. FlyQuest aren't going to leverage that. I guess they're going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, that's why he's just holding towards the spawn, because he has the timing, right? So as everybody rotates across, he's going to cut the rotates, especially after winning that duel. And unfortunately, Leo doesn't win that against Mikey. So that evens it up back on a 3 versus 3. But we are committed for FlyQuest to plant towards this B site.
FlyQuest are faster, but poor Leo just had everyone turn his direction when he could have maybe gotten more if they were a little bit more distracted. Solana, I don't know what it is. Main character energy now 8 HP. Was that what, like 23? I don't know how he keeps living. A little bit of rain to kills. Now you need a little bit of magic. Some luck trickled in. Boomy doesn't need it. And Solana just takes over before Sorix finishes the job. 8 HP Reyna, by the way.
Yeah, you kind of just wish when Dynamic was throwing his Blade Storm towards him that he actually got the kill, because Solana survives, still had a Devour to re-heal if he wanted to, but just couldn't get the range to re-heal himself after that kill onto Dynamic, and somehow still manages to get a double kill on that Flood retake on the side of D1. That really, you were talking about Foreign throwing wrenches in the wheels, and that was definitely this time Solana with the low HP. Going hero plays, and even instead of devouring, goes for the dismiss as he was getting run down on that B site, which allows for him to instantly get traded by Sorix. So a nice little round by FlyQuest. They stopped the bleeding, and they allowed themselves here to maintain the lead by 2.
All right, op check. Both teams have 1 instead of multiple, and this changes everything. But one thing that stays the same, there is going to be a shotgun at the front of B. With a few stars and a few obstacles placed here by Calamity that FlyQuest don't want to run into that same mistake yet again. But patience is a virtue here. Ooh, the timing on that Lear is kind of nice. Bit of a whiff on the shot, but it's okay. Good util, good moves from FlyQuest. Hansa already dashes in, has been marked in the middle of the site. Calamity's pushed off the angle, and Mikey couldn't catch Hansa as he dropped down. FlyQuest brought the aggression, and they pushed Division 1's backs against the wall. Now coming through that mid link. You need Dynamic and Boomy to make a lot happen. With so many injuries, you just 1 bullet each for FlyQuest, and they're all good. Solana healthy, not so much on the Division 1 side. Boomy Boomy in a 1v3 with just an up and can maybe swap up that weapon. But he's playing around cover so well, but Duck strikes him down and FlyQuest double their score.
Dude, 2 of them at 5 HP remaining. Is that sheriff damage that was done by Foreign somehow? I don't know. I'll have to look back at the replay or maybe at the VODs later on, because that is probably more damage being done by just a single pistol by Foreign again. Gets the headshot there onto Tanza, almost making it winnable here, but...
Yo, no, Duck's actually... No, he's actually an opper. He's a...
There you go. I was about to say, picks up the op left behind by Tanza and still gets a kill with it. So Coach Hu being very happy of that single result when it should have been a round for D1 with so many players injured for the side of FlyQuest, and now they're running away here by 3 rounds.
Yeah, I'm too sensitive. I'd be like, what do you mean actually an opper? He really is, but Tanza, he's a flyer, and he's good with the knives this time, and now there's a lot, too many targets, as FlyQuest really needs to support their duelists. Salada doesn't need nobody else. Foreign just needs a sheriff for kills, I guess. He's just a sheriff player. 1v2, he may need to pick up a rifle as much as I want to hype him up. There is one to his right, but he's worried about mid. Heard the steps towards main. Upgrade finally gotten here. Does FlyQuest now get to sit pretty? A lot of noise being made, so Foreign is gonna be distracted by that, and he's gonna pick to try and get the defuse. He's already baiting out shots, and the snake bite from Sorgs prevents Foreign from going for the defuse, at least right away. Oh, and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, this is an investment. Pit for Hunter's Fury. Maybe that's worth it for Foreign, but it's at least worth it for FlyQuest to get a 3rd round and a win streak going.
That's why it was never worth it in the first place for Foreign to drop that pit on a 1 versus 2. If he actually did get the first kill and kept pushing out towards that B site and clearing corners and actually winning that fight against Sorix, then yes, maybe I would respect the pit coming out. But you did not hit tab, or your teammates did not tell you what was at stake here on that 1 versus 2, knowing that there's still potentially snakebite available on the post plant and also Hunter's Fury, which is why Duck was thunderfooting all the way back towards the attack spawn. He should have expected that already, that they're using that as the check mark to make sure to guarantee the round here in the post plant for FlyQuest. So that's a wasted ult that he could have used this round here. Remember, it was an eco they had previously. They did such a good econ damage in the first place. Now he feels it's all thrown away.
Hello there, Stack. Oh, I thought Dynamic was gonna get even more out of that. When you see Salati, you head for the hills until the Hunter takes down the prey, and Boomy, he's the opper too. There's a lot of talent on this Division 1 squad, but just need to stifle this momentum from FlyQuest. Teleport from Leo all the way to the other side of the map. Now, this is how you speedrun space making, kids, and Foreign doesn't stand a chance. Now FlyQuest have an open sight.
It's crazy, too, because he jump spotted with the shorty first, but hopefully the Hunter's Fury could do some damage. Yep, it does. That's spike down.
Okay, Mikey, that's really important. FlyQuest are down to 2, and Leo is just 1 bullet away from going to the Shadow Realm. Division 1 have 2 rounds left to make a splash in this half. And Sorix stops the entry from Division 1. FlyQuest head for safety. Snakebite used a little early, but just want to get ahead of it before Division 1 gets settled in. Now they know they have to dig FlyQuest out of these positions. The high-low is good enough, and Division 1 have time to defuse.
It was a nice try, too. Make sure that the one that's low HP, Leo, goes for the wide swing, and the other one can ADS and hopefully go for instant trades. But it looks like for the side of Division 1, they tapped the spike, and all 3 of them were facing the window. And I think they kind of already knew that the 2 players are going to swing towards that window, because I'm pretty sure Dynamic pushed down towards that B main side and saw that nobody was around that corner. So they were all ready for that fight. 4-7 right now, as we had a great start, at least from the pistol round and anti-eco for the side of Division 1. But the pops right now from FlyQuest into this walk to pop is actually looking quite good and very hard for D1 to deal with right now. But now they have a big wall to play on this retake if they want to. Of course, they should use it as the last round of the half, but they are trying to walk up on extremities and getting punished.
So charitable to give FlyQuest an op like that.
Why not?
Why not? That could be the most easily recoverable thing because Foreign just threw an orb on it. But I just wanted to say something funny. Foreign though, this is not going to be comedy. Can he cause a carnage again at the front doors of B? Duck is causing noise in mid, and FlyQuest, they dashing off the jet. Foreign wasn't able to cut off the reinforcements. And it's just another B simulator for FlyQuest. Boomy, the finger guns don't go through the wall, but they go through Leo. But FlyQuest just had more at the end of the day, and it's an 8-4 half.
Great job by FlyQuest to punish the walk forward from Division 1. You tried to go for the hero play with the operator walk down. I mean, Dynamic's been trying to do it not consistently, but trying from time to time towards that A side. And he couldn't find any value out of that. And because of FlyQuest starting a lot of these rounds for maybe out of 12, maybe half, 3/4 of it were actually on that B side start, then he was hoping that the read was good. And the read worked out for at least a 1v1 battle, but he got that denied right away. So great on FlyQuest to really stuff any type of attempt from D1 to take control of the map early. Now it's their turn to play the defense, setting up on a 2-1-2 setup.
Get your aim training in now. There's going to be a difference too of those controllers, Yeoman versus Astra. We'll see how Leo handles that, being maybe more of a fight-enabling controller than a flexible Astra, but it's all about time and experience on the Asian. While Division 1, not wasting any time, just getting mid for free. Doc is hearing this, can't do anything about it. And Division 1, first blood. But Sorix is being a thorn in their side, and it's quite sore. He gets a double in Division 1. We're ahead, and now they're severely behind. Just FlyQuest poking and prodding through all sides. And it just, all you got is a plan if you're Division 1.
You have shots still from Mikey. Starts off well, though.
Oh.
Nope.
The aim training was nice for Division 1 at the beginning, but yeah, that's where it ends. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, for Foreign, if Sorix is saying if Foreign could do it, he could do it as well. And not necessarily does it better, because he also had his own 3K with the Sheriffs, but there is something definitely coming out here from the rifle or the strong pistols out of these players in Tier 2. Look at the value it gets on the amount of headshots they're also getting in these fights. Especially when it comes down to the max you could really get is half shield with your pistol round for some of the players. Let's say Leo goes for paranoia and shield, it's still gonna headshot you at one domer, right? So it's a nice purchase for these teams to get these sheriffs in first pistol round, and now on an eco.
Onto just peeks with a Marshall and gets money for it. Division 1 aren't going to get mid control for free. They know that going up against the weapon advantage. And Duck is being as conservative as he can with the information. And wow, orb timing is nice from Sorix and FlyQuest. They're looking for back-to-back successful retakes. Now, Guardian versus Sheriff. Boomy taking some shock damage there. And no plant means very little advantages. Let's see if Calamity will be safe enough to go for it. He's actually baiting to see if FlyQuest are willing to disrespect the smoke. At 50 seconds, this is Division 1 taking a risk going elsewhere.
Especially now that you have a Guardian been picked up and Boomy actually is able to cut the rotates. You are gambling for the plant towards the A side, and hopefully Boomy could take one or two.
Yeah, this is going to come down to what Boomy can
30
do.
seconds left.
It's like Calamity will get on that plant pretty quickly. FlyQuest didn't get the memo. Boomy's hearing it, waiting for the backstab. Catches Solana dancing, sends him to his grave. And here comes FlyQuest with 3. This would be a huge turnaround for Division 1. Calamity still doesn't have a weapon upgrade because he's on plant duty, and a bit of a dance for Boom. He activates the speed to disengage, and now FlyQuest take over the mantle and take over the site for yet another successful retake.
That's so unfortunate too. He had great timing for Boomy to get at least a lot of much more easily towards middle. Still gets the kill, but I think he could have caught maybe Duck and even Leo to give a chance there on that 1v1 in the end. Should he get traded out by Tanza. That said, though, all those Guardian shots just painting a picture around these players. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert their eco against FlyQuest. Now hitting double digits first and very quickly are FlyQuest. I was hoping actually Lemon Kiwi to see a little bit of a 2003 boomy boom headshot ponage style, but ain't happening.
Just you saying ponage ages you so much.
Ponage TV? You got some people's the Six is watching. He knows what
What
I'm
are you
talking
gonna
about.
talk about Justin TV next? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
who the
Actually,
hell is Justin?
we were just talking about that before too. I told him that my Twitch account was made in 2009, which was probably in the Justin TV days.
Well, we could keep talking, I guess, or we could watch Division 1, see if they can do a comeback. It's 4 versus 4.
I'm watching.
Okay, dynamic. All eyes are on you. One at the backside. Tonsas just tunneled, but that's because he's getting kills. FlyQuest are getting money. All I see is green. And Mikey, he's going to be seeing red very soon. 1v3 is just trying to place the crosshair for a nice lucky headshot. And now they've crossed. You heard Tonsa flying. It's cooked. FlyQuest.
Exactly.
or, convert the bonus. This is not good.
That's why we could have kept talking about it. But no, it's I do respect what Dynamic just did though, because he snuck through the timing of the owl drone and got a pick. The only thing after that though is that he stalled. Instead of trying to move forward, trying to go for hero play, maybe getting a second one before he falls, he just unfortunately lost all of that timing after that kill. Look at how he waits for the other one to peek out, and everybody else just floods out and catches everybody off guard right after.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Most tame who moment.
These guys are so
Okay.
Are you sure about that? Are you
end.
sure?
Wait, I want to
Are you
hear.
sure about that?
There's so what?
I think something good.
Oh yeah.
It's looking too easy for FlyQuest right now. I mean, it is 11-4, and
Yikes.
they were just, I mean, finally a first blood here for the side of D1, but they were mentioning at the desk, man, this is supposed to be the best map for Division 1.
Yeah, this was supposed to be the best map for Division 1. FlyQuest, though, they are just zoomers, man. Their mechanics are solid. 3v5, though, is that gonna be what saves them? At least Division 1 want time on their side, and now they can set their focus forward. Just waiting for who is gonna make the move first. FlyQuest, I mean, the weight is on their shoulders. FlyQuest have to retake, and they've been successful all 3 times this half. Fonzie gets to take his time with it, and Mikey surprises him with the judge. And now you have to throw the paranoia. Mikey escapes. Division 1. What you got left? And it's everyone still pretty much alive except Calamity. So solid work for Division 1.
Quite solid indeed. Just losing one player in the process as well keeps them really in the game in this round number 17, because you've pretty much lost what, pistol, bonus. You're forced into like a quasi buy because of the plants that you're able to get. The 3 in a row still gives you a pretty decent buy, so that allows then for them to at least have some sort of a fight against FlyQuest, who keep playing their, instead of upgrading their weapons into that round 16. Although now it's the big test, right? You have the op out for Tonsa this time around too. Thankfully, because they've only lost one player in the process for Division 1, they're still quite healthy in the bank. Oh, what an open.
FlyQuest are always just throwing out like a duelist at the front, see what they get. It's 1-to-1, trying to get the spike carrier down. Oh, the Division 1 boomy wall kind of gave a huge heads up for FlyQuest to surprise them. Now the defense has an advantage, and Foreign is out in the open. The gloves are out too, and Calamity is deep into the site with no help coming. Foreign will have to do it all on his own, playing around the Cosmic Divide. At least he has the spike, so he's racing away.
He's crossed. He can make it to the B site, but he's trying to go for a full ring around the Rosie. I think this might be a finish back towards A for him.
Oh man, the mind games are crazy.
Yeah, the thing is right now he doesn't know that FlyQuest are fully rotating as a duo back towards his B site. So as he thinks, oh yeah, I have a timing, they're probably rotating through mid. He's not going to expect these 2 players to go back towards A main. If FlyQuest are deciding to rotate towards A main, this should be in the bag here for Fly to put them at map point.
And you're going to get to use, kind of leverage your own Viper's wall here. So I think Foreign is really good around playing cover like that. See if he was able to hear that person in main. Gonna tuck into the corner. See if he can isolate that, because Hans and Duck are coming at 2 different angles. is where the Vipers get isolated, and Foreign with a quick flick, 3K. He's doing it. Duck is running out of time, and he has to address the elephant in the room, and it's Foreign with the 4K.
The 4K. Sick clutch in the end there for Foreign, and it was almost a lost round just because I saw the his gun barrel is on the right side, right? So it almost fully blocked Duck walking forward, but he was able to flick back and get the kill in the end. But that was a very nice clutch in the end. Even the recon dart was kind of nice. I felt you kind of needed Duck to continue to scale up instead of having Tonza push out first from A main, and that would have been your win con there for FlyQuest. So a little bit of miscom for how they played that 2 versus 1. We already felt, well, actually, I'm going to hold that thought. I think we might see some action very soon here towards the B-side exec, because everybody's already grouping up here for D1. We already sold this fake towards this A side with a recon dart. Now you're going to try to move in here with the Hunter's Fury towards this B-side drone.
Leo will judge anyone who comes through. I don't mind if like Sorix was the person to do it, so you could like throw Paranoia, maybe help things out, but it's Sorix, it's been quite good with the timings on the smokes. Man, Leo just gets overwhelmed. Sorix around cover takes down 2, and Division 1 it got exactly what they wanted. The fortress has been put up. Hunter's Fury through your own teammate, but also through the enemy. Okay, got some tags, you got info, but the Viper's pit remains. And the recon, oh, you spot Foreign. You guys could bring the pit down. Man, this guy is Becky. He just flicks so quickly to any troubles coming his way. Division 1 never even planted. FlyQuest, they bring all the walls down brick by brick. Solana, the hero, and Boomy will put down the final boss. Duck versus Boomy. And Duck, this has to be his moment to shine. He's been quiet this series, and Division 1 could have had a way quicker round if they had planted sooner in their pit. Oh, you heard the steps. Duck is not ready, and Boomy delivers a clutch.
That was so close there, too. Thankfully, towards the end, Boomy had a 6th sense of where the last player was going to be at, because there's 10 seconds left. You're fully committed to it. If not, if the person's not there, you have to run towards that side and go for a plant down, and you just lose that in the end. So great on Boomy to identify where Duck was going to be hiding to be able to win that round, because men were FlyQuest good to delay and deny plant after attempt after attempt. Really never gave a chance for Foreign to really set up. Mikey got hit by the Hunter's Fury too, and Salada almost made Salad out of D1 in that previous round. But that will now finally force the timeout for the side of FlyQuest, where you're starting to see here D1 stringing these rounds.
Yeah, this is a 11-4 deficit that Division 1 are trying to make up for. Dropping that second pistol is definitely something Division 1 have to overcome, and it's coming down to a lot of kind of 1v1s, 2v1s, and that's where the clutch power is really coming into play. And both these teams have that firepower in these crucial moments to step up, whether it's Boomy and Foreign from the Division 1 side, or Solada, Tonza. I think there's more all-around consistency from the FlyQuest side, and that's really what's spelling why the result is this way.
Yeah, agreed.
10 seconds. Clutch.
And what I said before too is what was kind of missing in terms of D1, or sorry, for FlyQuest in terms of these retakes, was the good coordinations that they had in their attack side too wasn't really working out on their defensive side. So I feel like this timeout is probably to iron that up a little bit here with Coach Hu.
Aldrone did not get deep enough here for Mikey. They're kind of going in blind or sectioning the site. D1 taking this one step at a time. Boomies. Oh, it's actually dynamic. Stepping on the other side of their own Viper's wall, catching FlyQuest off guard. Open sight lines, but man, the knives are out for Tonza, dodging the op, and now finger guns out. Overdrive kicking into gear for Division 1. Really just trying to buy time. Wall comes down. No one to be found. Double swing for FlyQuest. Leo has the heads up. Boomy needs to be bailed out. Someone needs to cross the smoke for Division 1, and Boomy just left out to dry. Division 1 are playing for the win, not for friendship. And FlyQuest, they have to push the boundaries here. The Hunter's Fury on the post plant. It's buying crucial seconds. The delay on every shot. FlyQuest, their hearts skip a beat, and they'll have to skip out of the site. Play for the win later.
A little bit of a scrappy miss there by Foreign, but at least he gets instantly traded out. But yes, you definitely side from D1. Just keep Boomy dead inside the site. Play post plant, play the Hunter's Fury, play the Gravwell. Just play the round into your favor. So 4 rounds picked up. This was a quasi buy that you had though for the side of FlyQuest, and they made it rather expensive for Division 1. Look at what they were wasted. Lots like op money is actually gone out the window. If you're looking at Booby right now, unless it's left towards that spawn towards the floor, no, he has to buy a judge on top of that. So he's buying a judge. They don't have an op on their attack site to scale up. So they're going to try to explode quickly into the B site here with a judge at the tip of the spear.
Yacht from Tanza is not at this site, so that's one less threat, but that's what we know. Division 1 don't know that. Now with a different Viper's wall, they're really trying to cut off the sightlines of someone like Sorex, who they know play so far back. You're walking into the grasp, into arm's reach of FlyQuest. You zone them off, you spam them down. You don't let them get comfortable in case they're sitting on the other side of the smoke or within it.
Spike planted.
Division 1, get the spike down quicker. That's what you needed to see. Them getting ahead of the game, going in confidently. Now watching the angles, quick swing, quicker shot from Sorex. And when it rains, it pours. FlyQuest, their retakes have been so good this half. But Division 1 at this back corner could be a nuisance. FlyQuest have to address it. Calamity just watches over the spike while Division 1 take care of business elsewhere. 2v2. FlyQuest on the defuse. It's being held. Mikey, you have to deny it. At the last second, he does.
Nice round there by Mikey from beginning to the end. In terms of the drone coming out and getting the ping into the first one and forcing the second to fall back, allow D1 to really take full space control, site control of towards B. I think he overused a recon dart on top of that, but at the end of the day, he's able to stay tucked in. His teammates are falling down on the aggro lines on that Berlin wall, but at least he's able to go for that clutch. The crossfire setup they had, an important round. Fight had to be won as well for the Astra on the side here of Division 1, and that was Calamity. And it took heroic plays, but they have a chance now to narrow down that gap by 1 because FlyQuest are once again on an eco.
7-round deficit has been minimized to just 2. Division 1, you cannot count them out yet. And they sense the desperation from FlyQuest. Hello, an unfriendly neighbor. FlyQuest, now they dip out. And this is big. Division 1. Now we're gonna know that the stack is on this side. They're gonna go hit the B site.
They're still alert though. The entry from Dynamic is huge here. So as they were trying to make noise towards this B side, it comes down to this fight right here, and that opens it up. Dynamic now will call for the pivot and confirming that the A site is open. We're still kind of closing that gap for FlyQuest though. Guardian is in the hands of Onza. He's trying to get a 1 fight there.
FlyQuest kind of hesitated, and that means angles watch for Division 1. They are ready to greet you. Boomy, the trigger discipline. FlyQuest, this is not going to be the round for them. Division 1, this is where the economy swells, the confidence is good. You got the coach hyping you up, and despite the defuse not going FlyQuest away, Division 1, they're on a roll. 5-round win streak, about to make it 6, but Sorex, okay. Making this expensive if you're FlyQuest. The spike's about to tick down. I don't imagine that you pull this off. Okay, now you're just doing psychological damage. There we go. Division 1 or within 1.
It always feels so good when I'm watching like Challengers, Tier 1, and Neon are just breaking angles. You just can't shoot him. It makes me feel good in my ranked games when a Neon's being abused with her mobility and I can't follow up with it. It's not because I have a slow sensitivity, a small mouse pad, a short arm, whatever. I'm able to just whiff like everybody else, like a normal human being.
Just like any Challengers player, it happens.
Yeah.
Second timeout now from FlyQuest in round 22. Last one is at round 19. Division 1 are just not really a timeout kind of team. which is kind of hilarious because they were down 4-11 at one point.
That is true. That is true.
They
I guess
just
they
never
stuck to
take
their game
timeouts.
plan. They just kind of, yeah. Maybe it's just the Premier still in them. They're like, maybe we don't really use timeouts in our Premier games. We're just not use timeouts in our VCL matches, and they still make it work. Now you have an opportunity to continue to talk with the team and take advantage of FlyQuest's timeout. As you mentioned, who just had to use his second one in the last 4 rounds here, and I gotta say they're pulling out the yacht one more time, but I think trying to go for a little bit of I guess mid control at this point, because they're doing a great job from stalling with Sorex and Leo with the smokes that they have in the double controller, but they're still just waiting for the smokes to dissipate and then for them to react off like a hit here from D1. If you're able to just isolate Boomy, take him down, that's no walls for the crossing for the side of D1, and it'll make things a lot more difficult here for the execution and the pop here for the attack side. So hopefully there's at least some sort of game plan to take some aggro lines.
Oh my god, the disrespect, Boomy. I mean, the Viper's pit wasn't even
Bro, he still
yet.
gets a kill in there.
And the pit comes down. Value from Boomy, stress in the FlyQuest camp, and Division 1, that wasn't even the objective. They're over at A, planting behind the Viper's wall. The drone will see what's on the other side here for Duck. He'll communicate that to the army marching back in. The FlyQuest retakes were good at the start, and this is where Tanza, he needs to lock in. The off has been superb in his hands, and Leo will be the tip of the spear on the front lines. But the Lear out FlyQuest are comfortable moving forward, taking kill after kill. A buy-up was all they needed to get to match point.
And it start off so well for Division 1. They sold a perfect fake for Boomy going into the B site and still getting the kill onto Soros to drop the pit with the Neon. They got open site, free site on the A side, but I'm still questioning why Mikey was the one that was or planning or staying on site after, because he was the win con. Again, Hunter's Fury. Remember what happened previously? You delay with Calamity's util, late lurk, try to utilize Hunter's Fury and just go for clutch moments. Yet Mikey was stuck on the site alone, while you had Form playing A main, and then you had Calamity on the lurk. I feel like those positions should have been rotated around to maximize the util that you have in a post-plant scenario here, and it might render very costly because now D1 has no choice but to play the overtime, where I guess it's just a storyline of D1 on this map. They want to play this in overtime.
Important moment for Mikey or Boomy. See if the overdrive be used this round. Mid control, Division 1. Granted that, kind of fake info there as Boomy gets a surprise on Duck. Division 1 have the first blood, setting themselves up for success for the future. Let's see if FlyQuest will have a future in this map. Wait a minute, FlyQuest are sitting on the other side of smoke. Solana is maybe thinking about this, respecting it. Oh, but man, they just didn't have the Lear, and FlyQuest don't have the firepower against this unless it's Leo and Tanza that go absolutely insane. But Tanza's just not interested.
Yeah.
Division 1 will get another one.
Look at Mike even running out too instantly. So you're starting to see, okay, we know what our win cons are right now. They place a star on top, he plays outside sight, and now they could guarantee the round in the end. But yeah, for the side of Tanza and for Leo, you could definitely see that the econ is not the best right now across the board. So Tanza saving full util, not having to purchase anything at all because he's only used dash in the previous round, will still allow for him to get, what, 1,900 or 3,400 in the next round, which could buy a rifle for Duck. You saw the idea that FlyQuest, what they're trying to do in the first place. I think Duck was trying to be a sacrificial lamb by swinging against the op, so that's a lot. He could try to capitalize on some kills on elbow. But unfortunately, there was a little bit off timing, and Duck got caught, and then Solana wasn't really there to meet up in that corner to get the pick yet. So that's just unfortunate, and that allowed here for D1 to move into the B site quite easily with a numbers advantage into the B site. So now they're still able to save the Hunter's Fury into the next round here on the attack side, Lemon Kiwi, for Division 1. The good news, at least for FlyQuest, is that they also have their own.
Last round of regulation. Who will be the hero? Oh, just the elbow of Dynamic. The drone will mark Hansa at the back of the site. He'll have to take a seat as Division 1 put up absolute cinema with the Hunter's Fury. The immediate double. Oh wait, having to take a pause on the plant because FlyQuest, they retaliate with their own Hunter's Fury. And Boomy, I mean, that's a really good spot to see how far away that retake is and how safe Division 1. How much time they have to set up around this back wall. Duck really doesn't see much with that Aldron besides the jet out in the open. Dynamic is ready to greet Solana. The initial leer to take that first step forward. It's a 3v5 retake, and Division 1 just need to trade. Boomy is unleashed. He's uncaged. And Division 1, they force overtime.
And seeing Boomy with a rifle now, you can really see that he's laser beating opponents. And of course, it can be a Division 1 game without a map on overtime on Breeze here. And I almost feel like there was a double tag from Mikey, if I'm not mistaken, with the Aldrone towards that back of that B site that allowed for him to get such good value off the Hunter's Fury. But nonetheless, we're still seeing extra innings now between these two teams. Remember, this is lower brackets, right? We're in the lower semis. Whoever loses this one is out of contention for stage 2. And whoever wins this one gets to meet up against SRB in after this series. So a very, very important matchup for both of these teams that are fairly new into this year in both Division 1 and FlyQuest. Looking to provide us with a very exciting game.
Division 1 want to return to overtime yet again, just like they did against ADG, although I didn't expect a 4-11 comeback like this. It's Division 1. Set dynamic with the glass cannon op. With a Boomy, I could trade, finish off what he started. Barrel spotted, elbow down, Sorix. A huge key to the success of FlyQuest Balls. It's at least traded.
What made me mad? The second peek. You already knew the jiggle was coming across here. You get the pick onto Sorix. You're expecting somebody who's already hiding on the left side of the boxes. Can't repeat. You got to play your numbers, man. Or at least keep Boomy with you. Don't have him fall back to support towards middle. So you could at least go for another trade on map control. Now that opens up the map. More to take for FlyQuest as you already see the insert for Solana into tunnel.
And he just heard that Nest player drop back, so Solana is just invisible to this team, and he profits beautifully now with the back of the site. This is exactly what Solana needed to do. Both teams have had such successful attacking halves. 8-4. As FlyQuest just have to secure the bag. Calamity and Boomy. Let's see what clutch they can do coming off different angles. Boomy has to watch the right side. He gets distracted by a player on the wall, and FlyQuest almost make that flawless.
Yeah, you see what difference it makes though, right? When you have to play a 4 versus 4, there's so much map for you to be able to take here on the attack side. If you were able to fall back for dynamic and play back towards the pyramid or play somewhere safe after getting this pick, you still have control of A main, which the pathing from the Neon and the Astra would have been perfect because it would have been slowly rotating back for mid control back into top tunnel, which would actually probably caught the timing that Solana took on the top of that area as well. And unfortunately, that's not the case, and it allows Solana to sneak through and slip through the net and kill 2 in the back. And D1 looking to close it though. They're trying to, bring in an extra overtime. A 5-man hit into this A site.
Oh, the Odin! Oh, it does some initial damage. Boomy's on his last life with his dying breath. He kills the duck. And now FlyQuest are down 1. It's gonna come down to which defense is going to thrive. Because that is what has been the weaker side for both teams. As feels like also Calamity is just so out of the picture. He's watching for an insane flank, and this means a weaker side for Division 1. They are also scoped off the spike, so it's an awkward spot for Division 1 to be stuck in. They really can't support each other. FlyQuest know it, but Mikey sticks to his guns, and Tanza's in a 1v3. Mikey's injured, should be a quick finish here, but it's who is reacting to that kill. And Spike, the time, a factor, now no longer. We're tied up.
And it was tough too. If they were starting to lose players for Division 1 towards that A site, it wasn't really planned at all for anybody playing A main or for the late lurk of Calamity on middle. Those pings are already coming out for the attack side as well, and they're like, okay, well, he did lurk once again, so you got to be careful of the positioning for Calamity in these post plants on the side of FlyQuest, but also just winning the fights in front of that are in front of him towards the A site. But FlyQuest are trying to do the same thing now. They're also trying to go for their own 5-man hit, but all of them leaning towards the A side main to start, where there's only Calamity waiting.
This is a different look. Now he's tagged. That's not ideal. know he's on the back foot. FlyQuest sense blood in the water. It's a defense that needs to thrive, and Calamity, he is bleeding. He's coming apart at the seams. He's trying to put up a resistance. He's usually more of that B-site player, but at least here's some friends on the defense. Hey, that's a pretty good friend. Boomy gets a chance for this defense. And Op that watches on the other side of this yellow box, and FlyQuest, they have to respect it. They have to watch mid. And now there's another Op to worry about. Boomy won't get to keep playing with his, and the defense that started off strong is being torn down. A nice wrap around. The reaction to deal with Foreign was what gives FlyQuest the win.
That makes it difficult too to try to retake with the double op setup for Division 1 in that previous round. It almost looks like, what, 20 rounds ago, I think they played a double up as well, but they couldn't get any value out of it, and allows here Division 1, or sorry, FlyQuest to just stay on the site and just win their fights behind their own Viper wall. So a little bit difficult there for Division 1. We go again for extra innings one more time, where everybody's trading their defensive sides. They're not winning defensive sides for either Division 1 or FlyQuest. There is only one op once again, but it still have the Odin. Op works.
Tonza, he just does so well with it. These duelists from FlyQuest, they love to poke out as soon as the barriers come down. It's a gamble, and they hit the nat 20. And like we said, it's about the defenses. Tonza, uncharacteristic miss, but I still think the impact is there. 5v3. Surely FlyQuest convert. You don't need to overcook now. The ball is in Division 1's court.
Yeah, D1 now rolling perception to see hopefully if they could prod out towards the A side. I don't think they're going to expect the position of Leo into A main.
Oh, cancel the owl drone. Dynamic, you had your chance, and now the tables are even. Okay, Dynamic barely getting away with that. Foreign adjust. D1 are making this close. It was a 5v3 for FlyQuest. It's anyone's game, but there is an op that will be watching over this A site shortly. What is Dynamic cooking? Watching over mid? Does he decide to go anywhere else? He needs to really be by Foreign's side.
It's both hero plays. They're both isolated here at this point. You're just hoping the shots land.
Giving a sense of safety, the FlyQuest to see that Viper's wall come up. The Lear is out. Dynamic has to choose this moment carefully. This is for all. This is for the map. And Tonza with the second kill. Someone's on the defuse. Dynamic races forward to deny it. It's a 1v1 for the map. A 4K. Dynamic, he clutches for Division 1. We keep going.
Dynamic stays calm and stays stoic in that fight. Isolating the first kill on the Opera of Tonza, trying to protect his teammate defusing, but also not wide swinging on the last player, on Salada, that was sticking on to that spike in the first place, anticipating that he's going to release it and try to fight him, and just keeps his crosshair calm and gets that last pick. Look at how beautiful this is. The dash forward, gets this pick right here, and just stays. Because he also sees the vision of the spike that you're not sticking it anymore. It's not red, so he knows his off. Who is desperate right now, trying to get things to work, and finally, it only took 28 rounds for Division 1 to use their timeout.
Yeah, I think when I last casted Division 1, they took like one timeout in 3 maps. They're just, so you know it's really cooked if Division 1 are getting a timeout. And I think both teams need a timeout after that one, because that was a 5v3 ball drop from FlyQuest, or a 3v5 clutch, depending on if you're a glass half full, glass half empty kind of fan.
which is why I'm also surprised that we're pulling out this timeout for Division 1, because you saw from the camera angle how Who was kind of just like, oh crap, how the hell did that happen? How the hell did we let that slip? Because I don't even think that they have a timeout left on their OT for the side of FlyQuest. So this gives an opportunity now for Who to talk with the rest of the team over at Fly as well, to give themselves a fighting chance in this round 29.
Deploying drone. Obscuring vision.
Drone just to really make Division 1 overthink here at A. Look how much they're just giving up space and sticking to their positions. FlyQuest slowing this down to a default speaks to the resilience this team has. They still have to come back from what seemed to be a one map already. Tonza dashed through multiple layers of smokes. Now it's what's waiting for them on the other side of this wall. It could determine the result. This overtime, Boomy catches Tonza looking away. So much chaos being out in the open. Leo tries to pressure the perimeter, but he won't stay strong. And Duck tear it all down, just trades back and forth, and the Division 1 defense stands tall. Now this could spell trouble for FlyQuest, who were just a couple kills away from winning the map. Now the tables have turned.
100%. And look at the position that they have here, using finally the obstacles to their advantage on the defense, not taking aggressive lines of sights when they're playing rifles. They play the off angles behind the pillars, behind the walls, and now FlyQuest just runs into it. Boomy dropping 33 so far, Salada at 28, and they're now at map point, back for Division 1, where they've been very good on the attack side. And they're looking to close it right now. A B-side hit attempted, where there's only Salada and Sorix trying to hold that fort.
Dynamic in the smoke with the judge off the owl drone. Still enough of a distraction. 33 kills, not going to see anymore, depending on what FlyQuest can do here. 4v4. Sorix needs to anchor now more than ever. He's overwhelmed. He's suffocated. Division 1 step into their arena, and they deny FlyQuest. It's all up to Tonza, the Division 1 map pick, the 4-11 comeback. Is it real? Tonza's hoping to flip the script. So many angles to watch. Division 1 and main will always have a last resort. And Mikey, what a game he's had. He's got to go deal with the last pawn left in FlyQuest's corner. As every angle, every hard scope watch, Tonza distracted, converged on Division 1. 4-11 comeback. Take Breeze.
And a great comeback by Division 1 on top of that, trailing by so far behind on the first half. But as you said, Lemon Kiwi, they trusted the process. They never came out with timeouts going into their second half. This was like what, 11-4 scoreline or something at some point, I like to think. Maybe it's been a long time ago though, but Division 1 really fought back into this one too, and they finally take it over on their map pick. But dude, this is, we said that it was going to be Brawly no matter what, right? It almost feels like sometimes there's not real macro or anything like that. It came down to it. There was a lot of TDMs that happened in a couple of these rounds too. A lot of good heroic plays, big clutches that came across that you saw there from the side of Dynamic. That was on a 1 versus 3 that was able to win that one too. So if it wasn't for these type of rounds, for Foreign, for example, with the shares, this could have been already a FlyQuest map win. But Division 1, they stay alive here on their map pick.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see from Division 1. I can't believe it. And it makes me also wonder, was there overconfidence in the FlyQuest camp? There was a lot of this when we went to the cameras. And, you know, sometimes that helps fuel you, but sometimes you also don't want to relax on that pedal. But the clutch that came out of Division 1, you can't deny what Boomy's doing with 30-plus kills and everyone that improved on that consistency into that second half. I can't believe that OT Division 1 are still really champions of Breeze. But up next, we're going to have Pearl. That's FlyQuest's pick, and I'm sure they have something cooked up. We'll see after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
One enemy remaining.
shift vocal here. Shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired. You're all fired.
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight on Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knight straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, we said it was going to get scrappy. We said it was going to be fun. And we said we're going to go the distance. And all of that's going to hold true on the very first map of Breeze between FlyQuest and Division 1. FlyQuest, they bring out the Reina for Salada. They're looking good, 11-4. Then Division 1 fight back. Roy, they go on a crazy string of rounds. They take it to OT, and they'll take the victory in the end, 16-14 to take the first map. That was incredibly done by them.
And the tempo differences between this series and the one we watched before is like a little too jarring for me personally. It was like watching two turtles racing, and now we have the two rabbits going at it, and they're on 200 milligrams of caffeine. So it was fast-paced. It was explosive. We saw so much on display what we came into expecting from these two teams. We expected a brawl. It went the distance. We kind of went all the way, but I think it's safe to say that we kind of got to see a bit of everything on display in this first map. The mechanics, the strategies, the level ups that we talked about coming into this game. But I mean, this comeback, man, from Division 1, this team continues to... they continue to deliver. That's really the only way I can put it. Every time we doubt Division 1's capacity, every time it looks like they're out of the fight, they find a way back in. The heroics, the individuals, they're always stepping up for this roster, and it feels like there's no shortage of those people for Division 1.
Yeah, it's just so impressive the way that they were able to do it as well. Like a 16-14 when this map started out, 8-4 in favor of FlyQuest. Salada was taking over the server on that Reina, on that attacking side to kick things off. Of course, there were openings there from Tanza. He was doing so much, get those first initial picks to create that space. And then going into an 11-4 lead there for FlyQuest. That's got to be tough to lose in that kind of fashion, but very impressive again from Division 1, the resilience that they're able to show in these matches to be able to make a comeback like that happen and take the victory here in overtime.
I mean, we had called out the mechanics for this team and the fact that we can see these players step up. So to be able to get a victory like that, I think it's just incredible. And I feel like just is the perfect way to be summing up how everything has been going for them. Once again, kind of counted out of this very first map until they're able to put this together. I mean, talking to Brian yesterday, it talked about the confidence for this team and claiming it almost to be like a stupidity sometimes, but we'll go for it. They're confident. And I mean, hey, you need some of that, Roy. You need it.
Listen, there's only so much room for overthinkers, okay? We need some thinkers and some doers, and there's a lot of doers on the Division 1. I mean, I think there's a lot of doers on both teams, but I mean, it's crazy. The mechanic, it feels like these players are instaing you. Also, this clutch by Dynamic was so crazy. That was in OT, by the way. Got him to the 14-14. I gave them another chance. I extended the lifeline. But it really feels like when you're playing against these teams, FlyQuest in Division 1, you're getting insted every time you see someone. So like the time you have to react and the time you have to punish is so tiny when you're in this lobby. And I feel like these two teams, yeah, there was a couple wisps, but it felt like 99.9% of the kills were just insta, and just like the skill ceiling here is wild, and we're seeing it on the full show in this first map.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I think even looking at like that 18 first bloods there for Division 1, you think about the fact that 14 of those are between Boomy and Dynamic, just being so consistent when it comes to those opening trades, being able to create that space, and that kind of pop-off play is honestly what really kept this team in this game in the first place. Like, without a lot of the work that I think Boomy was putting in, and then Dynamic, even though in that first half on defense, he wasn't having, the most standout play to start off that first half, just being able to open up those rounds for their squad, and then Boomy also just being cracked all the way around. I think that was the big difference maker here for Division 1 as well, to even make this overtime comeback possible, to be able to take out this map pick here for themselves.
I'm just even eyeing up the 3 clutches when they're on the slimmest of margins. Again, that was 11-4 for FlyQuest. FlyQuest was 2 rounds away from taking this first map in such a stunning fashion. in the Division 1. That run they're able to go on past that is just been incredible. And I mean, going into this, a lot of eyes were specifically on what Fly was going to do for this map. We hadn't seen Breeze at all. We were curious about the composition they were going to go for, and they bring out the double duelist with Salada on the Reyna, and it just, again, looks so good for the first half. But then you just get that double duelist on the other side for Division 1, Roy, that just had a little bit more of that staying power when we went the distance.
Yeah, I mean, kind of just talking about Salada first, I think he honestly could have played any agent, it feels like, on that role, and he probably would have had a similar impact. He's just a very talented kid. That's just all there really is to it. You can put him on anything. His mechanics are so sharp, and I think his situational awareness and kind of allowing himself to be put in really good spots to capitalize off what's happening on the map is so intuitive. But yeah, I mean, kind of flipping the page and talking a little bit about Division 1, you're absolutely right. And to kind of circle back to those clutches that you were talking about, 2 of those 3 clutches for Division 1 were 4Ks, by the way. One of them allowed the comeback to happen. The other one allowed them to stay alive in overtime. It just, the absolute monstrous performances coming out from all 10 of these players. Even the IGLs are popping off as well. I mean, it's impressive, man. It's crazy.
It really is. Clutch factor aside here for the likes of Division 1, I think it's also important to acknowledge the fact that, yeah, Salada had a pop-off performance. That was when FlyQuest was, on the attacking side. They're able to control that tempo. I think the Reyna is a little less forgiving on the defensive side, especially when you have a Division 1 with a dynamic on Jet and Boomy on that Neon, then, taking control of the pacing of these rounds. And that's where we really got to see Division 1 shine, is when they are in that driver's seat.
And I mean, the elephant in the room here is just Boomy, because that was incredible. 33 kills. We had highlighted him so much going into the series. Again, calling out that sometimes we see him set up others, but now he's doing it all for himself. He's getting all these kills for himself. And if you just hit a couple more Guardian shots, we maybe would have saw the 40, right? Like, it was crazy what he was doing out there.
Hey, yo, you guys gotta chill on my boy, okay? He had a couple wins with the Guardian. We gotta let it slide, okay? Everything else was lights out. His util, his pathing, the judge abusing, it's all there for him. And I feel like, obviously, him putting up these numbers makes him an obvious talking point. But I think it's really the fact that his success allowed a lot of the strategy to get enabled for his team is really the kind of the nail in the coffin of to why this guy is clearly the MVP. I think his pressure was very much felt by FlyQuest, and whenever they saw Boomy's utility, it felt like FlyQuest was insta-rotating. I mean, just look at his movement, dude. I mean, do I need to even speak at this point? I think these clips could mostly speak for themselves. Like, the movement is so crisp. He's always finding value. His utility's on point. The counter util's there. The pressure, the how he fits into the calling system, and how he's kind of, him and Mikey work together to apply pressure around the map. It's nice to see.
It's just incredible. Again, from this team that came from Premier and is just going on this run through our playoffs. And now 1 away from putting themselves in the lower finals as we look to the next map of the series. Of course, that was such a close map. Like, you cannot take that away from FlyQuest at all. So I'm super then curious, looking at this Pearl up next, Ash, how this one's going to go. Because for FlyQuest, I mean, we've gotten to see reps here. And for Division 1, they haven't necessarily found the most success, including a loss to none other than FlyQuest. So where are we going to see Division 1 land today?
Ooh, okay. I like that you shout out the FlyQuest matchup, the fact that it's a rematch here on Pearl as well, but that was so long ago. Again, we had that conversation about how much Division 1 has grown as a team, and not just that, the compositions that we're expecting going into Pearl should be mirror matchups. It was a different comp that Division 1 were running last time that they faced up against FlyQuest. Now they're going to be taking after that composition. And I think that makes things really interesting because FlyQuest, having run it before Division 1 started to, they should have that really good understanding of, the win conditions, what the likes of Division 1 want to be doing. But despite not seeing those results that you're talking about, Sierra, you also have to keep in mind that loss to YFP, that was in overtime. It was an incredibly close map, and the first time that they're executing that comp in an official as well. Division 1, they strike me as a team that's going to be able to learn from that experience and come back with even more fire, especially with the momentum that they just got here, Roy.
Yeah, and I think for me, to flip the script a little bit for FlyQuest's end, I mean, you can't really discount the accolades that they have. The resume on Pearl looks so good. Yeah, Division 1 was their first win, but they also took down SRB on that map, and they took down Core, and that was the winners of Split 1. and also the fact that that was one of their best maps, still a convincing win at 13-8. I mean, FlyQuest has looked really good on this map. Their composition makes sense. It suits them nicely. But again, this is a significantly improved Division 1. They've gotten a lot more reps in. The confidence is sky high right now. And after that last performance, I'm sure they're going to be feeling really hot coming into the second map.
For sure. But one thing I got to shout out, I know we're expecting a potential mirror matchup going into this based off of recent history here, but for Division 1, it's the third time that they're going to be playing Pearl during Stage 2, and the third composition that they are going to be running. They end up swapping out that Phoenix. They want to bring the Waylay in here. I think that this is going to be really nice here for Division 1 with the way that they like to play. Having that double dive could definitely make all of the difference, especially when, you know, they try to take those opportunities to push Tons off those angles. But being on that defense first, I think the push and pull is going to be really interesting. FlyQuest have definitely got to be ready for a lot of those trap plays, a lot of the defensive sided of aggression that we're expecting from the Division 1 players.
Yeah, and my eyes are on FlyQuest to see how they're going to be managing the Phoenix ult. It's going to be so important for them. Main control, I'm expecting a lot of that to come out from FlyQuest. It's an easy AWP to grab on the attack side. It's a little bit awkward to hold defensively, but for Division 1's composition, we highlighted it being very brawly, the double dismiss as well as the double dive, and the Astra util gives them so much room and flexibility to choose where they want to fight. But as always against FlyQuest, the name of the game is to react on the map when they show their numbers and make sure you're ready to contest and challenge FlyQuest when it comes down to the site holds. Division 1, a phenomenal first map, and they're going to look to keep it going here in this second.
And with the composition swap as well, I'm curious if they can keep it going as they have their sights set on Pearl to try and close out this series. Can it be FlyQuest, though, to take it down and take us into a map number 3 for Division 1 to find themselves into our lower finals? Let's find out and send it back over to Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. This has been absolute cinema so far. Like, Division 1 and FlyQuest started in lower round 1, have made it to this point, and Division 1 just came back from an 4-11 deficit on Breeze. Now, FlyQuest, if they want that day with Shopify Rebellion Black, they got to fight for it.
Indeed, and now they are going to have to fight and think differently as well, because Division 1 comes in with a double dive pretty much with the Neon and a Waylay instead of a Phoenix. So it's interesting what's coming out here from Division 1 on the defensive side. I'm wondering if they just want to throw Saturate, Stun, and try to deny FlyQuest's orb control on what Salat is trying to do on farming orbs with the Phoenix ult. So I'm expecting that type of play, some Astra to help out as well, and just to be as aggressive as it was and as chaotic as it's been, and that we have witnessed on Breeze in the previous map.
And Dynamic is just one of my favorite chamber players to watch. I guess my small concern would be Calamity had a quieter Breeze in the fragging department, and maybe it's just different because I think he was on Astra, you know, obviously not a duelist. So now he's on Neon, and this has to be that explosive entry, and at least alongside Boomy. Maybe Boomy could just be the entry, but Calamity, this has to be a big step up for him if you're going to own that duelist.
I agree. And if I'm not mistaken too, in the past, let's say they're playing Haven, I think he plays Neon or Duelist on that as well, right? So the team in itself in Division 1, they do a lot of like circulations in terms of age roles. That said, though, we'll hold that thought. We see how we open things up here for Division 1 on the defense. We're already calling these recalls, but not trying to contest into the orb control of FlyQuest. So that's a free orb to take in the first place for Salada, as everybody's now pivoting back towards B, because we've already been watching the passive line on Tanza with the Headhunter. And maybe we're going to try to get another orb across here.
And the desk pointed out just how easy it is to get that A orb for FlyQuest. This is going to be a long-term project. Curveball is really nice here in mid. The Prowler to follow through deep into the site as Boomy wants to cut things off with the Frenzy. And Leo still gets what they were aiming for at the end. And Boomy will have to just recirculate for the retake. FlyQuest, really good encounter here in mid. And they'll have the spike planted here shortly. But I think Calamity wants to prevent that. A lot of stress being put here on the high ground, waiting for these duelists to drop down to descend upon FlyQuest. The Prowler, man, just gets right into Salada's face. And FlyQuest just watch it all happen. Now it's a duck hunt. And he's still in the picture. 3v1. Calamity has this one isolated, so gonna be tough though to walk into this crossfire. Now it feels like FlyQuest really have this secure.
Yeah, especially when you're deafened by the haunt the whole time. You can't really see too much. But that said, You can really see how difficult it is on the defensive side when you're about to get crunched down by a Neon and a Phoenix on a flash too, right? So the other advantage that you have for FlyQuest by playing this Phoenix 2 is allowing yourself to get a little bit better mid control to work in tandem the Phoenix and the Fade Prowler at the same time. And so you can't play forward lines, especially if a Neon's going to dive through, unless you have more bodies to come with you. You can't solo hold these tight angles anymore in this type of meta. So they're going to have to be a little bit more proactive in my eyes for a Division 1 and not give too much space around here when it comes down to their defensive rounds.
Be cool to see Tanza with a better sniper in the future too. He was incredible on Breeze, and FlyQuest looked good in that matchup. D1 chose Breeze for a reason, and FlyQuest chose Pearl for a reason. Leo is already gunning it towards the back of the site. Division 1, they're trying to just set up camp. They're trying to hold on to what real estate they have. And FlyQuest, they send the house, and they profit.
And losing only Tanza in the process. You were mentioning you wanted to see a better snipe. So he had a Marshall in the previous round. Now probably has another. Okay, I thought he was going to upgrade into an Outlaw, but he goes into another Marshall here. But the rest of it falling behind. This is why, like, a lot of these smokes, when you're playing Astra for so many bubble smokes into the A side to block vision, to gain space for yourself on the attack side as well, these judges are going to be very, very potent for either of these teams, and Leo's taking full advantage of that so far. But now you're seeing the conditioning for FlyQuest. 2 rounds in a row, they're moving towards the A side, so now you're trying to contest it for Division 1. FlyQuest decides to go towards B instead and put Solana into another orb control potential.
Great roll from Dynamic. Oh, just one bullet, one marshmallow is all FlyQuest are gonna get. It'll look even better with maybe an Oct too. Rewind with FlyQuest. They are just going to absorb all that space, and a judge to the face too. Division 1 and made a splash. 1 duelist down, 1 more to go. FlyQuest will have clock be part of the equation. And it does not get any easier for Division 1. FlyQuest have been really good at converting these bonus rounds. At least they did on the second half of Breeze. It's going to be expensive though. Division 1 start to emerge from cover. Calamity just out in the open. Touches the spike. Come at me, bro stance. And Duck will bring it. And Calamity just sprints ahead right into the barrel.
Just Naruto running into the barrel. And that is a bonus round converted here for FlyQuest. But man, Leo is suffocating right now, the defensive lines. If you look at the opening that he had here, I think he has the judge kill, but at the same time, gets the stun into the streets, which allowed then for FlyQuest to move in and get the pick on Dynamic, who's playing that chamber. It's fully stunned, couldn't hold that line. And now Division 1 will have to go back into another mixed buy. And now this is what I was talking about here too, right? The 2 stars are coming up. Wouldn't be surprised to see a saturate stuns across here and just try to fight back. But one piece of util on the attack side. That one stun that's thrown from the Astra from the side of Sorix just cancel out all the util that D1's been throwing. So they're going to have to rethink in future rounds how they want to try to fight against this Phoenix, because you cannot throw all that util where those 2 Astra stars are at if you're not going to try to play around the counter Astra stun at the entrance of the A main.
At least there was resistance for Division 1 to fight for the A orb, but for Booming to invest the dashes, the refract, have the Bucky, and not be able to get up close and personal hurts things. I like this alternative of being in mid, because FlyQuest have had success pathing through there. Free hit now through A. And this is where even the last time we casted Pearl, it can be so suffocating to face a death ball that gets into A. And Division 1 have been one to hang around as these stars come up. Yeah, Mikey's going to be wishing on a lucky star, because how the heck is he going to handle this? You hear all the stomping, you panic. It's Solana in your face, and it's a spike down. And this just spells the beginning of the end for Division 1 in this round. Although they've been pretty fantastic with the Sheriffs. More looking at someone like Foreign, but not having a hot start. The Odin is going to be dropped, but the high and low is what seals the deal for FlyQuest.
Yeah, too much space taken by Solana with the ult. Then they have high lows. They're just watching each other's backs here in this post plan. So again, continue to look very clean for FlyQuest. Just before we went into the replay, though, we just saw the amount of pings that came on the defensive side. So it feels like they are still trying to attack brute force with brute force onto this A side main. So you expect a little bit of a change of utility in that sense if they're trying to fight back on that spot. As they're pinging out, though, and we're back from the replays, actually, we're just giving it up. So Mikey will try to find some early info on this fade, and they're looking for mid control to fight, which is a good read to start. Look at where FlyQuest is starting on market.
Okay, FlyQuest taking a visit. D1 trying to check them out early. Both one duelist each falls. The pathing through mid. Foreign spots it. Does not want that smoke. What's a chance at the retake? Division 1 are still trying to figure out what can be a successful look when it comes to that. Not having Boomy definitely hurts. Dropping that 30 bomb. You're gonna miss it from Breeze, and you're gonna miss Sorix when there's a Nightfall too raining down on Foreign's Parade. FlyQuest, that was just a play. Wow, Calamity really likes running it down today. And now FlyQuest, I mean, now everything is set. You have D1 really panicking. Numbers may look equal, but FlyQuest are the ones that look comfortable, especially now that you have Dynamic down.
Recall too. I mean, there's nothing you can really do. You kind of just pin towards street. Or actually, they're able to make something out of this.
Nightfall, Born in a good spot. Tonza just doesn't miss, and oh, that could have been a chance. Yeah, for Foreign. Slow start for him too, man. FlyQuest, I mean, if they ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been successful at every single attacking round in post plan.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate too for Foreign, because when the Nightfall comes out, the first one to get spotted, which is Panza, is just behind the poster, so he doesn't really see the thread of the Nightfall coming out for that second player, so he never expected Panza to be just around the corner. So for him to scramble up right after, it makes it a lot more difficult. And now a change of pace. You said it took a while before Division 1 was able to pull out a timeout here on Breeze, but at least on different maps, they're trying to find solutions right away. So calling their first timeout here of this map of Pearl. To be honest, I think the idea was kind of nice with them walking down towards that middle to try to go for a pick. But I think I think one of them made a sidestep, which kind of got FlyQuest kind of ready on that peak in the first place by Boomy, and yeah, it just made it a lot more difficult there for Division 1 to get the perfect crunch from street onto art, from art to street rather. Got a whole shift. Walk.
Yeah. And I've never seen Division 1 take a timeout this early, so this is gotta be not a comfort zone
Dire
for them.
situations.
Right? And there's one thing that Division 1 are clearly good at, it's comebacks. And it could be starting right here, right now. Maybe not right here, right now. I'm seeing a lot of pistols. But next round, just wait for it, okay? Dynamic, though, will be able to upgrade off of that.
I was gonna say they're still chamber ult, right? They still have chamber ult. They still have overdrive from Neon. So if Dynamic could get this line, they could actually start stacking towards this B site and maybe do some good damage with Calamity with the Bucky and overdrive.
Just like the pathing here too. The objectives are very clear for Leo on where he wants to go, what Tonza takes over, how Solana controls front lines with the flashes, and Calamity with the overdrive is quite the splash, but Solana is just gatekeeping. Good damage though, and it, well, is getting a little scary. Dynamic having to pierce through. This is difficult. The Odin brings true. And you drop 3 weapons from the FlyQuest camp, but it's a 6-round win streak. They'll make up for that pretty easily.
Respectable for Dynamic though to look for his timing, because after he's able to get those picks, he just runs out. Unfortunately, the Prowler hits him, but he was still trying to isolate that one single fight. At the end of the day, right over here, look at this attempt. It was so nice. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be power of numbers for FlyQuest when it comes down to these post-plant scenarios. If you're looking at it too, there's a lot of them have been through eliminations as well. Never the spike has gone off. It's always been finishing on all kills by the side of FlyQuest. And they are trying to fight towards the same main now, finally.
Oh, Prowler don't want to go nowhere. Good job by Mikey there. FlyQuest want that A orb. Working up towards maybe a run it back. Tonza, these first bloods, he is going to be an ace up FlyQuest sleeve. They send Leo forward from the Omen to the Neon. Really such a fluid team on the FlyQuest side. Now trying to be as solid as ever on the post play, and Leo wastes no time making sure there's no angles that go unchecked. D1 just already begin the flood from the top side, and you look right into the barrel of Tonza, and you live to tell the tale. Calamity really stabilizing on after how this map started. We're equal numbers. The ground ball's been used. I don't know how much post play is really left out of FlyQuest. It's just Sorex, an alternative angle. D1, now they have to react. They have to address. You got the high-low, you're on the defuse. You can't hold it, and Mikey! Oh, the last hurrah! The first round for D1.
Man, was it expensive, though, because look at what they have. They salvaged the op, but then the rest is going to be half armor, small shields. Bring Tons out with an outlaw, and it's going to be good here for the attack side. But this was all off the back of this player right here, Calamity. Just switching out here. We're talking about him earlier on as the Astra on Breeze, now playing as a Neon and just running it through like a TDM and precise shots on his opponents. Allows for them to get the first round here of this half. Finally, to defuse on top of that, and there's that outlaw for Tonza. Posted it up on the A side, 5 players leaning on that side to try to fight against the chamber op. Posted from Dynamic here.
Gotta get used to FlyQuest getting this orb.
Oh no.
This could be huge for Dynamic. Surely a smoke comes up. FlyQuest never. Oh, the timing's a bit off. They were relying on the Leo smokes or the Leo wall, but the Nightfall trying to catch that chamber where he got to, and Leo hunts him down. Tons of supports. And FlyQuest, it just always starts off well, and it's looking like it's gonna end well. On top of that, man, Tonza is on it today. Like, he's getting multi-kills almost every single round. FlyQuest, they start great, but it's how they end now that kind of makes you nervous after what you saw on Breeze. So I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
For sure. You're hoping at least Dynamic to be able to get that shot, though, because that Prowler from Duck actually missed. It was a nice little tuck-in we had for Dynamic at the bottom of the staircase. Prowler was clearing towards Church, so he actually did have an opportunity for an opener. Unfortunately, misses his shot because of the Leo jumping around, kind of like the style that we saw the Neon in the previous matches from Bonnie, for example, over on the M80 side against SRB earlier tonight. Just broke the crosshair placement, couldn't land a shot on the op. And then FlyQuest brute forced their way in. A simple just 5-man hit off the map space that you get from an op shot being missed. It's free low for you for all these rounds, and it looks to repeat itself again in this round.
Go, go, go.
Well, okay, Calamity dodges a bullet. Can you dodge a hurricane? Because FlyQuest are not letting you chill back here. Maybe they should respect the Bucky a little bit, but the Prowler forces Leo or Calamity out of that cover. And FlyQuest, this is quite the resistance. Dynamics double, now triple. Now this is why you put him on Chamber and why he's been a win condition for D1 in the past. 1v1 to decide it all. But Foreign at 16 HPs as a Sheriff. And the weapons that he could be getting are out of reach. Sork's gonna get ahead of this. And Foreign catches him off guard. I thought Sorks would have had that easily.
Foreign with the Sheriff too, man. That was a sick shot again from Breeze into now, winning that 1v1 at 16 HP. And I mean, the idea was already there. Sorix already knew that he was rotating somewhere else because there was no noise being portrayed from streets ever since he was throwing a Nova Pulse, planting on that spike. He knew the rotate was going to come back here somewhere, probably towards spawn, because it's such a long rotate back towards main. And he just tries to break him on the timing. Unfortunately didn't, and that's a nice little tap by Ford instead. Bro, are they going to catch up from clutches? If that's the case, this is going to hurt for FlyQuest later on.
First thrifty for D1 this map, and clawing their way back. Slowly but surely. It's looking better and better. Here's the fight for that A orb. Booby. Saturate out. Solana in a spot where he's trying to curveball out. Forces a refract. Calamity 9 HP is about to go down with his dying breath. And FlyQuest trying to... Was it an overdrive I heard? There's screams, there's yelps, and it's FlyQuest that are still alive. Foreign and Dynamic now just have to rely on picks from Dynamic, who's not even in the picture. Foreign is just trying to go unnoticed in a hail of bullets. I don't know how He lives. Got the run it back, but you can't get what awaits you.
That util around from the attack side Astra from Sorix was actually huge. You can already see how much they unload for the side of D1, and they're trying to fight. But look at this. Flash, Molly, concuss towards that back of the boxes. A suck 2 on the attack. There's nothing you can really do here to try to hold those aggro lines for the side of D1. They're really trying to cook something against that, and they're probably going to try it again. I mean, you have a Nightfall to work with this time around too. Good Nightfall and concuss off the contact that you get, and hopefully get value out of Calamity with the Phantom. See if it pays out.
Same hit, different util, delayed investment, blind shot from Duck. Solana just leads the charge, initiates, and Leo and friends do their best, but it's a bandit and a sheriff that brings FlyQuest to their knees. That brings us to a 2v2. But Dynamic is still not here, but in the dugout, Mikey will take a timeout. Not literally, but we'll need that pause for FlyQuest to figure out what their next move is going to be after the bloodshed.
Yeah, can't even pick up a rifle at this point because he's afraid that there's still presence from FlyQuest in front of A main. A little bit of space that they could take so far. He's also low on HP for Mikey. Hold that thought once we get into the replays, though, because looks like FlyQuest are trying to walk back into the contact in A main. I think Mikey is also showing himself down an aggro line, and it's not the best fight you could take here, especially when you have a bandit. A headshot's not going to be a one-shotter for both Duck and Sorix walking down here.
Nightfall is going to be used. He says, Dynamic, it's all up to you. The hero Vandal, the one in front of the Cosmic Divide, the one that stands tall, but now it's up to Mikey to take over the mantle. Man, the bandit, it does damage. Another D1 Thrifty, almost back to back. This team is built differently with less weapons, I swear.
Yeah, in the first place, I thought they were really trying to do the trap play with the Nightfall, so they needed Mikey's util, like maybe an Eye or Prowler to be thrown so that they can maybe try to answer out of it, but instead they just tried to play it off the contact of Calamity. So it's just easy for Salada to flash, peek, get the pick, for Tonza to move forward with. But somehow the Bandit still gets value. Double kill from Mikey, falls back, and you're still, I don't know, I didn't like the Astra ult. I didn't like how we pushed out towards that staircase. It was just easy for Dynamic to get the first pick. Now D1 are making this very possible.
Trying to end this in the 4-8. Ideally, Boomy gets chased down. That's what I love about Leo. He never cowers away from a situation like that. Not going towards the defender's spawn, though. Mikey is a bit nervous. He's got Prowlers, so he can check these corners pretty safely. His D1 are still rotating to this side of the map, so that gives precious seconds for FlyQuest to step forward. Curveball, Salada versus Mikey. Ends up pretty neutralized. Now the walls come up. And the overdrive is what's going to try and break things down. Calamity goes into the fray, just checks the smoke, checks Salada at the door, immediately traded Duck with the double. And it's a 3v1. FlyQuest have done enough this half, but it's about the second half that could change the tides. Dynamic with the Judge and the Spike, or not the Judge anymore, but with no time remaining is all that matters. 9-3 half for FlyQuest.
Quite honestly, this probably should have been a 12-0 half. It looked really good on how FlyQuest were moving around the map. Really came down to a lot of these hero solo pistol kills that we were getting for the side of Foreign on that 1v1 for Mikey with the Bandit round. But yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit more comfortable here for FlyQuest on their map pick. I'm not too sure from what I've witnessed in this first half that we should see a Division 1 comeback, but hey, I could be wrong, right? They did switch around their composition going into this matchup against FlyQuest. They are trying to go double duelist into it as well. So they do have an opportunity to be a lot more explosive in terms of what they used to coin the Mosquito comp. Back in the first Masters, or second Masters of last year, rather.
I'm out of here.
Damn, time flies.
Yeah, I know, right? When you're having fun, and oh, Salada ain't having fun. Oh God, there's a neon. Oh, it's actually a Waylay. And well, they're everywhere all at once. D1, this is the side they shine on. They're just an attacking team. And this is the exact point. They start off on defense on Breeze, came all the way back from 4 to 11. When it came to their attack, but you set the tone on the pistol. D1 are setting themselves up to do just that. 3v5 retake now from all different corners of the map here for FlyQuest. One final prowler for Duck. Now really nothing left in the tank for the FlyQuest retake besides just star power. D1, they can just keep letting this spike tick. Dynamic. Oh, what a headshot from Tanza, man. He's insane. Calamity, though, is in the shadow, forces FlyQuest to retake quicker than they wanted. That's Tanza's second, by the way. But you're just running out of time. The kills are nice. Someone's got to get on the defuse, and it's just not happening. Looked close in the beginning. But D1, this is where they can really turn it all around.
Yeah, some clean shots by Tanza, too. When they're trying to retake towards that side, making it very doable there for FlyQuest to maybe convert into a pistol round. I think it would have been a clean half or a clean map for them if they were able to get that done. But thankfully, Calamity was able to just keep them at bay. Even if he's not landing good shots here with the Ghost, he was able to keep Duck and Tanza on him so they could just run that clock down and get that in their favor and put D1 back in the game. Going into the anti-eco there, leading into a similar strategy that FlyQuest are doing, leading a lot into the A-side orb control. Again, remember, you still have some deep double dives you could do with this. Although an early smoke does come out on a defense, forces them to be a little bit more prudent, trying to scale into this A-side line.
I'd like the immediate dash off that prowler, especially with how close you sense that defender. D1, I'm okay with taking your time. You don't want to fall into an unnecessary trap like a high-low. You let FlyQuest set up. Duck is injured. Boomy senses that. The Bucky's not connecting. Calamity, I mean, it's the layers of offense. Didn't get to see the Bucky do really much at all. Calamity's just on top of it. FlyQuest was a nice Hail Mary play on the site, but D1 are only up by 1. Playing through main is such a safe position, especially when Dynamic can just bait. And you can swing at any moment here for D1. Planted for D1 as well. The Bucky is nice. The cheese are at close quarters, but you have to go and face the music of D1 with Bulldogs. And that's something you could do with Buckies. With FlyQuest, will make it look close on paper. But D1 don't need to walk into these hands, so will be D1 getting the anti-eco.
So I was trying to force them. You see Boomy just counting the bullets, waiting for the reload to happen, and finally goes in for the dive and the kill. Tanza not giving the orb away to Boomy. It's still a round that's quite clean in the end. Well, is it the cleanest? Maybe, maybe not for Division 1, but at least they do get the round. And I like that. You were talking about the Hail Mary play with the high-low stack towards that hut, towards the A side. I think it's very smart for FlyQuest to play that way, because think about the compositional change from the side of D1. They switched away from a Phoenix, so you won't have any big flashes anymore to try to pop corners. So you kind of just want to walk contact, and as soon as you're spotted, then you just overload into a site. So it works out. Yeah, you're still able to get picks with the pistols, but then you saw the immediate counter with the double duelists diving in towards that site for Division 1. Now they have weapons to work with. This is still a similar strategy that they could run against Division 1 in the longer runs here for FlyQuest.
Tanza with the op. It's hunting season. Tanza doesn't miss what goes. Oh, why did I speak? It's forward after all. That op is dropped. No one cares about it for D1 for the moment. They care about the long game. They care about winning the game. And Sork Salada make it expensive. 2 versus 2. Wait a minute. FlyQuest are ready to receive and send D1 packing. This is not a safe position to plant. FlyQuest at any moment could converge. D1 are just not ready for it. There's plenty of time for D1 to clear through. A judge up close gets the spike down. This is disastrous for D1. Looked to be such a good start, ends such an ugly way. Double digits for FlyQuest.
And they knew he was actually flanking that corner too, and yet you still gave up on double swinging that judge, or at least the player. They probably didn't even know that Calamity had the judge, or Leo had the judge to work with in the first place, but it should at least be 2. Look how easy that becomes for Leo to get that pick. The spike's down, forcing the hand now to try to push forward to pick up the spike, and Yeah, now it's once again FlyQuest at early double digits. But yeah, I felt like I said that before.
Yeah.
Strange.
Who said that? That's weird. It's the same conversation as last map. All around more consistency, and D1 rely on clutch and star power, and that's why D1 have been this hit or miss team. They've hit incredibly hard in this lower bracket. They've come back from worse situations, losing Calamity, and that's on the stats side have been their best player on D1's side this map. That's gonna hurt their chances to entry. Boomy is 3-15 now, and I'm not gonna harp on that when it's a judge. Anyone could lose to that. FlyQuest, I mean, they had the right guns and the right solution to the A-Fled problem.
But there's also pings towards that spawn too. So at least right now is, even though it looks very one-sided in this round for FlyQuest, they're doing a good job finding information here for Division 1. You even saw Dynamic slip through the net and get the backstab there onto Duck. So there are some gaps that they could start exploiting here if they continue the same type of open that they have towards this A site. A long, go for that push, insert some people out towards that spawn. Just try to get that mid-round pick here for you.
Spike planted.
And Leo, I was gonna say is at the right place at the right time, but now Mikey, Lady Luck smiles upon Hitway Solana. Oh my god! 180 clap. I'm dead. And well, so is that guy. Foreign 1v4. It's gonna meet a similar fate here pretty soon. And man, just tried to juggle so much. And FlyQuest continue to get ever so closer to forcing bind.
In a different day, it probably would have been doable for the position of Foreign, but then you have somebody running in with a judge and Leo, or just any player with a judge as a second player. It's just very impossible for you to stay alive in these tight angles, in these close corridors for the side of the post plant hold. Trying to fish some rounds for sure here are Division 1, but FlyQuest are not allowing D1 to come up with any type of real surprises. If you're even looking at D1, they are going with a lot of these buys, broken buys on their attack side a lot, which they should start slowing that down a bit so they can have a healthy buy finally and see how they could open things up here, because you're continuously trying to go for double dives, and FlyQuest are just giving enough space so they don't get punished by that dive of the shotguns.
Marked one.
Waiting to see how Salada flips the script here. Or continues the script. I guess it's a good ending for them. In the cards, run it back. You need a strong re-entry, a strong retake, and Duck is putting spam down, so it's not free and it's not easy. Now this would be okay. Curveball and not even having time. Don't even need the second life. Everyone no longer has theirs. Salada really is the truth. The desk, we're cooking on that one. Okay. Wait, Salada takes down Calamity, who loves to get up close and personal. The Phoenix claims 3. D1 need to claim so many rounds. A very deja vu situation, but now this is the FlyQuest map pick, so it does change the circumstances.
Yeah, but even if it's like we were talking about how D1 were just in flow state when they were fighting on that previous map, when they were coming back in the game on Breeze. That shot from Solana though is just kind of clean. It definitely does feel like with those type of shots and confidence that FlyQuest have been not flustered by any type of shenanigans that Division 1 are trying to pull here for every single one of these rounds. And look at the X's that we currently have on this map. In these rounds, those gaps that we're identifying before that we're mentioning in the past are like, okay, well, they could take a little bit of connector control, they can take a little bit of arc control, but at the end of the day, it almost feels like FlyQuest wants that to happen, wants to allow that to happen.
All right.
So they could just punch them in the back of the end.
Thank you, Duck. My eardrums are thanking you for that one. He's really like that Odin, and I think that makes D1 hesitate on how they kind of want to jump into the action of A when there's a flurry of bullets heading your way. Solana is so clean here, and it takes a Neon running you down to finally stop the beast. And it's a cool agent change for FlyQuest here, and still got to run it back, and that could be kiss of death.
You are divided.
And they're looking to finally go for just standard stuff. Cosmic Divide, try to get through, but nobody's breaking the trip. Dude, that trip's gonna be very annoying once this smoke disappears. Finally, somebody broke it.
No running back here either. Just trying to win it fair and square. Some honest Valorant. D1. They're trying to be honest about this round. They, well, bring it down to 4v4. Check the flank. Foreign keeps this winnable, but Nightfall right into Calamity. He's got no help. You see Foreign is smoked off. Dynamic is now involved. Won't bail out his duelist. Hansa's just out, and I can't believe he walked away from that. Dynamic sees another cross through the smoke. He hits that shot. Okay. D1, they have to double their score to catch up.
Dude, I was trying to scratch my head too on the trademark, the turret that was left behind by Dynamic. It was actually placed deep inside shops, so it doesn't really cover the arches if anybody's spiking from top mid window all the way back through spawn to B. And that could have allowed here Calamity to get a huge backstab, or sorry, Leo right here to get a huge backstab on so many players. But thankfully he whiffed a little bit of shots, which gave a chance here for the trade to happen in the end for Foreign and for D1 to close out that round. So took a big ult, took a slam, but they still have another big ult to work with for another big slam, which is the convergence path towards this B site.
This is not the moment to let off the gas if you're FlyQuest.
Face your fear.
And Sorex, okay, Leo will make this difficult for D1. Maybe a bit of an overcook. Needed to hold that power position, especially when you have a judge, but you could get close enough for the second kill. Now D1 get to just watch these choke points. FlyQuest still run it back here for Salada. But Duck's been allowed to enter. Curveball. Duck is thankful for it, especially when Salada helps. But the repeat from Foreign and Dynamic is so clean. The run it back is almost too late. And D1 extend this map.
Been able to save the convergence path for a prevent flood from happening here against FlyQuest. So it was kind of nice. But now they don't have any ults to work with anymore. Well, the tides have turned for the side of FlyQuest. And hopefully they can stop it this time around here for D1. But they do have an op on the attack side, so trying to open up in a similar fashion with a lot of pressure here towards this B side, and maybe just have Dynamic, op from the top of the control panel on top B.
Free orb from the FlyQuest side. Duck collecting. We're close to Nightfall, but just gonna need everyone to slam their ultimates, and surely that's just a win for FlyQuest. It's an uphill battle going away all the way through spawn, and also with the weapons that FlyQuest have, and looking to see Dynamic. He's got support here of Foreign, but if he drops this up, you don't want to give this to FlyQuest. And man, Dynamic delivers. The overdrive was a nice chance for FlyQuest, but
Player standing.
this is where D1, they'll get you nervous if you start giving them too many rounds. It's about to be their third one in a row.
I'm assuming there's a timeout that's going to happen very soon here for the side of Who and FlyQuest, because right now D1 are doing an excellent job just holding pulse plant positions on this B site. It's almost free given every single time here by FlyQuest. They're just trying to play the flood retake with the Phoenix and the Neon, but they probably have to find ways to fight the front line now. So if there's a timeout coming, I wouldn't be surprised for them to say, oh, let's just put the op back there. Let's just put Tons on that side. And if they do so, then D1 could just start pivoting back into some like mid A control.
God, you're a wizard. You're pondering the orb. You just knew this timeout, and that's where FlyQuest, I'm nervous, and I'm not even in this match. Like FlyQuest, this would be the worst way to go out. So you need to lock in. And it's not like the Cosmic Divide is this guaranteed win. Batons on the op is always going to be a plus in that department. And Duck with the Odin 2 makes it so that every smoke has to be respected as D1 learn how to cross and how to navigate through that. Now it's not just this flood A main approach. It's got to be creative.
For sure. The Cosmic Divide is going to be super important for the flood retake for the side of FlyQuest. So I think the players you want to try to keep alive here for these flood retakes are Phoenix, the Cosmic Divide, and also the Haunt, so that you could actually try to go for flash haunts behind walls as you go for an exec, and then allow Neon to maybe get a little bit of more space for the retake. So again, how I'm trying to play this here is I probably have the op just holding soft site towards B. If you have to TP and get out to safety, then you could still play the flood retake. So now you can narrow a couple of resources to hold this mid control a little bit more for FlyQuest.
Hansa steps in, big moment for him, and quick shot. Didn't feel like he had enough time to adjust. Gets nothing out of it. D1 now will chase that op down, and just a glimpse here for Boomy to see how many targets, how many FlyQuest members are on the other side. They peek the angle. Salada chooses that moment carefully. The plant, the advantage, the ball in D1's court. FlyQuest just one round to force bind, and Tonsa just needs to lock in. He does so. Finally. Now here is FlyQuest pressuring the choke points, managing to get into open space, open pastures. D1 really trapped into this, and man, pressure makes diamonds, and D1 are shining. FlyQuest, this was an expensive round too. The credits, I mean, the economy is so ruined for FlyQuest. And I don't know if Tonsa can keep the up, but he's gonna go down kicking and screaming, and regardless, the spike will bring it down with them. 4K's cool.
Wait, he saves the up too.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah, that's huge, because that's a lot of kills, and on top of that, saving the op. So that's getting even closer to a tour de force if D1 starting to slowly come back in this game. So I gotta say, this is quite decent in the end. Yeah, silver lining for FlyQuest for sure. But these picks, individual plays out for D1 on the pulse plan was huge. That swing out from Dynamic, I think the wall was a little bit too deep, which allowed here Dynamic to get that jiggle here into the corner of the wall and still find a safe space and safe haven to fall back into, while still hearing all the audio cues from his corner into street.
Bucky for Salada. I don't know how he's feeling. Tests out mid, he might benefit. Prowler to see just how close things are. The Nightfall rains on two defenders of FlyQuest, but Leo still stands. You need him to remain in that equation. FlyQuest, it's a good start. And D1, you're not safe enough to plant. All the smokes, all the curtains come down, and it's clutch or kick scenario for D1 on the 4v5.
Has to come out to this fight from Dynamic here. They're watching it though. Beautiful.
Good stuff from Duck. And just with the Sheriff too. Cosmic Divide. But wait, Leo is within danger. And Tonsa still manages to punish D1. The numbers are looking slim for D1. 9 lives now down to 0. Mikey keeps the dream alive. He's overwhelmed and suffocated. FlyQuest get the job done. Finally, and we will see bind.
Only a matter of time in the end when you're leading by so much here for the side of FlyQuest, and no shenanigans this time around too. They look quite comfortable, like I said before, from their first half, moving into the second half as well. It took a little bit of readjustments to do, but when you saw here from the side of Division 1 that, hey, we just keep hitting B, it's working, it's working, it's working. Well, that gives you more and more and more rounds here for the side of FlyQuest to adjust and get that one round that was needed here to push this over the bind. And they finally did so here with the clean retake.
Yeah, good stuff out of FlyQuest to just close it out, because that was a 4-round win streak that they just had to break there from D1. And I spoke about just how well-rounded the FlyQuest roster is. I do worry about the consistency, but a 13-9 is still a good enough score line, and you still make this series winnable. This is the lower bracket. The loser is eliminated, and we decide who goes into the top 3 on bind. And we're going to visit the desk and get their reaction, because I'm sure it'll be funny. We'll see you after.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired. Oh my God! You're all fired! You're all fired!
M80's just gonna go drop, yeah. Just made this 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight on Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knight straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Heading into the second map of Pro, we got to see a composition swap coming out of Division 1 as they're looking to try and secure the map, secure the spot in the lower finals. But FlyQuest, they come out of the gate hot once again. They're not going to lose the lead this time, and they're going to close it out 13-9 to take us into a map number 3. I mean, Ash, looking back at that, we had highlighted that this was a strong showing from FlyQuest last time we saw them on Pearl, and they're going to stay true to that today.
Yeah, they look so comfortable in this map overall. I think it's really impressive to also see them, you know, go from losing out on such a lead in our first map and then again coming right out of the gate swinging, like you were saying, Sierra, starting things off that 9-3 half. And when it comes down to, I think a big part of the success that you see and most impressive part of FlyQuest as well is just the flexibility in this roster. Like you think about the role swaps going from Breeze into Pearl, the fact that Tanza goes from playing on that jet, then shifts into the chamber. Yes, there's definitely like similarities there, but again, a little bit of a different kind of pacing. It's a lot of still on that kind of not dive duelist, that secondary flash duelist coming in, but then Leo going from that controller and into the neon and just having like a complete shift in how he has to, you know, play the game, pace himself in the game as well. And to have such a strong showing is very impressive here from Fly.
I think an underrated aspect of the psychology of this match is the fact that it really did feel like Division 1 were about to do what they did on the first map, like this slow, grindy comeback. And it kind of was going in that direction until the step up towards the end from FlyQuest. But I think for me, what really solidifies this FlyQuest win is the versatility in their win conditions, right? We saw a lot of the A main brawls. They knew exactly what their win conditions were, and they were really relentless when it came down to it, getting a lot of the Phoenix ults up, getting Solada's ultimate online as early as possible, and also just like the pivots, the mid rounds, and a lot of these things. But I think what's insane to me is Solada's utility usage on this Phoenix as well. It's so clean, and he's able to find so much value with it. And obviously, mechanically, he's absolutely a monster. It's so easy to tell by just watching him. But I think the IQ in his utility, providing a lot of the flood util, the flashes through smoke, the brute forcing, the timing of it all was just so clean from Solada. And obviously, of course, Leo jumping on from the controller into the Neon and just having such a crazy performance is impressive.
And I mean, it was a performance from Solada that made me wish low-key that Division 1 stuck to the Phoenix, that we got to see them play up against YFE. I mean, I know that this Waylay Neon combo, like, it works normally so well for them, and we get to see the space that we've been able to take. But Ash, I mean, FlyQuest didn't allow them to have that space, so the comp just kind of went by the wayside a couple of those rounds.
No, it definitely didn't. And I think for Boomy as well, we highlighted how good of a Waylay player he is and how incredible he is on this agent, how the movement is just absolutely cracked. But like you were saying, they're a bit suffocated, didn't really get to get anything going in that kind of regard. And I feel like a little bit of a red flag that we highlighted heading into this series as well is the fact that for the side of Division 1, they went through a third compositional change. Like, yes, it's just one piece of the puzzle, but the way you approach Pearl with the Phoenix versus the Waylay is just so different. So it did raise some concerns as to how like practiced they were going to be with this composition, how comfortable it was going to be, how confident they were even in their own identity when it came down to how they wanted to approach this map. And I think for FlyQuest, that's something that they've really cemented throughout this entire season thus far, and those results pay dividends today.
A bit on a kind of a different note as well is, for me, usually I'm saying the opposite, but in this time it feels like FlyQuest, the scoreline was almost misleading to how dominant this actually was for FlyQuest. There actually was a world where that first half is a genuine 12-0. And I think the simulation might have broken at that point, because we were seeing 2 13-0s in a row might have been too crazy. So I think we've kind of averted and we've saved our universe. You're welcome, everybody. But the 13-9, I feel like it doesn't really tell the story. There's 2 thrifties for Division 1 in the first half. There was so many clutch moments that came out from Division 1 as well. It really felt like it was FlyQuest sided from beginning to end, especially when it came down to the first bloods in the first half, and also the pulse plants were just so much cleaner from FlyQuest, and just overall was very FlyQuest sided is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that is for sure. I love that you shout out the first bloods, because when you're talking about that first half, like you had been mentioning, it was 11 out of 12 rounds the first bloods were won on the side of FlyQuest, which is just absolutely insane. Like,
so
and
crazy.
Half of those were Leo, and again highlighting the fact that he went from being that Omen player in our first map into the Neon, and just having that shift be so seamless for him was just such a big part of the success that FlyQuest were able to find, and the space that he was able to help create, and the utility usage as well with the Neon Suns that were going through at FlyQuest. It really did look like they were in control the entire time here on this map.
We'll have to see if that's a control that they can take on forward, as one more map remains between these two teams to see who's going to make their spot into this lower finals. And with Bind on the horizon, again, Ash, calling back to that map pool graphic at the beginning of the day, Bind was the biggest overlap, with both teams being undefeated on it within stage 2, which is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna get really scrappy here on Bind. I know he said that for this entire series, but if you're gonna call back to even the most recent matchup that we saw from FlyQuest, that's when we saw, Solada back onto that Clove here on this map, being a little bit more enabled to get really scrappy play for himself a little bit more there as well. And then for the side of Division 1, they also have that 100% win rate, but they also have played 2 more officials of Bind. So there's more tape out there for FlyQuest to have studied as well, and you know that who is going to be doing that homework.
And it's so fitting that, if all things stay the same, it's going to be a mirror matchup between both of these teams. And it's very symbolic, right? Because both of these teams, Division 1 more so than FlyQuest, because they're a little bit more established now, but I would argue that both teams are still looking to make their claim, right, for the spotlight, for the power ranking, for the street cred, and also for the circuit points, which both teams desperately need at this point. So I think this map is going to be I completely agree. It's going to be an absolute banger. Both teams are undefeated on this map. But for FlyQuest, the wins have been so convincing. A 13-9 win against Alliance Guardians, a 13-7 win against Core. Although it is only 2 wins, it still is quite crazy. And then on the other side for Division 1, all of their wins on this map have been so convincing. Aside from the OT win against SAD Esports, it's been clean wins against Nightblood Gaming, a 13-2 win against NRG Academy, and most recently the 13-7 win against EG. So, I mean, this map, it's fully comfortable, fully confident for both sides, and I'm just so excited to get this rolling. And a bit of a switch up from the FlyQuest side.
Always FlyQuest switching stuff up. But yeah, Leo will go back on the Clove. We have Tomza on the Jet. Oh, Ash, they're always switching things up. What do we think of this revamped comp?
Okay, I feel like maybe it's a bit more of like a comfort thing, especially FlyQuest starting out on defense first. I do wonder if Tomza just feels more comfortable with the potential, with the possibility of getting that operator online. Like that's kind of where my mind goes when I see the Jet coming out. It's okay with that defense start. We're gonna get Tomza on the agent that he wants to be playing, so he can feel as comfortable as possible, taking those deep lines over towards Showers, over towards B Long, and trying to deny that space early on to Division 1.
I think the operator is definitely in the formula here for FlyQuest, no doubt. But I do have concerns because the Neon utility is a little bit better for the counters, and I feel like the win condition against a composition like Division 1's is to take space and challenge space. The operator is one of the ways, but there's so much utility being dumped out by Division 1. It feels nice to have your own set of counter util to at least try to slow things down. So there's a lot of pressure on this first half for FlyQuest. This still is a very uncomfortable defensive map. It's very hard to retake B. So for FlyQuest, they need to challenge space. They need to draw out some of that explosive util. Otherwise, they could find themselves overrun on what is ultimately has looked like one of the best micro teams on Bind we've seen in VCL so far in Division 1.
It all comes down to Bind, a familiar map for both of these teams, that of course FlyQuest switching it up on the day. 2 teams with similar paths, similar approaches, but only one can make their way into the lower finals. It's time to find out between FlyQuest Academy and Division 1 who's that gonna be as we head to Bind with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Bam Silly.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Yes, the path to top 3 is set. The ticket is at arm's reach for both these teams. And FlyQuest with this composition, fans, are going to be hilarious. It's going to be entertaining. But we also get to see Division 1 finally start on attack. And that's their best side on all the maps.
Yeah, for sure. Entertaining, yes. Hilarious, not too sure, especially if this comp doesn't pay out right now for FlyQuest. I do agree with what Roy was mentioning. It's quite interesting to see a Jet come out on the defensive side, or just in general for FlyQuest with this comp. I don't necessarily think in general just for like a Neon versus Jet, but I just think that if you want to pull a different duelist outside of a Neon or just outside of a Jet, a Raze could be very good as well. I have a fear of lack of utility in terms of clearing space or flushing out space for the side of SideQuest. For the side of FlyQuest, when it comes down to the execs that are going to have on the attack side, dude, that's going to be a pain point for me this whole cast now. But that's I feel like it's just going to be such a pain point for them to exec with this Jet instead. So I'm thinking maybe like a smoke style attack side op walk style that I could see for FlyQuest could be a win con, but hopefully it lands.
Yeah, you don't need a Brim. You got a Clove and Jet with smokes, right? I don't even remember the last time I've seen a Jet on this map. FlyQuest to reinvent the wheel. D1, the wheels are still turning. Duck, the heart is no longer beating. And D1, they are just so scary to go up against when it comes to this side. Just a walking death ball, Leo. Okay, he's getting checked. He's not nervous. Gets shot at through the smoke. And you gotta be nervous. And Foreign is going for the ace in the first pistol of map 3. Elimination. And Foreign spots Sorix. And there is the ace for the controller.
Going back into the controller role for Foreign, and it works out. An ace with a ghost. Owning with Sheris on Pistol was as Viper on the first map, but also giving a strong start for Division 1. And as much as I was talking about the FlyQuest composition and how difficult it would be for them to exec and flush out corners with this composition, I think the same problems poses in terms of how much stall you actually have here really with this composition as well. So if you're looking at the first few rounds where pistols or whatnot, your shots are not hitting, it's so difficult for you to really get something going on your side. So hoping that, I think the win con is what Ash was mentioning before. Try to get that op in for Tonza as soon as possible, and hopefully you could pull things back from then. But if it's not going to be that case, and you're not playing aggro for map control at the beginning of these rounds, I think D1 could be running away with this game.
FlyQuest are very good at disrespecting smokes. If it's not Duck buying at Odin like he did on Pearl, it's Leo literally sitting in his own smokes on the Clove. It's going to be a really fun approach to how to counter this Brimstone-based composition here from D1. But the gamble stack does not pay off for FlyQuest. Now they have to retake, and there's plenty of time for D1 to set up on the post plant.
Yeah, and all they're going to do here is just try to dot a spike, especially if you're looking at it from foreign. 5 kills with a pistol. I'm actually surprised for the side of D1 that they're not letting him plant so you can get the orbital strike as soon as possible. Because FlyQuest also identifies this, right? That you're getting very close for ults for foreign. Let's not give him orbs. Let's not make things difficult for us here on the defensive side. So they just stayed as a group, hoping to go for a trap play into the B main long. As nobody moves in for D1, just dot a spike. You can really see foreign try to move forward, though. He has a Marshal to try to close that gap and try to go for a pick. There's one.
Oh. There's an orb he wanted.
And there's a second orb, yeah. So now he's already one away from getting his ult. And that's something that you didn't really want to let foreign get away with.
There.
That's about converting that bonus for D1. I think that was... Well, you got the 3 weapons there, and an orbital strike. That could be quite good. And there hasn't been any presence at B yet, so D1 are still yet to discover what the setup is over there and the power of this double duelist from FlyQuest on the defense, which an uncommon look, but hey, these kind of, if you're not practiced against it, sometimes it can be difficult to download. Now at Fountain, you're gonna have that flash that marks someone over here. FlyQuest gonna take a peek, and wow, the one tap from Tons is so gross. Oh, the deck of cards comes down, and Mikey and Foreign have to really put in the work to even make this close. 2v2. Boomy still has a Bucky, but man, is that the perfect gun for this situation, especially when you just have to gatekeep the door. FlyQuest gonna check out the elbow, and that's the responsibility of Foreign, but he's sealed off because Sorix is still in the equation. And he's gonna just play safety, I guess, and play for the orbital strike delay. Good luck, Boomy. You're about to get shot in the back. Left out to dry. Foreign unleashes the orbital strike. It's a few seconds off the spike. Is it enough? FlyQuest can just still keep Foreign away, and he still has not spam the spike, and it's getting diffused, and this felt really preventable. That was very preventable.
Yeah, should have waited a bit in the end. I mean, the smoke is 6 seconds right now, right? Or no, actually, it's the Clove is not dead, so you could still go for the full smoke. So you have to actually try to spam it there. So it was actually the right play you're trying to do on that side. There's just a miscomm there from Bloomy that continues to watch out towards that spot instead of trying to set up the crossfire. When that wall is up, it should be called out by Foreign to say, I don't have that line anymore. You could reposition, but then again, it's just a bonus round that you had here for D1. And it's actually a great mitigation, should I say, from the side of FlyQuest, because now you forced out the ult and you still get the round. That's a small dub. And that's a big dub.
What? My Bucky don't hit like that? What the heck? 20
yeah, I do
HP.
142s.
Yeah, you always leg them, but Solada's going to reunite with Duck to get healed back up to full, giving a window of opportunity for D1 to just hound in. Man, it's really great to have that Brimstone. It just denies every angle, no surprises, no shenanigans, but you know there's a Bucky on the FlyQuest side, and Solada lives on in this round. Calamity gets ahead of it, and the conversion pass, was that from Solada? Tonsa and Sorix work their magic, and the retake is successful. Foreign gets a molly kill, and that's it.
It almost felt like Calamity thought that he found a timing, because I think Boomy threw to saturate. You heard the convergence path come out. He's like, okay, well, maybe I could try to slide in and get the pick, while the other one's casting his spell of the divergence path for Solada. But then unfortunately, there was just too many bodies there to protect Solana, and yeah, they both got clotheslined. And what was an impressive start at the very beginning, that was a 2-0 scoreline on the side of D1. Foreign was 6-0. He was the only one getting kills for the team in the last in the 2 rounds that they won. But all that big round, big ace, big anti-eco has all been canceled out by the last 2 rounds here on FlyQuest, having some very clean retakes with how many numbers that they have in the end. It still works out in their favor.
It's the D1 special to kind of put all your kills into one player, really investing and getting these ults on early, and didn't net Foreign the round win there. So FlyQuest, silver lining. It's now trying to converge through showers, heaven. The back here, Calamity. The delayed approach. Sorex watching carefully. D1 still have not planted. FlyQuest have them surrounded. Not gonna grab the TP, and I think it's just too late. Solana guarantees he won't be able to exit, not without bloodshed. And D1 just didn't have the weaponry and even the spacing to get close enough until Calamity gets the kill he was investing for. And FlyQuest make it a 3rd in a row.
Yeah. Like I said, at this point, if you don't have util to really stall on a couple of hits, you're letting your opponents, or you're finding good spacing through like smokes that are being thrown to get some picks, it does give you a nice little advantage here for the side of FlyQuest. They're also understanding their win cons too, that they're playing without, that D1's playing without a Senti, so they could go for aggressive pushes as well, where people could kind of escape at the same time, with Solana being the one flanking on that previous round. So it's working out so far, and here's that big win con we were talking about before. The op in the hands of Hansa. He's looking to cover it towards Sands, while the rest of them are kind of just trying to find early info.
The Seekers from Mikey, that's why you let him plant, and it tries to guide them in, but with the saturate thrown right into D1 delays things. But they're coming through short, through showers, and FlyQuest trying to heal up, and man, it's tough to have an LOS against the Brimstone. D1, they are losing members as they cross that threshold, so really good job from FlyQuest. Once they have their guns and their buy-ups, it's gonna look a lot better for them.
Yeah, definitely see where it's difficult right now to play against a team like FlyQuest on how good they are of playing inside these smokes. They're just popping players, popping names too, where Division 1 are trying to flood in. Like I said, there's not really good util that stalls you on a plant for the side of FlyQuest, yet D1 are still walking in, trying to challenge inside the smoke against FlyQuest. I respect that. You could do that. I feel like they probably need to add that extra Mikey flash or a double swing inside that smoke so they could trade and get a little bit of that space.
FlyQuest know how to stay out of trouble and to get far away from these Buckies. And man, the bait and the switch, and holy refract all the way to the other side of the world. D1 not able to pull off any shenanigans. And I don't think Hookah's a safe place when Duck just filled it full of Odin bullets. So.
And Boomy mentally boomed. 9 HP, can't really get any value off the Bucky anymore into Hookah. So best bet you can have right now is maybe get an orb control. I wouldn't give it to Foreign. Have Dynamic maybe try to move that up there to pick it up, because Foreign gets the ult no matter what in the next round. Dynamic still trying to find his time to fight into short, anticipating somebody pushing forward here, but Solana is going for a huge wraparound.
Something about FlyQuest with these early starts. Yeah, it's not the pistol win that they usually get, but it's about to be a 5-round win streak.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Dynamic gets a nice little opening kill, but they still lost Spike in front of Shed. So that lurk that you had from Dynamic to cut the rotates across is pretty much gone now. I think they were missing comms a little bit, all trying to go for hero plays. This will be a round. You talked about it, 5 rounds in a row for FlyQuest now at this point. Been pretty good here ever since they got their money right. And it wasn't really going into like the big win cons of the Tanza with the op. I think having this Odin 2 to just spray is quite nice.
And it thought really good momentum from D1 to kick off the map when you had a Brimstone get an ace. Foreign kind of clap there. I'm not going to lie. He's been a huge factor in terms of how D1 can clutch. It's something that's made them a really good team, especially in playoffs, that has surprised a lot of the juggernauts like Evil Geniuses Academy and ADG. So you just really can't discount D1, even when they're at pretty heavy deficits, whether in the scoreline or in the member department.
Yeah. It's tough too to see like the teams somehow rumored getting poached into tier 1 as well, so it makes the playoff runs a little bit difficult for some of these teams. But at least for Division 1 for FlyQuest have been sticking together in this run so far and showing us that they deserve the deep run in the second stage of the VCL. Trying to contact play our Division 1 when this wall comes down.
Okay, Boomy's gonna dash past it and not sitting in showers. I mean, it was gonna get collapsed on by Dynamic or somebody else. So D1 trying to set up some safe space. Heals for FlyQuest. Leo, second life. Now an orbital strike rains down from the D1 side to prevent. What's happening on the other side is Calamity with just the dance off and looking for the ace, and it's the reload that ends up being his kryptonite. Solata gives them a chance, but 1v3, he's not a magician. He won't be pulling that rabbit out of his hat.
I like it though from Division 1, slowing things down for a bit, making sure that they could lurk up with the Viper wall when there's actually no contest coming in, nobody really peeking from U-Haul. That's their call. Wall's about to drop. Let's just dash in and split into showers. So you try to take down that win con. Kanza, you know he's going to be pulling out the op on aggressive lines. So if he's not going to be on the APC, if he's not going to be on Sands, he's or opping, of course, in one of those corridors that you see on that minimap. So they crunch him perfectly into showers. And it allows here D1 to just overtake the site in the end when they could just freely flood from 2 different angles.
Dog pushes the op off the angle. Boomy goes to see exactly where that is, and Calamity takes over. Trade it out. Solata tries to make these solo heroic efforts, and it's D1 that put a stop to all of that. Now 4v2, and the Vipers pit up.
It's such an interesting pit.
Yeah.
I've seen that a pit like that before. The shape is weird. And there's even a gap there on that right side where that Viper is kind of standing. But at the end of the day, this is still a 4 versus 2 that you have for Division 1. You saw FlyQuest trying to disrespect through smokes again, and I feel it's almost this time read by Division 1. I think like even the previous round, Foreign went for the tap on the spike. It forced out the peek from Leo with the shorty. They deny him right away. They even forced out the ult. And now that previous round, he tries to do the same thing this time, peeking out the smoke through triple, and he gets punished on the top of bench. So Division 1 understanding the chaos that ensues through these site smokes around triple, and they're finally adapting quite well around it.
D1 making this close is what's important, because we know they can overcome deficits, but at least it was on their map pick. Now this one is left open for a reason. Now FlyQuest going to a timeout for a reason. They don't want to let D1 heat up, because this D1 team, just mechanically too, it's not a team that needs to heavily rely on util. It's a team that can run and gun and really thrive in that chaos. And they need to have Boomy start to be the 30 bomb Boomy from Breeze. And maybe he's running out of gas. It's just the start of the map though.
And that's why other people like Foreign or Dynamic just pick it up for him instead. You know, he did an excellent job on Breeze to push it across the finish line for Division 1 to get that map 16-14. But now it's up for the rest of the team to stand up. And yeah, I agree with you. Division 1 has been convincing more and more Valorant fans in Tier 2 to keep an eye on this team. When you first look at this roster, the only ones that I could remember here are Dynamic and Mikey. Dynamic playing in like the T1 Academy days. And then Mikey, who's played like Trust and Plug and whatnot. So you know that they have some sort of skill, but never really knew what Division 1 looked like overall as a team. And more you're seeing how good of a run they've had so far, and the real potential that they have, not only from the fundamentals of being able to trade off each other, but when it comes down to hero plays, you could definitely have some players that have firepower to fight against teams like FlyQuest.
Speaking of fights, or prio for D1, but not liking that Mikey sensed presence in showers. Remember, this is a second seed FlyQuest versus last seed of D1, squeaking into playoffs on their very last match. And they have caused quite a stir when it comes to the lower bracket, being the team to eliminate Evil Geniuses. And FlyQuest gotten so many good wins. Now it's about just being consistent enough to close it out. Solana, though, with a great start and is in the middle of a fight. Is in some deep stuff. And D1, they managed to handle it. And now, they still have 4 in here with the smoke, so you have some safety to plant.
He's going to be stuck on site, though, with an op, but thankfully he has the convergence path. But one pick would be huge here. One pick install would be huge for him right now and for D1.
Duck still having a dog and a flash. You got a good fight that can come out, but Util never did come out. Conversion pass from Boomy to slow things down for FlyQuest. They have to cross through a dynamic snake bite now that that's expired. FlyQuest, they're uncaged and they're unleashed. Foreign familiar situation, being smoked off the spike, tries to delay, but
it missed.
Molotov is not on it. So yeah, FlyQuest will get a 2-round gap.
It was so close to it. It worked out. I mean, like I said, it would have been huge right now for the Opera to do whatever it needed to do with Boom, and he did. But Boomy got the pick, got the convergence path, but unfortunately, that smoke that was left on the attack side didn't really allow a chance for Division 1 to take advantage of the players that were actually hit by the convergence path. So they just wait out the clock, they surprise their players, and again, you know how good FlyQuest are just swinging outside of smokes. Becomes a 50-50, but almost when it comes down to FlyQuest, it's almost like a 60-40 in their favor. We're going to swing outside of smokes. So, yeah, it's quite good for FlyQuest here to punish back into Division 1 that were almost able to convert there, that 3 versus 4.
And one-sided op for D1, seeing if they'll have that 1v1 against Tanza that has been very fluid around the map. And Calamity is working towards the overdrive if he gets that pick too, which has been such a huge pain point, at least for FlyQuest when he's involved, because man, he was great on Pearl as a top fragger for D1. And the first blood also goes D1's way. Hans has been discovered. The lurk from Dynamic calls everyone over, and D1 are about to hit the A site like a truck.
Yeah, but Solana has his own convergence path, so this is quite interesting that they committed into this gamble.
Okay, the overdrive, though, is unlocked. Convergence path does not stop anything. Calamity, man, alive and well and thriving. Exactly what D1 needs.
Dude, everybody's just slipping through nets right now. Just the Calamity push forward, the slide across, even avoids the convergence path as he made it across. As you'll count your lucky stars for sure here on these XX for both sides, for both FlyQuest and D1. So one more round here for Division 1. Again, it almost looks like very similar pastures than Breeze in the first place. And I think for once today, the analyst desk is correct here, Lemon Kiwi. It is definitely a brawl in this third map, going back and forth.
Okay, the dog will keep D1 humble. They have 2 snipers in this round. They did have an outlaw. Must have changed it last second. So now just 1 sniper, and difficult to work around that when it comes to the A side. Just overall on this map on the attacking side. Very close flash. They are so worried about Solana shenanigans, and Boomy, the line of sight to bait the defense into a fight that they can't win.
That's what we're saying.
So quiet.
Op, walk contact, the smoke style here on the attack with this Waylay works out perfectly, and they are just winning every single one of these lurk kill fights. Oh, just saw the shoulder here with Duck. So they know the weakness of the Sky now towards this B site, but they could still be a 4 versus 1 on A.
Dynamic's really good with these drive-bys usually, but Duck just has more bullets, therefore better player, and T1 will still end up where they started. Although Dynamic did inspire them. This could be a 6-6 half unless FlyQuest have something crazy planned. And it's Duck trying to set up a flash fight play. No one budges. D1 hold their positions. Solana hopes to dig them out. And he's forging his own path now with a shotgun, but Boomies is just better. What a jump scare from the top rope. And man, it doesn't get any closer than this, folks. A 6-6 half in map 3. The loser eliminated.
Switching sides.
What a turnaround once again here for Division 1. The comp that they come out, a new comp that they come out this time. Third iteration, by the way, in terms of compositional change. Third time that they play this map on within this stage. And they've always found victory out of it, our Division 1. So you're going to have to keep thinking and keep thinking on your toes this time around here for FlyQuest, and hopefully you could turn it around.
No,
I trolled.
timeouts,
It was
right?
the other side around. It's actually the third time the iteration for FlyQuest, actually. Sorry for the comp change. But yeah, no timeout. You're right. This has only been used once for the side of for FlyQuest. Division 1 looked pretty good on the combat that they had here on their defensive attacking side.
Well, D1 thought they were gonna. I was hyping up their attack, and maybe
Yeah.
6-6 is best case scenario. They eventually adapted, and well, how about Boomy? How about that? Double sheriff from heaven sending FlyQuest exactly there. Better late than never, Boomy. This is Breeze, Boomy, baby. And FlyQuest, they're still gonna get the plant. But man, there's a storm coming. And Boomy confirms the third. And look at all the support. And wait, Leo with Duck, the shotgun, and a ghost? How did this all turn around? The Uno reverse card has been dealt.
I mean, they just put him in the ringer. The meat grinder just lemmying one by one inside U-Haul and just getting stopped by the crossfire of the shorty and ghost. What the hell just happened there? That's frustrating to watch. But at the same time, the fact still kind of stands. I think both of these teams are also very have been undefeated within the stage on this map of mine. So, well, that was a clean shot on that second one. But what the hell happened towards the end over here? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I love comms. I love hearing that. Love hearing all about it. FlyQuest, they're hyped up, man. Is this enough to push them over the edge to get the ticket to the next round? Top 3. D1 sends trouble off that flash too. And now that the walls all come down, Boomy does as well. He's been silenced, and FlyQuest, they're on the prowl. And it's a judge right to the face. And of course, the lurk's secured. Dynamic is something left unchecked here. So it may not be flawless depending on if he gets discovered or not. Okay, Sorix is still clean with the sheriffs, and it is a flawless for FlyQuest.
Lots of moments too, though, that they had surprise factor on the side of Division 1. Just unfortunately couldn't get the kills. But yeah, getting a flawless on the second round and more plants and also orb maxing for the attack side. So FlyQuest are definitely riding the momentum after winning that 2 versus X inside U-Haul. I think it was like, what, 4 players in there? 3 players? Turns out pretty good on their side, and their bonus round is actually quite strong. They could still dive with a lot of aggression between Solana and Tanza with these shotguns as they're splitting into this B site. And it's weak side B for D1 as well. This will be tough.
You got 2 rifles though for FlyQuest. Strong bonus. Is it a strong attack above and beyond? Dynamic, unnoticed shot in the back, but at least traded. And FlyQuest have their bases secured now. And D1 sit on the other side. Still a dog and a flash from Mikey. Could be a good fight. Calamity, he's getting fast. He's getting shot in the head, and Calamity still stands. 48 HP, and he's not done yet. Everybody falls to the judge, jury, and executioner. And the D1 retake is as easy as that.
I just hope we have a replay in that round, because there's no point in analyzing that round. Just look at what happened. Just a neon with a judge. But I guess the first one is, how the hell does Calamity still have like over 70 HP when he's face to face against the first shotgun at the entrance of spawn, and then still manages to get 2 more kills on top of that? If there's no replays, that's fine. Just look at these 2 guys fighting at the arcade machine. That's the only thing you had to pay attention to on that previous round. That's it. There's no strats there. There's no strats.
Just go burr, literally. Yeah. And another factor to consider is that this has been a 2.5-hour series, and this is where, you know, that stamina is being tested because obviously you have scrims and warm up and your whole entire day. And this is where experience can really come into play. And FlyQuest thought they were all hyped up off the pistol and the anti-eco until a judge hits you in the face. So
yeah,
D1 keep
3
it
times.
close. Yeah.
Still good money for FlyQuest though, and they're looking for another site pop into B.
And Dynamic is still in this tin, and surely someone checks this. He's not going to do it again, is he? Nope. On's a nice angle, too. FlyQuest really like that verticality. Tonz really likes killing, too. Jeez, it's a massacre. And 4 in 1v3. As soon as the smoke drops, Leo's got something for him.
See ya.
Oh. But an ult. Round 2. Fight. Oh, still nope.
TKO'd.
TKO.
And then the final.
Okay, Santa. What was
that was E Honda. What are you talking about? That was E Honda and Street Fighter 2. Come on, man.
Close enough.
The only Santa I remember in a fighting game in an FGC was like Clay Fighters back in like the Super Nintendo days, but that's also giving my age away. Okay, so let's focus into D1 right now, though. It's going to be another shotgun round for a couple of players, so Calamity and Boomy, but you're starting to see the econ being very good for the side of FlyQuest here. In D1, I don't want this to turn into that Pearl style again when they had so many force buys that didn't really pay out, and then you had the fake comeback in the end. So I think this should be the last round where they try to go for the aggro shenanigans that they want to try to do, but then they got to start being a little bit cleaner.
And this has been a good half for FlyQuest. This will be 4 in 1 now on their half. D1 stealing away around off of a crazy clutch off the judge of Calamity. And it ends up being flawless, and any damage there would have really mattered for D1. The red zone as FlyQuest get ever so closer to that loser's final.
One thing's for sure, yes, is that FlyQuest have always been the first team hitting double digits this series between them and Division 1.
Yeah, true.
So it almost really feels like FlyQuest has always had like a good grasp of the game until D1 finally starts to pull out the big boy pants and fight back.
Or
and now they're
timeout.
fighting. Yeah, exactly, right? And they haven't really used one yet. You could still see 2 available for them on this timeline, but the op is actually out for Boomy. Looking for this pick into palm tree at short A side, but FlyQuest continues the same type of thing. It's Pearl all over again. They're gonna keep hitting B, and D1's gonna be like, okay, well, let's adapt to this.
Flash and Seekers. Mikey gets down one with them. And Boomy just needs to not overcook, but I also got to applaud, give credit to FlyQuest. How good they are at punishing just these mobile fraggers on the D1 side. Conversion pass opens up the lane for Boomy, and Dynamic, man, he holds down elbow solo. The retakes from D1, there's something spicy about it. FlyQuest, it feels like all the cards are in their favor until, well, D1 make them play 52 pickup. Now picking up the spike, defusing it.
Oh, no.
And that's just it. D1, defuse.
That was going to be a cleaner kill, at least for that one, but Soros is able to get one for his troubles in the end. It came down to Mikey. Just getting that pick of a huge impact frag towards that back at the site of B. You're seeing the pings come out as well, right? So they are finding the gaps right now from the small util that's being thrown out for the side of FlyQuest that D1's able to take advantage of. So they are pinging that back left side B, that cubby on that right side of B side as well. Just beware of those when they're trying to hit that B side. They're going to start paying attention to those spots where Mikey could be hiding in. But still a 3-2 setup. They're doing the same thing here because the op wasn't tested on that previous round. So Boomy's going to try to look back into this left side corner again.
I like that Boomy is going to be more careful. Now I wish he was quicker to the trigger at least. FlyQuest discovering, at least not the hard way, that there is an op. FlyQuest just full send it. They trade out Salada, Seekers from D1. There is some padding here so they can follow through. But man, Tom's on this high ground. He always finds an angle and he finds a way to make it difficult. But D1 are heading to heaven. The position at least. They're not dead yet. And I think FlyQuest gonna stick to still planting. Not gonna take the TP. And D1, they're ready to surge in. But U-Haul has been an issue. You don't want to try and scoop. You have to also look at it. You got to respect it. FlyQuest, good power position for someone like Leo to hold. Calamity, it's not going to be a good fight. Who could catch this clone? No, man, you tell Leo. He's stoic. He's good. And Boomy, how good are you? Barrel sticking out. 1v2. It's getting messy. It's getting dicey. He gets out alive.
Dude, the U-Haul has been a trouble for Division 1 so far. First off, not coordinating how to flood back into that spot, and secondly, not watching each other's backs. It almost feels that they didn't have the best information of where players could be at. They were afraid of like super late lurks, especially when you have somebody like Sorix or playing as a Viper that could be moving around in different spots. So you're still watching that spawn, you're watching showers, and at some point, some way, shape, or form, they're not communicating each other where the gaps are, and Calamity gets caught off guard right over here. Or Dynamic Star gets caught off guard. So I'm not too sure what he was looking at. But ends up being that round for FlyQuest.
The Jet is growing on me. It's Tanza, so I was already a fan. But the way that he's playing these different positions you're not used to practicing against, this verticality is really giving him an advantage in these fights. Is that an orb on the ceiling? Either way, Boomy spots the entire stack, converge and pass. The jig is up. Here's the show. Features Tanza. And here is the assistant cast. As D1 ready to fight. Calamity is the Bucky, not the judge. It's gonna be a bit slower. The orbital strike from D1 buys them a few more seconds to get their bearings. Salada will take a second. We'll converge here with Tanza. Plant goes through. Does D1 want to prevent it? They're waiting for Dynamic to be part of this. Calamity rushes in, no walls, just vibes. FlyQuest keep patrol of the door, but the D1 clutch is just too good. Still have a sheriff. Maybe Foreign get an upgrade. Yes, do you want a pit here? You have to discover where Duck is, and time is of the essence. Sorix is going unchecked here. A snake bite on the spike. It's costing D1 time, and they're still trying to play hide and go seek. And this will be FlyQuest on match point. And D1 didn't even get the defuse. Halfway. Oh, wait, they did. Okay, it wasn't on my screen. My bad. And there is D1 getting up to 9.
Yeah, still Gucci in the end. They were still able to creep up here when he identified where at least one player was at by throwing the snake bite onto the spike. The second one, it just came down to, let's not stress out when we're retaking the site here for Division 1. Let's continue to scale, walk forward, and to catch all the players off guard. And that's off a nice little double kill by B to save that round there for D1. You're looking at it, we were just calling out how he was a little bit slower here on the attack side, but now that he has the value of the op on the defense, he's seeing that they're trying to hop out the Neon to move quickly off the rotates. They're playing a 2-1-2, and they're soon going to get the info here after that flash goes in towards Shuka. Ooh, that's not good.
Leo, okay. Oh, we got to tie up our shoelaces, but Leo will get another swing at this, and he'll pop out. Calamity with a charge. Oh, you know him. You love him. But he only gets one. We're left with a 2v2. There is the offensive pit here from Sorix. Gets the plane. Look who's already in the middle of it. Boomy and Foreign. How does he keep getting away with this? D1, every time they're down, they come back and they are within 1.
Another player that slips through the net. I think that was Foreign that walked across, times the pit that was spreading and blooming on that towards that spawn, and it was just missed by Sorix. Look, I'm sure we're gonna catch it in this replay. No, we don't. But it's all good. After that, you have the dash coming in from Boomy that forces the crosshair onto him as he dashes through, and Foreign just backstabs 2 players. That was very nice in the end. Now, finally, we have D1 reaching the double digits too. Also, breaking the econ of FlyQuest on the attack, and are now 1 round away of tying things up.
B retakes are something special. FlyQuest gonna revisit what has been more successful for them before. But you got 2 Buckies and a Sheriff, a Stinger. This is gonna be a scary one. U-Haul control. D1 have already improved that bad, and Calamity don't want the smoke. He's gonna get it anyway. Convergent pass now for Boomy, and this helps just enable Foreign to be the playmaker for this team. D1, it's time to evict these last members of the Snakebite kill too. And we are tied up after an 11-7 lead for FlyQuest.
Now they're doing a much better job here, also defending towards U-Haul, but also instead of playing a flood retake, really covering their grounds this time around. So it works out well. They understood here too the win con that you have for FlyQuest with this double dive. But look at this. The convergence path is what really helped in the first place. And you be melting.
Foreign go kill conversion paths to enable the rest of your team, to enable your controller to be the duelist is hilarious. I said it was going to be hilarious. Oh, that's not funny though. Boomy really is making FlyQuest worry, but the Seekers will give some confidence to Duck and friends, and Solana rings true with the Bucky, and FlyQuest are getting back on their feet. They need to get control of this because this was a 3-round win streak. Momentum starting to form in the D1 camp. But is this deja vu? Is the D1 retake gonna work its way back in off of a 3v5 deficit yet again? FlyQuest just need to stay safe in U-Haul. That's been a kryptonite to D1. Solana's out in the open, ready to face the music. A different tune though, as D1 are down pretty tremendous. What is their two biggest playmakers, Boomy and Dynamic, not with the conversion paths, but now with not much time remaining, forcing FlyQuest to face them off the spike being tapped, and it's a 1v1 now. Dynamic is running out of time and chances, and Leo is overhealed. He has the advantage, and he has patience too, as FlyQuest go to match point.
A huge round there in the end for that 1v1 for Leo. But man, did it look good for how they scaled on that map. Using a double dive with the Sky Flash as well. And Seekers. Nothing they could do here for Foreign and for Calamity to try to hold back the back of the A site. Nice little attempt on a 3 versus 5 though, but it still comes down to a big clutch in a 1v1. But it was an expensive round. Look at this buy. Bring me an outlaw, please. Know your state of the game right now for D1 if you do want to bring an op out for Boomy. But he opts to go for a rifle instead, so this will be another one of those big chaotic rounds. They're understanding here that FlyQuest are changing that tempo a little bit, and they think that the op maybe is not going to be that win con for them, and they just want to make sure that they play for trades for Division 1. 4-1 setup, solo soft on that B site, and they need to keep Mikey alive for D1 so they can use the Seekers for the pulse plant.
Yeah, D1's retakes on B have been their strongest point on defense, and they know it. FlyQuest are so fast at taking A, so once they hear that silence, the lack of info at B is really making D1 nervous. They just are rotating their 4-1s and flipping sides of the map. Nothing off the flashes of the defense. FlyQuest feel good. Ton's in position, king of the hill. They want their crown, and D1 are trying to deny it to force it overtime, and it's boom or bust. Calamity causes chaos, and FlyQuest can't hold the line any longer. 1v3, overtime in the wings.
Of course, it has to come down to a big round where you have a huge ult for Calamity that mows down 3. Duck could find a surprise opening in a duel against Dynamic here, but now the jig is up. Won't win that fight. Dynamic should stay tucked in. And we will go to the extra innings.
Oh, wait, let's curse it. Are we cursing it?
I mean, they are kind of playing scared right now for D1.
Don't know where that third player is.
10
Wanted to
seconds
patrol it. Safe as you can be. Boomy Dynamic. Oh, the quick dash. We'll watch from above. Duck is looking like an ant right now and just has to choose his battles. Oh, quick trades. Dynamic will save D1 yet again. And we go to extra innings to decide our top 3.
I almost ate my words, though, after he got that first pick.
Geez.
Very nice try on that 1 versus 3. But look at Calamity storming through. That was a nice little flood back in. A little bit of D1 giving a taste of FlyQuest's own medicine. Just to disrespect the smokes, swinging off each other, making sure that they're trading out well. And wow, instant timeout for D1 in the OT. Interesting.
It's giving, let's calm down. We don't want to get overly excited that we're making this like 8-11, 7-10 kind of comeback. It's D1 working these deficits. They force the 6-6. And now it's time to really lock in. Don't let Salada overcook. Support Tanza on the verticals and play off of Duck and what flashes he's throwing. It feels like FlyQuest can really dictate these fights off of their composition. Wow, can we see a clean attack from D1? That's the big thing. It was really hit or miss in the first half.
Well, look at this timeout that we currently have as well here too for D1. Boomy hasn't bought anything yet. So the timeout comes down to the conversation of should we be going for the glass cannon op on our attack side? Because the walk contact attack side op has worked out for Boomy and for D1 to get some good map control. But instead, they're going for the rifle rounds. 5 Vandals. We almost have 10 Vandals in a server, but it's 8 Vandals. That's pretty crazy.
I think it's just a lot of these rounds. Yeah, and a lot of these rounds come down to 1v1s, 2v2s, and it's like Boomy can start off the round well, but then having to find a weapon to swap out to or just go to an alternative isn't ideal, and you're gonna just stick to the standard. Flash into showers. Tanza's gonna have to slow things down, and he has now been stopped. That is not spelling anything good for FlyQuest. The script is being rewritten, though. Leo will hold the corner, and yet Boomy didn't finish on what he started. The 5 HP Leo eventually sought after in D1 will flip the map. TP taken. It feels like the first time, and Sorex too much on his plate. Foreign continues to be clutch for D1. Can they make it happen? FlyQuest are not going to waste time. The dog is in. The smoke does not.
Last player standing.
Prepare for hellfire.
Switching sides.
Getting ourselves at map point right now for Division 1 is huge. It almost looked like he was going to fumble, though, because they got a nice little open at the beginning towards showers, and then suddenly you have somebody just leaving the corner and pre-firing a shot and giving their position away. And then the dive in from Boomy couldn't get a pick, but thankfully Dynamic was able to come there to trade off and allow for them to scale off each other towards that B-side TP and overtake Sorex on defense. Things are looking good for D1 right now to continue the upset run to knock out FlyQuest here in this series.
Time to hunt. Have one of these.
Gonna continue forward here, Jen, because I think you're muted. So we're gonna move forward here. A 2 versus 3. Trying to retake right now for D1 as Boomy comes in with the op kill. A 2v2 right now as the clock is ticking on this spike. Boomy still has the op as he dashes in, trying to find the info. Shorty out, gets traded out by Sorex with the crossfire setup. Up to Mikey, tap onto this spike. Trying to move forward. Duck then goes for that headshot. And we will still continue to go an extra inning in this third map. Nail biter, a sword we lost here for a bit here, chat, but trying to see if we got Lemon Kiwi back with us. But now this calls a timeout for FlyQuest on their end too. Let me try to recompose right now as well. It's just me and you. But that was a super important round here for FlyQuest to keep their fight alive. With this timeout, though, Duck is coming back with the Odin. So what we were thinking about before, too, when FlyQuest were playing their defensive side, what worked for them at the very beginning was the spam through smokes, playing around a lot of these smokes as well. And they could maybe continue to leverage that type of play style, or, again, very similar pastures to what we were talking about earlier on here with Boomy not buying it, is that Salada himself could potentially go for, should I buy an op here on the defense? Should I try to disrupt a little bit more in the fort lines of these smokes? And then once they get contact, these smokes drop down and they could go for the spam plays that they're really good here for the side of FlyQuest. So let's see. It's a lot of going for the rifle. Boomy, also himself, still deciding what he wants to go for. But as he's meeting with the pack, this should be another big rifle round. All of them are trying to lean towards this B side as well. solo hold is going to be Sorix on the top of this B site, while we have FlyQuest off this timeout, trying to go for aggro plays for Showers control. So a dangerous position for Sorix so far. Forced to fall back, Boomy moving forward, and they're just trying to go through their own Viper Orb just to avoid info off a Sky Flash. But they are throwing their own flashes. They want to pivot very quickly into this B site. Walls coming up on the attack side as well, as Sight is given up and given away for Division 1 to get the plant down. Full rotating coming across towards that spawn. No flanks as well. So this is a great position for the ones playing all the way in the back. Boomy's pushing forward for the first kill, though. Double dash out on the defense. Flash are trying to flood out, but they're trying to convert towards the elbow on the defensive side. Salada, Spears out on the right side. No trades come through. It's actually FlyQuest all across the board, overtaking this site. Last two players, we're talking about the pillars in the back lines. Forward tries to find his timing, whiffs the shot, and unfortunately, the spike gets down and defused. Mikey cannot get the spray, and it's FlyQuest now at map and series point.
Switching sides.
Impressive flood coming back here for the side of FlyQuest. Look at these picks. It continues to move on with timings they're finding here on the side of FlyQuest. And for all of these players, as a matter of fact here, just these little micro plays and hero plays that they're able to do on their side really doesn't allow their opponents to really set up here for great crossfires or great post-plant scenarios. Now there's no more timeouts left, right? D1 used theirs before when the OT first started. FlyQuest just used theirs. It now comes down to grit and fight. Map and series point for FlyQuest again, and D1 are just looking to hopefully salvage this round. Second correctly at the beginning, though, as they have 3 players over on this side of B. But right now, you can really see for FlyQuest, they're trying to create a diversion on this B side, keep them at bay, and go for the rotate split into the A side on a 3-2. So they hear all these TPs coming through from Division 1. Calamity, solo now towards U-Haul, and he just has to hold that spot. It's traded out, though. Spike attempted to get planted. It will go down. Advantage now for FlyQuest, a 4 versus 4, as the flood comes back for D1. First flash, no contact. Boomy tries to dash in for info. Solana trying to fight towards the barrel, gets a dink onto his opponent, but it's still Division 1 at the top. Forcing now players to fall back into the short A side. Tanza's trying to keep the dream alive. It's only now onto Sorix. Seeker's coming out. He's trying to get the sprays. He isolates the fight, but Dynamic gets the pick. And Mikey will come in for another defuse. And it will now be 14-14. Remember, pay attention to what's happening on the top left side of your screen. We start off this map, or this series, with a map that went into so many overtimes, and Division 1 winning it 16-14. Will this end now? Or will this continue on until the wee hours of the morning? When it comes down to those important rounds too, you're starting to see as well that it's the defensive sides that are actually winning this time around here for both FlyQuest and Division 1. Looking for pressure is going to be Division 1. Very fast forward Showers. Calamity opening things up, but it's still Division 1 that stays on top of these trades. As you had FlyQuest trying to pressure 3 players on this B side, Division 1 has now opened up the A site. Plat coming down. Mikey will be 2 away from Seekers. Nobody this time around is going to be holding this U-Haul on their side for Division 1. They know how difficult it's been for them to play that position. So it's first contact on that bench. Horn with the Vandal. Picked off by Tanza with the op. Glass cannon op. Odin also in the hands of Duck. As they're creeping through. Flash to try to get info. It's clear. Counter flash on the attack as well, as Dynamic is now going to be contact from Showers. Sees the barrel of the gun. Big swing comes out, but he does get the kill of the Sorix. Delays with the snake bite. Now the confirmation that nobody's on that spike. It all comes down to Tanza. Now decaying, vulnerable, tapping on that spike. A 2 versus 1 advantage here for Division 1. The dash away, but the advantage comes in for the time as Division 1 wins it off the clock, and they are now at map in series point.
Switching sides.
WB. I hear you. I hear you.
Thanks, everybody, for extending that OT. Let's lock in. D1. Are they pulling it off?
Oh yeah, and it was not on my bingo card to actually do a solo cast 7 hours into a day.
I'm so
But it worked
sorry.
out.
I owe you.
No, it's
Hey,
all good.
Good luck.
But yeah, Division 1 has it. They have a judge now also in the hands of Calamity, and they're looking for early info. So they see at least contact on long B side, and they're already over-rotating players over on this B side. So there is still an opportunity for FlyQuest to really go for this plow into A.
All right, FlyQuest. You have to go to the end. It's the dog that leads the charge. Chance has to be the tip of the spear. U-Haul, Calamity, the shutdown, and multiple angles. He does it again from behind, and the ace on his feet, eliminating FlyQuest from playoffs.
Calamity with the ace to finish it off. And we also had Foreign with the ace to start it off for Division 1. Heroic plays across the board, and they do get the upset run. Division 1 coming out from Premier for their first year in Challengers now also make it into the top 3 of this stage number 2.
Man, I can't believe it. Division 1. I mean, to come back from so many rounds to lock in on the final one, the talent was there. And this is just such a long series too. And to the stamina that maintained for this long to eliminate all the talented teams that they have, including Evil Geniuses. That was the one that really starting to put the red flags, the green flags up for everyone else in playoffs. And this denies the FlyQuest rematch against SRB. That will be their next opponent.
Yeah, and it'll be Shopify Rebellion Black against Division 1, who again, so impressive so far here within this stage. I was not expecting Division 1 to go this deep. I was expecting for them to be a gatekeeper team, but this time around to see this type of run in this stage 2 with what we currently have in terms of talent in the VCL in this second stage, because look at it, a lot of players are being poached in the Americas right now, so you know the talent is good right now in the VCL, and against a lot, Division 1 are able to make it now to the top 3 and potentially meet against M80 in the grand finals if they can.
Top 3 as the last seed going into playoffs from the first round of the lower bracket, a generational run. All eyes are on this playoff bracket. This was such an incredible day, and I know we're gonna have a fantastic interview with one of these young players, so don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
your shift is required. And you're all fired. You're all fired.
M80's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with the flank. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
And they have done it. The team coming from Premier is going to find themselves in top 3 of Valorant Challengers playoffs with an overtime win over FlyQuest Academy. I mean, going into the series, going into this stage, this has been a team that surpassed expectations from the start, Roy, and they're going to do it once again. Big congratulations to them.
I mean, the most unlikely heroes have continued their lower bracket run. It's generational. It's beautiful. It's poetic. I mean, they had no supporters, no fans, no believers except their friends, right? It was a team that none of us barely knew anything of. They came from Premier. Obviously, we've seen some of them compete prior in some of the tier 3 events and VCL. Dynamic specifically being one of the competitors on the high end, but overall this roster came so underrepresented. They have grown exponentially with every official that they've played. They're absolute masters of micro and team fighting, and their strategy has been getting better and better, and they've taken down FlyQuest, the team that we've all raved about, the underdog heroes that we've been singing the praises of for the past 2 splits, and what was an absolute brawl, giga banger between both of these teams.
It really was. Like, to start out this best of 3 series with a 16-14 win there on Breeze for Division 1, and to end it the same way here on Bind is just honestly insane to see. I think a lot of kudos that Roy has just given to this squad, but focusing a little bit more on what actually happened here on Bind, I think you got to give a lot of credit to just how good Division 1 were also identifying, that win condition when it came down to that first half, being able to make it a bit closer than how it initially started. I know they started out with the pistol ace and whatnot, but the operator comes online, and then I think they just did a really good job of protocoling, ensuring that they're constantly on top of Tanza and his positioning. The island that he was on and looking for those crunches was just so well done there. And then it felt like as the series went on, Roy, it was just crazy heading into overtime and how high octane play it was, how scrappy it got for both sides.
No, it was so crazy. The tempo was just insane. I could never keep up with this. Like, this is a level makes me like, oh, I'm glad I retired, honestly, because there's no way I'd be able to keep up with these kids. They're so cracked and everything. Like, they're just insta. Everyone's getting insta. Look at this. They peak. They're out of the server. They're so sharp, never missing a beat. But I think also that there's really just no shortage of heroes on either of these teams. And obviously, we're really sad to say bye to FlyQuest. They've been such a hype roster to watch, and they've been so fun overall. They've been such a great addition to the VCL lineups. But, I mean, Division 1, their story is so impressive. Wow, I'm speechless.
It's been amazing to watch it through and through. And I mean, for FlyQuest, a team that's worked so hard to get to this point and showed up. I mean, 2 of the maps going into crazy OTs is just incredible, Ash. But Division 1 to just not falter throughout all of that as well, I think is so impressive. I feel like sometimes we see these newer teams that maybe run out of steam a little bit or show up a strong front at the start, but no drop off for Division 1 through an incredible series is just wow.
It really is impressive. And I think, again, we have to call back to, even though Roy was saying, not a lot of people put their eggs in the Division 1 basket, you have to give credit to players like Mikey, like Dynamic, who had previously been around in the scene. Maybe, I know Dynamic, he did take a little bit of a break, and then coming back in this kind of fashion, I think is such a statement to make for this young player, and then also for this team overall to see how they've gelled over time. And it was very poetic for this map to have started with that ace there from Foreign and to have it close with the ace from Calamity as well. Like, we saw all the hype on the cameras there for the Division 1 boys. It was honestly just a beautiful way to make their lower bracket run into the lower finals.
And also Calamity and Foreign have, I think, probably the most low-key on this roster. Like, we didn't really know too much about them coming into the season. But, I mean, Calamity in this last game, he's flexing controller in the first couple maps, and he jumps onto the Neon on this last map, goes 6 for 0 on first kills, by the way. Insane stats, 157 ADR, just a complete monster on the front line. But it feels like for Division 1, everyone stepped up in that last map. Usually they have like 1 or 2 people that are popping off and they're really feeling it and they're carrying a lot of momentum. We saw that on the first map on what was it, Breeze. It was Boomy. This time it was kind of a bit of everyone, but Calamity was just a little bit ahead in terms of the flow state. He was feeling so good. He was a big part of their win conditions. And of course, Bourne, who had so many step-up rounds for this roster, so many clutches and so many clutch attempts coming out from him. Just incredibly impressive. And same thing for Fly, right? Like we saw Leo heating up on the Clove. We saw so many sick plays from Tanza and Salada. And of course, the clutches from Sorex coming out and the IGL for Duck. It's just such a fun series. It sucks that we have to say bye to either of these teams, to be honest. But wow, here we are after what was an absolute banger of a series.
Again, the fact that 2 of these maps went to a 16-14 scoreline is just incredible. This is kind of what we anticipated upper finals, but these 2 teams, they both worked so hard. And for Division 1, they'll have another opportunity to prove what they're made of, being pushed into the lower finals now for a date up against Shopify Rebellion Black. And Division 1, again, the fact that anyone from this team can step up and just have such an incredible clutch factor. The fact that we saw those aces in that final round, the clutches even going back to map 1, Ash. I mean, it has been incredible to see.
It really has been incredible to see. I think that was also a big thing for this matchup, was the question of like what the litmus test was, you know, the fact that FlyQuest, they took the win the last time these 2 teams ended up facing off. And we talked so much about the growth for Division 1 and this very similar play styles that these 2 have in that clash. This was the test to see how much Division 1 had really grown heading into playoffs, as we really were starting to feel, you know, them being that dark horse in the competition.
And again, congratulations. We need to tell the team that. We need to talk to the team. And we have Boomy here for a Phillips Norelco interview to be able to hear all about this. Big congratulations. You are on to the lower finals. You take this one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That was probably like the team we were most afraid of playing. Well, I wouldn't say afraid, but like we thought they were the biggest competition because they play really similar to us. And I'm really good friends with some of them. So it was like, I don't know. It was a really fun match, though.
I mean, knowing that they're a team that has a similar play style and the fact that you guys lost to them beforehand, how do you guys then approach this matchup? Because it seems, too, a lot of it comes down to just who's kind of shooting better on the day. You guys are both so mechanically skilled.
Yeah, they're very, like, mechanical. Like, we think that they don't put a lot of thought into what they're doing. They kind of just swing everything together and hope for the best. And we kind of play pretty similar, so it's really fun playing against them, but it's like very difficult because like everyone's just clashing at once with like really good mechanics. But I think on any given day, either of us could have won the game. Just depends on like who's making the plays when it matters.
And what was the difference maker going into today, especially too? We got all 3 maps. 2 of those maps went to that triple OT. Like, what do you think was the biggest difference besides just maybe we hit a couple more shots?
Maybe it's our confidence or our perseverance, or just the fact that we have like, they kind of have like a standard to meet, and we have like no expectation. You know, we're not signed, and you know, we just came from Premier, and they're like on a big org. So like, I think we just have like a bigger drive, you know.
I mean, at this point, you guys are like the org slayer in all of this. Is like you just took down Evil Geniuses, you took down FlyQuest. Now you're in the lower finals, and you're going to be going up against Shopify Rebellion Black next, a team that you have not gotten the chance to face. So how are you feeling heading into that, especially with the best of 5?
And we're really excited. They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. You know, they get like paid a lot. But honestly, we're going in the match with even more confidence than today. I mean, beating FlyQuest, who we thought would be a bigger competition than Shopify, I think that, you know, we just bring the same confidence we did today, do what we do, and I think we can come out with the W.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a really fun one to watch. So I'll let you get your rest. That was a long series, but Boomy, thank you so much for chatting, and have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, before we wrap up our show, of course, we all got to learn the news earlier on, and if you haven't, that Sim, who was previously of Challengers, and Austin have tragically passed away. So for these 2, I mean, Sim was someone within Challengers who was a pillar. He had made many great teammates over his time here, as well as a lot more friends within this community. And Austin as well has definitely left his mark. So we want to send our love and our condolences to his friends, to his family, and just really take a moment here with a moment of silence. We hope that you all join us as we remember Tyler and Austin here. So rest in peace, Sim and Austin. You two will certainly cherish and you will certainly be missed.
I actually competed against Sim online for years, honestly. I got to meet him in person during Masters, and he seemed like such a genuine dude. He was always smiling. Yeah, I'm sure he's brought so much light and laughter into many people's lives. Honestly, the only thing I can say is rest in peace to these two legends. My heart goes out to their friends and family.
Both Sim and Austin were lost far too young, and we want to thank all of you for joining us in honoring their memories and keeping their friends and families in your hearts. May they rest in peace.
So make sure to tell your loved ones that you love them. Bracket screen, please and thank you, production. So yeah, little housekeeping before we wrap up the show. But again, Division 1, congratulations to them. Shopify Rebellion Black remain in the wings here now, Ash, and that will be our lower finals tomorrow, all leading up to the grand finals there on Thursday.
It is an incredible culmination of events, I think, to be ending out our bracket with such a banger lower finals, and then also an insane grand finalist within M80 to be facing off against tomorrow's winners there as well. I think that it was definitely a tough and heartbreaking loss here for FlyQuest in this lower semifinal up against Division 1. I know that they had their hearts set on getting a better placement than they were able to during stage 1. Unfortunately, luckily landing within that 4th space, but I know that they had expectations on their shoulders, that is for certain. I think for Division 1 though, it's been quite the journey that we've seen this team go through, and up against the Shopify Rebellion Black that looked so good throughout this entire stage thus far, and who are definitely going to be looking for revenge after today's loss up against M80.
Yeah, I think for me, the lower bracket game is so interesting because, I mean, SRB is not going to be satisfied with anything but a grand final win here, at least an appearance at the very minimum. But I think the win is really what SRB is eyeing out. But for Division 1, like they were saying in the interviews, and we've heard that from them before, like there really is no expectation for them. Like they weren't even meant to be here. They weren't even a team before VCL started. So it's been quite crazy overall. The run has been so interesting. It's been so inspiring. It's so much fun. And I'm glad at least one team like Division 1 or FlyQuest has made it this far, because having an underdog in the mix, having an underdog in this recipe, it makes things so much more interesting and color me excited for tomorrow. The games are about to be so crazy.
They really, really will be. I mean, Division 1, again, I feel like I've said it so many times, but they have been the team that has exceeded expectations over and over. And we'll have that opportunity tomorrow to see if they can do that once again up against the Shopify Rebellion Flag. So that is it for us all today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for the support. Be kind to each other, stay safe, and we'll see you all here tomorrow.
Wow.
It's okay, he's got info. He's got info on both players. He's got info on both players.
The only thing that could kill Body is a reload. Maybe last round of the half. A slip-up does not mean anything. Not when Nismo can be as consistent as he has been. 8-4 half rate.
Block contact towards A, see what happens for the second beat for SRB. They're reading it correctly here on maybe like roll or with that.
Body said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now, you just gifted it to me. All the pins are lined up. And the professional bowler. He just strikes them all down. The own is the... Oh my god. How dare you grab M80's fourth like that? What
At this point, just hoping the shot lands.
Yes, I'm taking the flag, but see that might as well come up. The clear is out. Dynamic has to choose this moment carefully. This is for all. This is for the map. And Taunta with the second kill. Someone's on the defuse. Dynamic races forward to deny it. It's a 1v1 for the map. A 4K. Dynamic, he clutches for... Start to emerge from cover. Calamity just out in the open. Touches the spike. Calamity road stance. And Duck will bring it. And Calamity just sprints ahead right into the barrel.
Just Naruto running into the goal for this clout in today.
FlyQuest. You have to go to the end. Dog leads the charge.